Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. Just to let everybody know why I am gaveling the meeting to order, Chair Grijalva is ill. She is supposed to be participating remotely, but she asked that I chair the meeting in her absence. Let's ask the clerk to call roll call to establish a quorum.
Supervisor Bronson. Here. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Vice Chair Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva. Chair Grijalva, are you connected remotely? Let the record show Chair Grijalva is not present. All other board members are present.
Chair Grijalva just texted me and asked if I can call her on her cell so that she can be marked present for roll call. Is that permissible? She must be having some issues with technology. Yes? Pardon me?
Hello?
Hi, this is Vice Chair Scott, Chair Grijalva. You wanted me to call you so that you could be marked present for the roll.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with the sign-in, but I'm sure we'll figure it out during the meeting. I appreciate you calling me.
So let the record show Chair Grijalva is participating remotely. All board members are present.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are now going to move to the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have to lead us in the pledge, James Devlin, Recreation Program Coordinator from our Department of Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right, we are now going to move to the land acknowledgement statement, and that is going to be offered by Leslie Pike, Manager of Programs and Volunteerism, Diaper Bank of Southern Arizona, and I believe that that is via video.
Hello, my name is Leslie Pike, and I'm the Program Manager at the Arizona Diaper Bank. I'm a resident of Tucson, Arizona for 45 years, and I have loved the Sonoran Desert, living here with its wonderful diversity of people and also the beautiful landscape. Just gorgeous. Arizona Diaper Bank is a nonprofit organization which partners with many other nonprofits across Arizona to provide families diapers, adult incontinence supplies, and period products as well. And we are very happy to be able to do this work in this community where there is so much need. We would like to also say that we are honored to be able to state this land acknowledgement, and I will move right into that. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pascua Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations.
We thank Ms. Pike for recording that land acknowledgement statement, and now I'm going to turn to my colleague Supervisor Christie, who asked for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. I don't see wastewater reclamation manager Jenkins here. Is he here? Jackson? Well, in any event, I want to acknowledge for the second year in a row of wastewater excellence has been awarded to the Green Valley and Mount Lemon treatment plants, which have earned the Platinum Peak Performance Award from the National Association of Clean Water Agencies. Well done, 2 years in a row. My constituents in Mount Lemon and Green Valley appreciate the fine work that this department does, and I wanted to acknowledge their efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're now going to move into pause for pause, and I believe we also have a video for that.
Hi, everybody. My name is Monica Dangler. I am the director here at Pima Animal Care Center. And today for Pause, I wanted to introduce you to my friend, Milo. He's about 5 years old. He came to us as an owner surrender. He lived with kids. He's a really great dog. He knows paw, sit, down. He knows all the things. He's very friendly. He just came to us though. They got a new dog and he just wasn't enjoying that new dog. So Milo came here to pack. He's been here for about 2 months. He got a little upper respiratory infection and now he's all good to go and ready to go home with you. Come down to Pack to meet Milo or one of his great friends. We have hundreds of dogs and cats. So come on down. Adoptions are free. We're open 10 to 5 on the weekends and we're open 12 to 7 on the weekdays. Thanks, you guys. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you to Ms. Dangler for that presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to our clerk, Melissa Manriquez, who is going to read the amendments to the agenda.
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 4, item 14, the county administrator update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. On page 4, item 16, county administrator, it's the sheriff's department over budget for FY 22-23. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. Page 7, item 34, contract and award for justice services, Old Pueblo Community Services Amendment Number 1. This item will be heard at a time certain of 12 p.m. On page 10, item 63, development services. This is unfinished business from June 20th, 2023, the hearing specific plan rezoning. It is the Quail Canyon item. This item requires a supermajority vote by the board, and Vice Chair Scott requests this item be heard after the conclusion of call to the public. And on page 12, item 70, environmental quality. It's unfinished business from June 6th and June 20th, 2023. It is the hearing solid waste fee schedule, ordinance number 2023-11. The county administrator requests this item be removed from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manriquez. And for everybody who is here for the Quail Canyon item, please realize that although we're going to start that hearing immediately after we're done with call to the public, we will likely have to interrupt that hearing at several junctures for those other time certain items. So hunker down, please. At this point, we are going to do a very solemn and very important presentation to the mother and daughter of the late Maria Acedo, longtime employee of the County Assessor's Office. Ms. Lesher is going to join me to make the presentation, but the presentation is actually going to be made and read by our County Assessor, Suzanne Druby. Yes, and I'm sorry, and if the family could please join us. Thank you.
Hello, if we could have the family, all of the family, please stand up and join us. Hello, everybody, and thank you all for being with us today and joining us in recognizing and appreciating Maria. Today we are gathered to honor the memory of Maria Acedo, a dear coworker whom we recently lost. Maria was a valued member of the Pima County team for 25 years. Her unwavering dedication, contagious laughter, and her wit touched the lives of everyone she encountered within Pima County. Her passion for her work was evident in everything she did, and her commitment to her duties was truly inspiring. Maria shone brightest when she became supervisor of our Appeal Services Division. Her incredible ability to lead with her delightful sense of humor made her a beloved figure in the office. She had a special knack for caring for others and brightening the office atmosphere with her infectious laughter and witty jokes. We all enjoyed the melody of music coming from her office. Although Maria is no longer with us, her contributions to our team and the county as a whole will not be forgotten. Today, we would like to recognize her exceptional work and dedication by awarding her mom and daughter and family with her 25-year service award. This award is a testament to Maria's unwavering commitment to excellence that set the high standard for all of us. While it is difficult to accept that Maria is no longer here with us, we take comfort in knowing that Maria's legacy will live on. As we move forward, let us honor Maria's memory by continuing to strive for excellence and embodying the same qualities of kindness, generosity, and dedication that Maria demonstrated. I want to add a little bit to this and just say that Maria was with us for 25 years. She will not be forgotten by our staff. She is so loved. And that's not going to ever go away. Her memory will be with us always. We will always be with you in your grief. We will always be with you in your memories and in your love for Maria. You are part of our family. You are part of the Pima County family forever. Thank you guys for being here. And with that, we would like to present this award. This would have been the anniversary, 25th anniversary for Maria. The assessor staff is all here supporting the family today. And again, I would like to ask if the family would like to say anything at this time. They're welcome to, and you don't have to if you don't want to. We completely understand.
I would just like to say thank you so very much for this award. Maria loved to work here. Loved the people. And more than anything, she just loved serving people. You were exactly right. She embodies kindness, and we miss her every day. We thank you all for acknowledging her. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor Juby and the Acedo family, and thank you to the audience for recognizing Maria for all that she did for Pima County. We're now going to move to call to the public. Citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. I am going to stick with Chair Grijalva's practice of calling 3 speakers at a time so that you can gather up here and that we can expedite the use of this time. Can I ask the clerk, how many total speakers do we have?
Vice Chair Scott, we have 14 for call to the
Okay.
public.
Since we have 14 speakers, that means that each speaker will have 3 minutes. All right. Anastasia Sasakis, Sharon Fickus, and David Hook. In that order.
Good morning, Board. The reason I am here today is I am here to speak out against consideration of the incorporation of Vail. Though I live on the outside of Vail proper, we will not be included as far as Corona de Tucson in the incorporation, but we do have a stake because the schools do reside in our area. And we are also having a problem with the executive board that is in place at this moment. There are too many people that are involved with the school district that have their hands in the pot in this incorporation, including our president of the school board, who is on the executive committee. And the spouse of one of our school board members is also heavily involved and in direction of the guidance of this support. We are against it immensely. One of the reasons is we have a little-known location called New Tucson, which resides right down the road, which Wentworth, which almost turns into Colossal Cave. Some of you that don't live in the area don't know that, but it's a place called New Tucson. They will try to grab that as part of their incorporation as it sits just on the other side of the Tucson border to encompass the schools. Their first order of business, as they have said, is they want to obtain the Del Lago Golf Course. I'm not sure why that's such a focal point, but I think that's absolutely and utterly ridiculous as a first order of business. The second thing is those of us in the outskirts of the Vail Incorporation will suffer additional taxes because we know that they will implement new taxes for the school district should they succeed in incorporating Vail. And they have excluded us completely in this process. We have never been consulted, invited, or informed, and we do not have a say. And we have thousands of residents, and there are new residents moving into our area soon. We have new subdivisions being built, and this is completely wrong that they are allowed to do this. They want to authorize...
To unmute yourself. To unmute, press star 6.
Can I get some time back?
You're unmuted.
I don't know what that is.
Let's take Ms. Sasakis back to the 1 minute point.
1 minute, yeah.
I'm sorry, we're still having problems with Chair Grijalva's connection. I apologize.
That's okay. I appreciate the time back. Thank you. They want to authorize the circulation of a petition for signatures to incorporate Vail. And again, we will not be included in this process, even though the Vail schools have schools that are located within Corona de Tucson. And I also find it interesting that they're running a block party event this weekend on the 15th, hence the urgency to be able to get these petitions approved so they can start getting petitions at this event and going forward, which we disapprove of. And they also want to approve the creation of unincorporated county islands. And we all know there were some speakers here from Inform Vail that had thousands of people that have opted out and want to continue to opt out of this incorporation. In addition to that, Lucretia Free of the Vail Voice had published back at before the last town hall meeting, saying that the town hall was successful and everybody was in favor of the Vail incorporation. And unfortunately for them, that publication came out just hours before the town hall was even scheduled to begin. Needless to say, the residents of Vail and Corona and others that had now become aware of the incorporation effort had realized the scam that was perpetrated on them, and they realized that a lot of these people were not even informed. I find this extremely disrespectful, and I find it extremely disturbing that they are trying to continue on with this despite no notice.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fickus?
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus, a legal resident, American citizen in Pima County, Arizona. It doesn't matter much about who I am, but it matters more about what I want to say. I work with many others who work hard to read your agendas, attend your meetings, and yes, I hear you speaking about things at various times, and you work to shuffle your papers and your lips are moving. But what's most important is your vote. Pima County has just passed 6 months and 12 meetings at the end of June 23. Voting on your agenda and items. Half of the years behind us where you continue to your evil work attempting to destroy Pima County. 634 items have been voted on. 630 passed. That's amazing. A few of you have even whispered that you're moderate Democrats. What the heck is that? Continuing on the July 11 Boss Addendum, you plan to give more money to the illegals, extending a COVID contract. Didn't COVID end? Haven't we had enough of your misinformation? We won't blindly follow you again. You lied to us before, and we are now much wiser. Then there is the 22 election integrity report that you will probably accept today. It hasn't changed, and I'm hard-pressed to refer to it as anything about integrity of anything. Like I said, the only thing that really matters is your vote. I'm working hard, along with others, other concerned Pima County citizens, to remove you from office in 2024. For now, we will continue to watch and evaluate the items, evaluate your voting activities, and we are working further hard to get votes electing a positive change for Tucson and for Mayor Wittenbreaker, Councilman Lem, Councilman Kaplovich, Ernie Shack. Tucson and Pima County both deserve better than what you are providing. Have a great week. Change is coming.
Thank you, Ms. Fickus. Mr. Hook?
Dear Chair Scott and Pima County Board of Supervisors, I am David Hook, and I am the president of Incorporate Vail, Arizona. I live at 13599 East Cienega Creek Drive, and I'm joined with other members of our organization, including Mariko Tippett, who's our vice president, Pam Kelty, who is our treasurer, Jonathan Lowndes, who is a member at large, and many people online. This effort began when many of our members continued to receive requests from the public that our historic, unique, and beautiful community of Vail should be incorporated. Over the last 18 months, we engaged in a thoughtful effort to assess the pros and cons of incorporation. We evaluated the economic feasibility of operating as a town. We solicited the input of the residents of Vail on incorporation and the issues of concern to our community. We've held numerous neighborhood meetings, conducted a third-party poll of our neighbors, and responded to the questions through mailings and countless articles. After much research and discussion, we concluded that it was in the best interest of our community to move forward with the incorporation process and give the people of Vail the opportunity to choose their own future and vote on this important issue. Incorporation is a complex and protracted process. We have carefully and diligently followed the procedures outlined in state statute. Your vote today will move us to the next step in the process, the circulation of petitions to place this question on the November ballot. We have worked with the City of Tucson, the Arizona State Land Department, local residents, and your staff to develop the boundary before you today. It has been a complicated journey. Navigating the needs and requirements of these agencies while providing a boundary that is feasible for the town of Vail has taken great and thoughtful care. While there is no boundary that is perfect for everyone, this is the best one to meet the needs and requirements of all the stakeholders. We would like to give special recognition to the Pima County staff throughout this whole process. They've been very professional. We want to publicly thank them and your leadership in this effort. We would also like to thank our District 4 Supervisor, Mr. Christie, He is very active and engaged in our community. Our desire to incorporate is not a reflection upon the great work that Pima County does for its residents. But as you are aware, some of the challenges that our community faces cannot be met by county government. Incorporation provides the platform to address the unique needs of Vail. The last Pima County incorporation happened in 1994 with the town of Sahuarita. As you can see, this doesn't happen all the time. This is a historic day for us and for you. Once we're incorporated, we look forward to a long and prosperous relationship with the other cities and towns. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hook. Next three speakers in this order, Mohyuddin Abdul Aziz, Kara Bissell, and Keith Van Heinigen.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Mohyuddin Abdul Aziz. I am an immigrant, a Palestinian Arab American. I came to the United States in 1978 and have lived in Pima County in Tucson since then. I am a retired Director of Information Technology at the University of Arizona College of Law and Chief Information Officers of the Arizona State Court of Appeals. I believe that immigration and asylum are human rights issues, and one of the main things that contribute to the greatness of our country. So in the last couple of years since the last election, I was shocked and appalled at the level of racism and hate displayed by political campaigns against immigrants and asylum seekers, and even more outrageous against Mexicans in general. So I thought that it is my duty and responsibility as a citizen not to remain silent and to speak out and organize to help our community stand up and speak out against hate. With other friends, activists, community leaders, and people of conscience, we decided to form Stop the Hate Collective. We developed a pledge of 11 points, among them to speak out against racism and bigotry in all its forms, to focus on the centrality of human rights framework in all policy decisions, to speak out specifically against the attacks on our LGBTQ plus communities, etc. We now have more than 60 organizations, including faith, labor, human rights, environmental communities, and more than 300 individuals who took the pledge and are determined to live the pledge and to vote the pledge. We invite you individually and collectively to join us. Thank you, Supervisor Grijalva, for doing so already, and we wish you well. You can find our pledge and statement and other info on stopthehatecollective.org. Supervisors, thank you very much for all you have done so far to make our community a welcoming, safe, healthy community, and hope you will continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Abdulaziz.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for allowing this opportunity for me. My name is Kara Bissell. I'm speaking on intersectionality. I'm privileged to be president of the local Veterans for Peace chapter, John Miles Chapter 13, Tucson. I know our chapter and U.S. population in general is diverse. We do, however, have intersections. As a conscientious objector, no empire, no war, cause peace through nonviolence. It was not over everyone's view. Unfortunately, in my view, quote, nuclear weapons cannot be used is a partisan statement. Representative Raul Grijalva and 36 other brave U.S. House of Representatives have co-sponsored or sponsored H.R. 77 as of June 30th this year, which supports the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. It is, at this point, partisan. No Republican has co-sponsored or sponsored that resolution. Supporters, excuse me, it is nonetheless, in my view, that it should be co-sponsored by Republicans, and thus calling and demanding Representative Juan Ciscomani should be top on everyone's list, as there has to be some Republican that can be a person to crack the glass ceiling. Everyone has personal choices over body, physical choices, on abortion, the LGBTQIA and their choices. I am a trans woman. The Tier 2 unhoused situation that's been described in various articles in the Daily Star lately of unhoused populations needs to continue to be worked on, and I'm very just happy to see the board's work and the city council's work and the population in general trying to work with the unhoused population. And this kind of intersection has to continue. Stopping apartheid, wherever it is, in Palestine, wherever it is. We know where it started from the end of World War II, but apartheid is apartheid. Sovereignty needs to be respected among nations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Van Heinigen.
Good morning. My name is Keith Van Heinigen, and I have a few things to say today, and I'll just start with a little clip from Adelita.
Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the Sergeant at Arms. Excuse me. If directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. And I would like to make note that there was a lot of talking behind speakers yesterday, and I'd like to ask people to not do that, please. And so we are imposing the new policy that was just approved. And so because we have over 20 speakers, everyone will have 2 minutes.
The point is this. She has threatened us all with physical force up to and including death. These officers are trained how to remove people. If that person gets rowdy, well, it escalates, doesn't it? And that's the tragic point of Adelita Grijalva's way of thinking, but that goes to her dad's way of thinking also. How about these roads? Spending $40 or $50 million in a year doesn't fix anything, Matt Hines. You need to spend $200 million a year for the next 10 years to catch up to where your road should be. The city and county have a $2 billion problem today, minimum. So get real, quit talking about the beggar class that I have to pay for. I They put them in tent cities out in the desert for all I care. It's our money and I'm sick of wasting it. As far as the illegal alien invasion, 35 to 50 million illegals in this country. It's an invasion. The Democrat Party, the mass media, prostitute themselves. Do you see them here? These people who are in control are pushing us towards a Rwanda situation where it will be us versus them. It will lead to a slaughter that you cannot imagine. Thank a Democrat for that, baby.
We're going to go to a speaker who has called in telephonically, who is online, Fabiola Bedoya. Ms. Bedoya, are you connected? Okay. Obviously having some problems with that connection, so we're going to go back to the people who are present. Laura Yakibuchi Paris, Robert Royce, and Jessica Normoyle.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your commitment to our community and for this opportunity to address you. My name is Laura Yakibuchi Paris. As you're all aware, our community has more domestic dogs and cats than Pima Animal Care Center and our local vet network can support. PAC has been beyond capacity for years, and these critical levels have forced PAC to reluctantly euthanize animals. These unsustainable levels put an undue burden on the local community. A significant contributor to the abundance of domestic cats and dogs is for-profit pet stores. These pet stores source their animals from large-scale breeders who practice inhumane and questionable breeding practices, leading to animals with an array of complicated health issues that are often undetectable at the time of purchase and are expensive to treat once discovered. According to Senior Director John Goodwin of the Humane Society of the United States, some pet stores have reported 80% of the puppies they sell that are financed. Unsuspecting consumers, your constituents, my fellow community members are often encouraged to enter into finance agreements with extremely high interest rates and hidden fees that they frequently cannot afford. This, coupled with unanticipated veterinary expenses, can be financially crippling. I stand before you respectfully and request your consideration and to support a measure similar to those that have been enacted in California to prohibit offering consumer loans for the purchase of domestic cats and dogs, with the exception of service animals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Royce?
My name's Robert Royce. As a City of Tucson resident, I support the Vail effort, the citizens of Vail's effort to incorporate, for one reason, because when they do, they become responsible for their own public safety. Right now, the City of Tucson finances its police department with a sales tax, and the Pima County charges, they're financing everything with a property tax. So as a City of Tucson resident, I am paying for my police protection with the sales tax, and then all of us City of Tucson residents are paying half of the Pima County Sheriff's Department expenses, which we rarely use. This is inherently unfair. No one even acknowledges the problem except me. My Pima County sales tax, Sharon, you've heard this and maybe you, Steve, My Pima County sales tax, property tax reform measure will fix the problem by levying a countywide sales tax payable to the entity where it is collected, the same 2.6% that the city of Tucson collects to finance their police department, to finance our police department and other city services. What we're talking about is people in the foothills are not paying sales tax on their luxury restaurants, the liquor they buy, the medical or the pot dispensaries. It's a totally uneven playing field where we pay a sales tax in the city, but we don't in the county. The sheriff wants a penny levied on everybody, including the city of Tucson residents for the new county jail, and I cannot support that. My Pima County, city of Tucson sales tax, property tax reform measure, which will reserve 75% of the new revenue to lower property taxes across Pima County, will fix the situation. And I will be featuring that along with my textbook Jeffersonian approach to financial responsibility when I run for my District 1 supervisor seat next year. Because only I can fix the problem. Only I have the imagination to even diagnose the problem, let alone have a solution. So I need to be sitting in your seat, sir, so I can I can lobby the legislature for enablement to enact a countywide sales tax, which will restore equity to our tax system in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Royce. Jessica Normoyle.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Normoyle. I'm the Director of Operations for JobPath. Later this morning, you'll be voting on JobPath's contracts for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. So I wanted to take this opportunity to go over some of the highlights from this last year.
Pardon me, can you move the microphone closer?
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This year, we served 670 participants in Pima County. 185 of those participants graduated and are either currently employed or currently looking for employment in the county. Throughout the last year, we've continued to work closely with local employers to ensure our programs align with their labor needs and that JobPath participants are highly qualified and meet employer expectations. Our Workforce Readiness Program, which we launched during the 21-22 fiscal year, is foundational to our goal of building a better workforce. Our Workforce Readiness Manager and her Workforce Readiness coaches focus on building relationships with employers and helping participants develop essential non-technical skills like conflict management, professional communication, and problem solving. Over the last year, we've identified and created a variety of resources, including workshops, one-on-one sessions with our workforce readiness coaches, and online modules to help our participants develop those non-technical skills. All of our graduates and the industry partners who have hired them have benefited from those services. Our continued ability to provide services at the level we've established over the last 2 years is dependent on our continued funding. The ARPA funds we've received and hope to continue receiving through 2024 have been key C funding in our expansion, allowing us to hire and support the staff needed and invest in this infrastructure that has enabled this growth. While ARPA funds have been foundational in JobPath's growth, we are focused on what comes after ARPA. We are building relationships with counterparts in Pima and the surrounding counties, and enhancing relationships with educational and employer partners to strengthen competitiveness in identifying and obtaining sustainable funding sources. For example, employers like TEP, TMC, and Ascent Aviation have stepped up to invest in our local workforce with significant gifts and support for JobPath's programming. While we're not waiting until ARPA funds have expired to diversify our funding source, I do want to emphasize the importance of our close relationship with the county. As I've already stated, the funding we've received has been foundational in supporting JobPath's growth and has allowed us to focus 100% on supporting adults in our community. Thank you for this time. I will be here in case you have any questions when we're going over the contract this morning. And as always, don't hesitate to reach out if questions come up at any point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to ask everybody who is standing in the back, especially the gentleman who is standing in front of that window, to have a seat. Thank you. And the 3 people in the back. Thank you very much. Our next 3 speakers in this order, Gisela Aaron, Dave Smith, Janet Newstetter.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron. I would like to talk about Agenda Item 59, the Arizona Department of Health Services receiving a grant of $1 million for the next 5 years. I'm against this because why would Pima County subvert millions of taxes and use it for the invasion at our border? I'm saying stop the human trafficking. This is basically what you're doing. Remember, you pledged an oath of office, Article 2, Section 2. Reminder, in 2019, Pima County taxpayers have said no to Sanctuary City. And this is a defeated proposition, yet you are going ahead with it anyway, totally disregarding your voters. As predicted, crime has risen. We're on the FBI's list number 10 of most dangerous cities, and you could decide to stop this human trafficking, shut it down, reject the grant money, close the border, do not further participate, please. Otherwise, you are violating Article 3, Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution by committing treason. Specifically, you are aiding and abetting our enemy, the Mexican cartel, by feeding and housing their victims, and you are transporting them around the country, and you'd be essentially assisting the cartel in human trafficking. You are freeing them up to distribute drugs such as fentanyl. Chemical compounds came from China, our enemy. Again, they and you would be killing more than 100,000 Americans per year. Second, regarding the 5G cell tower, you have been notified to cease and desist all 5G cell tower and small wireless telecom franchise until further notice. You've been asked to meet with us and to find a common solution like fiber to the premise. You have not acted in good faith, and you've ignored the people that allowed you to act on our behalf as trustees. You have ignored us, you have not protected our properties. Their values are going down 20% automatically when a cell phone tower is nearby. You have not protected our children. Every tower is near a school. You are pursuing and obtaining, you have not pursued our safety. You're not helping our safety, happiness, and our privacy. Regarding the EIC, addendum item number 4, you're completely ignoring the Pima County EIC that's supposed to give you advice. For example, the runback shall adhere to state and federal laws. If their machines and devices, program software, and chips are being used here, they should comply with ARS 16442.
Thank you, Ms. Aaron. Your time is concluded.
As well as the FCR.
Ms. Aaron, your time has concluded.
Good morning, board.
Point of
Jan.
Chair Scott.
Rex, you ready?
Yeah.
Oh.
Supervisor Hines, I think we do that at the end.
No, at point of order, I believe we have more than 20 speakers requested now.
I think we have right at 20. So I'm going to ask my colleagues, since we're right at 20, are you okay with everybody staying at 3 minutes? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Good morning. I just want to bring up a couple issues here regarding why we have these open public meetings where people can talk to you, because what I see constantly is ignoring unintended consequences. I know much of the legislative actions you do are reacting to a particular problem, an issue, or otherwise a budgetary concern. in the area of housing, we have to make sure, again, that we also are preserving the rights of those citizens that live in their own houses and live in their own manner and need to be protected. They need safety and security. They need a sheriff's department that's fully funded. We need a custodial area that doesn't have deaths constantly occurring. We need to make sure that that's taken care of. We have issues regarding, for instance, the homeless. And the issue that we all know from having been a street cop here, the first thing you discover, it's not like your sociology class. It's not an academic exercise. It's a real life problem. And the unintended consequence of just treating the system is that it aggravates the problem at a deeper level. And what I challenge you as legislators is to look at that second order problems. Yes, there are long-term solutions, but we're in a short-term crisis. So I want you guys to think in terms of exigency, think in terms of this is a crisis, let's deal with it. The maintenance, our roads, these are all things that need to be critical issues in your mind. And I ask you to think about it, deliberate it, and again, listen. So much of what's being said is concerned by people who don't hate. This new trend to accuse those you don't agree with of hate is un-American.
Mr. Smith, pardon me for interrupting. Remember that you're addressing the board.
Okay, I am addressing the board, and I want you to take into that account. We present these ideas to give you options to think about the unintended consequences, to think deeper than just the initial order problem. And that's what I'm begging you to do. Think about that. You know, in this last minute, all I ask you to say is, okay, we got water issues, we have maintenance issues, we have roadway issues, we have crime issues. These all have to be priority. I had hoped that the sound of freedom would trigger in everybody understanding what our real concerns about in this massive influx of people is that people are being victimized. All you have to do is look in the eyes of these children as they're waiting at the airport to fly, the vacancy, the tragedy in their eyes, to realize they're part of the victimization of this. And we need to think about in terms of short-term immediate solutions as well as long-term solutions. So what I challenge you to do today, guys, is just think about that unintended consequence. Think about what is the second order level, third order level of consequence for our actions, and husband our resources properly. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Janet Newstetter, and I have a couple of issues to talk about today. Two of them are sort of in together with Agenda Item 11 and Agenda Item 13 regarding smart cities and this grant for the middle mile fiber optic ring. I'd like to be on record that anything that has to do with confining citizens to a small area and not letting them out of that citizen area is unconstitutional, I would think at best. So I want to be on record with a strong objection to anything that has to do with a smart city. For Agenda Item 13, the Department of Water Resources, I'm not sure, Dr. Hines, what your expertise is in getting into the water industry, but I'd like to say that we are not, again, looking at restricting any water in a desert where we're already having trouble. I'm personally a functional medicine health coach. My interest is health. So I'd like to focus my last part on the Agenda Item 13, Pima County wanting to extend a contract through the end of the year to continue to target racial and ethnic groups and those living in rural communities for COVID-19 prevention. So somebody had said COVID's over. It's not over. People are dying. People are dying every day, and they're dying because they had a vaccine, whether you like to hear it or not. I'd like to show you this study that we had that came out this week, a systematic review of autopsy finding and deaths after the COVID vaccination. Researchers reviewed 678 individual studies, 678 studies, all published autopsy reports that they could find, collapsing those into 44 papers describing 325 autopsies and one tissue study. To make the final cut, the three physicians independently reviewed each death to determine whether it would have been, quote, safe and effective COVID vaccine that killed the patient. Of those 325 cases, 73.9% were determined to be result of the vaccine. Guys, you got to get on front of this. People are dying. You go to bed at night and you search your conscience, Dr. Hines, while you're looking at your phone. Think about that. People are dying.
The next three speakers in this order: Mike Helen, Roger Score, Patricia Hirsch.
Good morning. My name is Mike Helen. I'm here to discuss the proposed changes to Merit System Rule 14 under item 24. I chair the Pima County Merit Commission. I also chair the Pima County Law Enforcement Merit System Council. Both hear appeals of personnel actions filed by Pima County employees, but they are two separate entities governed by different state laws. The law is silent about the standards of evidence for the commission. Those standards are established by the board, which is why we're here today. ARS 41-1830, however, specifically authorizes the council to establish its own policies and procedures. And even though they operate under separate legal authority, the standards are currently the same for both the commission and the council, because we believe that all county employees should have the same rights and be treated equally. The council hears appeals filed by the sheriff deputies. The commission hears all other appeals, including corrections officers. If this proposal is approved, nothing will change for the deputies, but all other county employees will lose their right to an independent review of disciplinary actions. The proposal is predicated on a false premise that the Merit Commissions usurped the board's policymaking authority. That's not what happened. The policy was adopted in November 2021. At that time, there was no way the board could have anticipated the legislature's future actions. By the time the commission held its first corrections officer hearing in May of 2022, it was fully aware of the legislation and obligated to take it into consideration. The only question was the law's effective date. In other words, because of the timing of events, the commission knew what the board could not have known, that as of a certain date in September, the policy adopted by the Board of Supervisors would become unlawful and unenforceable. In fact, in recognition of that, the board itself repealed the policy a few days before the law took effect. By suspending the corrections officers without back pay for the duration of the policy's legal effect, the commission, in fact, upheld the board's policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Helen. Mr. Score.
Good morning, Supervisors. I just returned from 10 days in Boston, Massachusetts, where our country started, where people had free speech, where our country actually went to war over a tax on tea. You look at what you're doing now. We can't even own property. We rent it from Pima County. We hear people talk about, we got to stop hate. But yet you're selective in your hate. You hate a police officer that shoots a criminal robbing a store because he's black, but you support Congress, who shuts down Candace Owens because she don't speak what you want spoken. You're mad that so many people are showing up here to speak out, but you continue with the policies they come here to speak out about. As you work for the king, we want to speak out. Working for the king didn't work out too well a couple 100 years ago. The people rose up and put a stop to it by bringing all these criminals into Pima County. You're supporting the sex trafficking. You're supporting the violence. I went to Boston. I could actually walk out in the middle of a city at night. I was safe. People ran stop signs. I asked the police officer, Don't they stop for stop signs here? He goes, no harm, no foul. If they hit somebody, they'll get a ticket. But there was no accidents. People live freer in Boston, Massachusetts than they do in Pima County. But yet, you sit up here and you cry for rights. What right are you crying for? Your agenda? Is that what you're pushing for? I call it the unspeakable truth, that you have truths that we're not allowed to say. That's what you hate. You hate the facts we present. And the people you work for do not allow you to change your opinion. Like a little wooden puppet, you move as you're told. And even though the wind blows, you know not to turn your head or say anything against what you're told to say. Thank you.
Lisa Van Gelderen. Oh, I'm sorry, I went out of order. It's Patricia Hirsch who is next. My apologies, Lisa.
Hi. I've had the pleasure of being in the audience before, but it's a real privilege. I say, I've had a pleasure of being in the audience before, and it's a real pleasure all the time to say that I admire you all for being here, and all of you also for being here. I'd like to start out my talk by saying God bless America. And I'm just going to tell you an experience two experiences that I've had. I've dropped in at the same friendly discount department store, and the last 2 times I've been in there have been skips. People ran off. The first time I was standing there, and this poor fella, he looked more like a frightened bird in a cage, ran by me, and he was covered with tattoos, and I thought, gee, that poor guy. The next thing I knew, the 2 store guards were running past me saying, excuse me, ma'am. Half an hour later, the store just went back to normal, like nothing happened. And I thought to myself, where is the love for this poor victim, the one who skipped? He is so desperately in need of help, and it is called mental health help. We are a sad society, and we're all angry, and we have been for ages. I am here to beg you to address mental health more thoroughly through the health department, and I'm here to help you. I'm here to be another supervisor. I would like to supervise this effort about getting us healthy so we're not shooting each other up. So, I'll close with this little poem. Everyone here can search their own souls. I don't know. Oh, we don't have time? Oh, I have a minute left.
That's your 1 minute.
Okay, I don't know who wrote it. I bought it at a thrift store in Marin County in California 30 years ago, and I just took it off the wall because we're told we can't talk about the Bible. And here we go. I, with an eager zest, queried, what is best? Logic, said the lawyer. Knowledge, answered sage. Age. Glory, said the soldier. Wisdom, said the sage. Freedom, said the dreamer. Beauty, said the girl. Power, said the schemer. Money, said the churl. Honor, said the noble. Pleasure, said the fool. Ah, said I, they've learned their lessons in a narrow school. For far outweighing all the rest, love is best. Let us be leaders who love all of our citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Hirsch.
Downtrodden ones especially.
Thank you.
Love you guys.
All right. Our next 3 speakers in this order, Lisa Van Gelderen, Raf Polo, Diane Smith.
Should go to the clerk.
Supervisors. Hi, it's actually Vaughn Geldern.
My apologies.
That's okay. I get called all kinds of things, and my maiden name wasn't much easier, so. I'd like to thank Roger Dean. I'm from Boston. I have grown up steeped in Revolutionary history, and my daughters actually both attend college there, and they walk home late at night from their jobs, and I'm grateful that the Irish cops there keep law and order. I just handed off some articles to all of you. You are trying to put in a smart city, and I'm going to tell you right now that the idea of smart has not been proven. It's a theory, just like global warming. And actually, there is no scientific evidence that using smart methods for making decisions actually results in what you want it to result in. It's very dangerous, okay? It's a theoretical framework without any empirical evidence. You're experimenting, like with the EUA shot, on all of us. And I'm telling you to stop, because you work for us. We don't work for you. You are working for us, and you should respect us. This 3-minute bullshit, excuse my language.
Ms. Von Geldern, you cannot swear.
Okay, well, this 3-minute thing, when people come to talk to you, we have a right to redress our grievances, and you're taking that right away. It's inappropriate. You too, Mr. Christie, you know it. I just handed off 3 articles. One was just in the Wall Street Journal about the lie of how we're so hot and global warming. I also handed off some other materials. One of them, the last one, is a Substack article. The fact of the matter is carbon, methane, and nitrogen are necessary for life on this planet. One of the articles points out that we have the lowest levels of carbon in a millennia. It's necessary for plant growth and human life that we have carbon. And all this net zero stuff is going to net zero all of us, and not just us, but all of you and your children. This is insanity. Following this because you're getting paid off by the federal dollars or big corporations is absolute insanity. And you represent us, not them. You are supposed to represent our interests first. And I am begging you, in light of the evidence that I have presented, and I am willing to meet with any of you at any time and present more evidence. And doctor, I went to med school too. I know all about how to read articles on PubMed, to know about the efficacy, and I know about what's going on with VAERS and with the experimental shots. I advise you not to take the flu vaccine anymore. They're trying to mandate that now. God knows what's in it. So, I am begging you to do your duty, which is to represent us, the people, and to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Polo.
My name is Raf Polo, and I love the United States of America. I came to the U.S. in 1961, had just turned 11 years old. Left a communist country under the Peter Pan Project that was created by the Catholic Church and the State Department that allowed kids 18 and under to travel to the United States. They could land in a Catholic orphanage by an American family that would take them in, and I was very lucky. I ended up with my aunt in New York. I didn't speak the language. I didn't know the culture. I had friends like Tony, Sal, a lot of Italian friends, a lot of Irish friends. Until I joined the Navy, I thought that was all that was in the United States, Irish and Italians. I wanted to be part of the melting pot. I wanted to be part of the melting pot that all of you around here, besides me, your ancestors were part of it. I wanted to defend the country that gave me the freedom, my freedom back. So I joined the Navy. I did 20 years, retired as a commander, traveled all over the world, including the Arctic Ocean, and lived in Peru when I was attending the Peruvian Naval War College, and in Brazil when I was the assistant naval attaché. For those who think that there's hate in the United States, I encourage you to travel to any other place in the world and see what it feels like. And if there's hate in the United States, well, maybe you brought it in from wherever you came from. I'm an American. I was born in Cuba. I still love my culture, my language, but I am an American, and until the day I die, I'm going to be defending it. Following my retirement from the Navy, I joined the intelligence community. Did that for 14 years until the intelligence community went woke and I put in my retirement early. I beg you, if you don't like what you see here in the United States, move. Go someplace else. Thank you.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you very much. And sir, thank you for your service. Appreciate that. I'm here in case you have your head down. I am against the incorporation of Vail, Arizona. We moved there 29 years ago last February. We moved there to raise our 6 kids in a rural community where we could raise animals. My kids could ride their bikes. I could ride my horse outside the gate. And just to be away from the traffic and the nonsense that goes on in the large cities. I was willing, because I moved out there, I knew it was 30 minutes to the local grocery store. I knew it was 30 minutes to the library. I knew it was 30 minutes to a park. I knew the closest pool was 30 minutes. I moved out there knowing and committing to that drive. With that idea, I'm a little irritated at people who move out there to the rural community and want to have their luxuries and everything close by. And I'm not saying I don't take advantage of what's out there right now. I do. But I would still be willing to drive that 30 minutes and pay, even with the gas, $5 a gallon. I'm against incorporation because it means more property taxes. I'm against incorporation because it means sales taxes, additional sales taxes. I'm against incorporation because it means more bureaucracy, more hoops to jump through to do whatever it is we want to do. I love Pima County. I know there's some screwy things going on there, but it has been a good place for me, and everything that I've needed, it has provided. I'm willing to live on a dirt road, but the sheriff department has always been there when we've needed them, and I appreciate you guys. I believe that Incorporate Vail has been very disingenuous with their information. They sent out an article in the Vail Voice about a meeting that had not happened yet. They had time to write it, to submit it, to mail it before that meeting happened. And that, to me, is a big signal that we do not want what they are providing. In the 29 years that I have been out there, well, I already said that. Sorry, I wrote this really quickly. I actually think the service that is provided by the sheriff's department, by the volunteer fire departments that are out there, or whatever fire department district you are in, is better than what I hate to say that. It's not better, but it is at least as good as what is provided in Tucson. And another concern I have is the water situation that we have. I don't see how bringing more industry, more people out in that area is going to help us out at all. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our final 3 speakers in this order, Paul Rubin, Michael Thompson, and Rose, I think it's Gumner, but if I'm misreading your writing, you'll correct me when you come up.
Hello, yes, my name is Paul Rubin. I am one of the County Merit Commissioners. I want to speak about agenda number 24. This was proposed to change how the board hears cases for county employees who have been disciplined. I think it's a serious mistake. It's kind of undoing the whole purpose of the board. I think is a direct result of the case that the county lost the appeal on regarding the termination of employees who refused to go for the COVID test. I certainly supported the right, and the county was correct in not allowing employees to continue to work who dealt with the public. But we didn't return those, we didn't say those people deserve back pay. All we are saying is once that was no longer in effect, they should have the right to at least return to work. That, as former employees. In fact, there was a great need for correction officers in the jails. There's been a real shortage. So I think it's a big mistake if, in fact, the board approves this agenda number 24 to change how the commission is able to hear cases. Thank you.
Hello. I'm here to talk to you guys about Civil Air Patrol. You guys have 2 planes that you need to give away or sell or whatever. And Civil Air Patrol is something that I did here at Squadron 111. And it's good for the youth. It's good for the community. We even take doctors to teach these kids how to help people in an emergency situation. So Civil Air Patrol is an auxiliary United States Air Force. Volunteer members, Civil Air Patrol is the official civil auxiliary of the U.S. Air Force, is a humanitarian educational nonprofit organization. CAP serves thousands of communities across America via 3 congressionally chartered missions: aerospace education, cadet programs, and emergency services. More than 64,000 volunteers who share the love of aviation and community service perform missions for America every day through CAP. Our schools need this. We're a space city, right? We're a rocket town. We have all these professors at the U of A. We're going to do Cyrus Rex. These kids can learn from all of these groups here, and we can stop kids from going to parks and doing things they shouldn't do. We can help these children, and that's what we're here to do. So I encourage everyone to go to gocivilairpatrol.com and go take a look. Last thing I want to tell you, my mother died not too long ago, and she said this: I open myself to thoughts that will bring me closer to the person I wish to be. A person who wishes to experience and share kindness, openness, caring, hope, acceptance, sharing, support, empowerment, abundance, inspiration, laughter, compassion, spirituality, healing, peace, love, joy, service. I will have a great day. I will live simply. I will love generously, care deeply, speak kindly. I will be kinder than necessary to everyone I meet in fighting some kind of battle. It is good to become infected with smiles, joy, and laughter, sharing these with whoever I think of or happen to meet. I ask for help from my higher self and higher being who work with me everything I do. Today, joy fills me and I am excited about living my life. I make inspired, heartfelt choices rooted in freedom of divine love and guided by white light in my thoughts, words, and actions. My prayer to everyone: I will honor you in love and light that dwells within me. Peace be with each of us, knowing that there is always work in progress needing to be hurting and love. I'm sorry. So that was hard, but I hope you guys get me.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Hi, my name is Rosalie Tierney Gamore. Often mispronounced. I am a retired professor of nursing from the University of Texas Health Science Center. I have a double master's in public health and nursing in the community. I wrote a thesis on child trafficking back in graduate school, which has only gotten worse. I want to address the issues that it's considered racism when we feel we shouldn't have open borders. It's not racism. We all came from immigration families. However, what we're objecting to, and myself especially, is as they come in illegally, they bring diseases that we've eradicated, diseases we've never been exposed to. We've already seen polio pop up. We haven't had that here since we eradicated it. There are diseases in these countries that the people have adapted to, but we don't. We have an enormous amount of compromised people. Geriatrics, cancer survivors, premature infants, children with respiratory issues, and this is just unacceptable. If they come through legally, I think it's great. I will embrace any immigration. But it is not racism when we say we want control. I also ask, what happened to the 84,000 women and children that we've lost? Have we lost them? The United States is the largest. I am so embarrassed. The United States is considered the largest child trafficking organization in the world. Why are we lining the pockets of the cartel? The business from child trafficking is bringing in greater revenue to the cartel than the fentanyl that is killing all of our children. I've worked as a missionary in every third world possible. I have seen what goes on. And I'm terrified that's going to happen to our society, our children. It's not racism, it's our love of country, public health, and let's do it the right way. We're entitled to that, and we've asked you to work for us. I am a resident of Tucson, of Arizona, and I reside in Tucson. I beg you to really think of what we're doing. It's not racism. It's protecting our children, and it's asking for a healthy environment of which we are all entitled to, and to work together, and to abolish the child and women trafficking. Imagine if it was one of your children. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm now going to call on my colleagues to see if any of them would like to respond to any of the speakers, or to call on staff to follow up on any matter that was brought up by any of the speakers. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. On the item with regard to Vail Incorporation, just something I'd like staff to research. I believe, if I heard this correctly, the concern from the individual was potential for not having any say in that process, and then taxation for the school district, like they would be, I don't know, taxed for the schools and not able to provide. If we could get a little clarity on that, and that would be really helpful. If we as a board are even legally able to prohibit financing of pets, that feels like a legislative action to me, but I would like to have that clarified as well. And those are the points that I wanted to ask about.
Thank you, Supervisor. Anybody else? All right. Well, at this point then, are we going to do that? We could do that quickly, sure. Why don't we, before we start the hearing, very quickly move to approval of the consent calendar?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
I do have one question on the consent.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Bronson moved approval. I will second that, but go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. There is under finance and risk management, there is a duplicate warrant for ratification. Apparently this comes under the auspices of misplaced or lost payments in the form of checks. One in particular is to Jot Red Roof Properties for $343,616. Why is this warrant being issued?
County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie. It was money owed. It's green on this side. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Christie, this was funds that were owed to the organization under a contractual agreement with the county. Like many of the other organizations that are listed here, they did not receive the check, and we were obligated to provide a new check if approved by the board.
And these checks, are they representative of the Red Roof Inn or the Comfort Suites or both or none?
It's Red Roof Properties is the entity that owns the various hotels, so.
And does it
it's the
represent
umbrella. 1
month or 2? How many payments is
I
this?
believe it's 1 month. It's one check, one payment, 1 month. I'm happy to get you that information if you want to.
They misplaced or we missent a check to the Red Roof Jot Properties for $343,000, and this represents 1 month of the rental lease agreement we have with all of their properties?
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, again, I don't have that. I believe that it's a monthly payment. If I'm happy to get you that information and provide it. These are, again, you see Banner Health, Compass, there are any variety of organizations to which we provide a duplicate warrant.
If you could get clarity on
Fine.
that, I'd appreciate it.
Will
Thank
do.
you, Vice Chair.
Any other comments about the consent agenda?
Supervisor Scott?
Go ahead, Chair Grijalva.
Adelita.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to consider item 10 separate, if we could.
We can do that. And
I'll
then-
withdraw my motion then.
Okay, so let's move for approval of all items on the consent agenda other than item number 10.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Would this be an appropriate time to ask a question on item 12 then?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, great. May I do that?
Please.
Okay, so I believe that we have.
Is your mic on, Supervisor?
I think so. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
We are on the consent, correct?
Correct.
Yes,
This is on the consent item, yep. On item 12, Judge Pro Tempore appointments, I believe we have JP Erica Cornejo here, and I was just hoping to ask a quick question of.
So you go right ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. If you would be so kind, thank you, is to approach. Just curious, I know we approved a list of names at our last meeting, and there are 3 more today. I was just curious, what kind of process that you have in terms of deciding who should be or shouldn't be a judge pro tem? How does that work? And do you have any concerns about what we did last time that we were here? And sorry, we didn't have a chance to speak with you. You were waiting for a while. And also the 3 names today, just curious about the process. I think if there's a committee or a commission that reviews them and then you all vote or something, I was just curious how that works and if you had any comment.
Well, so first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here today to answer your questions. The process that we recently created with regards to nominating names to the pro tem bench was we had a committee of 5 judges and staff members who reviewed names that were put forward, nominated by either judges or were as a result of our advertising efforts. We looked at their resumes and a letter of interest and interviewed them and then made recommendations to the full bench. The full bench then voted on the names, whether to pass them forward or not, to the presiding judge of Pima County, Judge Bergen. And then Judge Bergen created a list based upon our voted recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, which I believe you voted on last time. My apologies, sir. I wasn't aware that 3 additional names were given today.
Just as a point of clarification, the 3 additional names are for pro tem judges for the Superior Court, not for Justice Court.
All right, thank you. That makes more sense. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
Just did you have any concerns about the names that were forwarded to us that we passed last time, approved last time?
Well, there was one name that was put forward by Judge Bergen that was not put on the list by the full bench. That was Maria Felix. And there was an asterisk to her name that she was only allowed to hear certain cases. I think that was the only irregularity.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Judge Cornejo. And I just would like to ask our friend Sheriff Nanos and the folks in the back if you could move away from the glass, because the clerk employee back there needs that access. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, before I excuse myself, were there any other questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Judge Cornejo. All right, so we're going to vote now on approval of all items on the consent agenda other than item number 10. Let's just do a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Now we'll move to consideration of item number 10. And Chair Grijalva, you asked us to consider this separately, so I'll recognize you at this time.
Well, I'll make a motion so we can have.
You know what? Thank you. You can tell us this is my first meeting, Supervisor Bronson. Thank you very much. I will second your motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to be able to vote no or recuse myself on this item. There are a few people that have come before me that I don't think represent our community very well, and I just didn't want to endorse that with an appointment.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Let's do a voice vote on this then as well. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
All right. Thank you. Item is approved 4-1 with Chair Grijalva voting in opposition. We are now going to move to item number 63. But I want to remind everybody that we have some time certain items at 11 and 11:30 and noon. So we're definitely going to be having to leave this hearing and come back to that. I also want to point out to everybody, we have a significant number of speakers for this item. And I understand the reason why, because this proposal is for possible development within District 1. I know my staff and I have been engaged with this issue for over a year, and there are a lot of people here who have been waiting until today to speak. So I'm going to give you the time that you are entitled to, which is 3 minutes. But I ask you, if you are hearing people who came before you who are making similar arguments, to not repeat yourselves out of respect for everybody's time during this. We will begin with a presentation from the applicant's representative, Mr. Juniman.
Vice Chair Scott, members of the board, I'm Rory Juneman. I represent Matthew Firth. His company owns the property that's a subject of this rezoning. I do want to start off by thanking you all and your staffs for the time that you've put in. I know this has drawn a lot of interest. I think it's a very important case, and I know that comes with a lot of time and energy from your staff and from county staff as well, so we really appreciate that. I say this is an important case because it directly impacts one of our region's biggest issues, which is a lack of housing. We're easily short thousands, if not tens of thousands of housing units, and the reasons are pretty easy to see. And do I have a clicker? I didn't know if I could get a clicker or I can just... You know what? Can I just tell the person to advance it? All right. Could you go to the first slide? All right. Perfect. So on this slide, there's two charts. On the left is the population growth from 2010 to 2020, and you see that Pima County grew about 9.8%. On the right is a chart that shows the amount of housing that's been built per decade. In that decade, that same decade where we grew almost 10%, we had the lowest percentage of housing, and that's directly related to the Great Recession. After the Great Recession, home building basically stopped for most of that decade and never really caught up. Please, next slide. So the result is pretty simple. It's basic supply and demand. You had more people, less houses, so by the end of that decade, our housing prices started to go up. Rent started to increase, home values started to increase. And that's still happening up until really this year. And if we don't build more housing units, I think it's going to continue. So the only way to get out of that is to build more units. And that makes rezoning cases like this one very important, especially if they're good projects. It's imperative that we approve those projects. Now, I'm not saying that you approve a bad project. What I'm saying is the county has processes in place to evaluate projects to make sure that they're good projects. Staff has extensive reviews. You have a planning and zoning commission that does a thorough review and recommends approval. And that's where I want to come back to this case. In this case, we have full staff support. We have a P&Z recommendation for approval 7-2. And the reason that we got that support from both of those groups is that this is a good project, and the facts really bear that out. So I'm going to go through a few slides at a very high level. If you have any questions about any of them during or after the presentation, please stop me. But if you go to the next slide, I want to start off with the comp plan. We designed this project to model after Pima Prospers, what Pima Prospers says is appropriate for this property and the policies that are in place. This includes, on this slide, our projects in the diagonal lined area. You see there's a pink area. That's where Pima Prosper says high-density residential is appropriate, and that's where we've put our apartments. On the yellow parts of our project, Pima Prosper says if you preserve 60% open space, then you can have up to 4 residents per acre. We have about 2.5 residents per acre in that area. So we've followed Pima Prosper's, the land plans. We've followed their policies. The policies basically say, put carefully thought out housing next to existing housing, but make it a little bit more dense, and that's what we've done. Next slide, please. So traffic is always a concern in a rezoning case, but this property is pretty unique in that we're next to Oracle, we're next to Rudisill, and both of those roads have excess capacity. Oracle's at about 68% capacity now. With our project, it would be about 77%. Rudisill's only at 24% capacity. So both of these roads can handle the traffic that we're going to be putting onto them. In addition, we've got traffic improvements that we'll be doing, lane extensions, things like that, that will also ensure that our project will not negatively impact the area. But the roads around us can handle this project. All right, next slide, please. Drainage is always a concern also. Our site is very unique in that we're in a canyon. We're about 40 to 50 feet below the properties to our east, to our north, and to our west. When it rains, all that the rain is going to come down onto our property. Water does not go uphill, so it's physically impossible to have a negative impact on the drainage of those properties that are right next to us. Now, we have to handle that rain that's coming down. We've got to handle the rain and the stormwater that's coming down the wash, but we've worked extensively with the flood control district. They are fully supportive of our plan, and when we get to the point of development, we'll have to create plans and show and work with flood control district that we're not going to negatively impact those properties to our south. But the fact is, we're set low, and we will not have any impact. It's impossible for us to have any impact on the properties that are right around us. All right, next slide, please. Again, we're down in a canyon, so we will not have any negative impacts on view sheds. This is a slide that shows the current properties on the right, looking over our proposed homes. As you can see, the view sheds go right over us. Next slide, please. And then on the north, where we have apartments that are 3 stories, it's the same. We are not impacting anybody's views. Next slide. Setbacks are similar, again, because of our topography and the way the buildings are laid out. We will, at the closest building that we will build to an existing home is at about 128 feet, and most of them will be 200 feet away on our south, where we're doing our single family next to existing single family. On our north, the closest that our apartment buildings will be to an existing home is 480 feet, and then it goes up from there. So this site is really kind of ideally situated to not build buildings close to existing buildings. Now, is this normal? No. If you could go to the next slide. when we looked up and down the Oracle corridor, the norm for apartment buildings next to existing single-family homes is that they're right next to each other. We found 13 examples of that in the city, in Pima County, and Oro Valley. So this site, because of its topography, because of the way it's laid out, is really uniquely situated to reduce impacts on our future neighbors. All right, next slide, please. One of the other advantages of this property is this is a golf course that was built in the mid-60s. At that time, there weren't environmental regulations. The golf course basically built right through the wash. On this exhibit, you'll see the tan areas are where the golf course has been disturbed. You'll see two light blue lines. That's the wash that's running through our property. So the golf course built right through that wash. Next slide, please. So our project is in the darker gray areas. One section's on the north, one section's on the south, but you see that we are completely staying out of the wash. We are the only thing that we'll put in that wash is a few bridge piers so a bridge can be built over the wash from our south to Oracle. Other than that, we're not touching the wash. What we are doing, though, is revegetating 6.5 acres of the area that was previously disturbed by the golf course. A lot of that is going to be in the wash. So at the end of the day, we're not only not building in the wash, we're going to be revegetating a significant portion of that wash. And that's why, one of the reasons why, Flood Control District is very supportive of this project. Next slide, please. So we've worked a lot with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. Early on, we knew that they were going to have interest in this case because of the wash running through our project. But we did work that sort of expanded beyond that. We talked a lot about water conservation. Water's deservedly so a hot issue right now. So we wanted to make sure that we included water conservation measures in our project that we think are actually going to be a model for future projects. EPA WaterSense fixtures, the city of Tucson actually just adopted this as a building code requirement. We see some of these other things being future things that other projects will adopt, and maybe even the county will change in their zoning and building codes. Next slide, please. We worked a lot with the coalition on protecting the Pima Wash as it's about 250 to 300 feet as it goes through our project. That's a significant wildlife corridor, and so we worked with the coalition on elements of our zoning that would help protect that as a wildlife corridor. And then finally, next slide, please. We worked on some various other items, environmental designs, EV charging, covered parking, things like that they thought important, and we're rather excited about these things because, again, I think these will be elements that other projects will build off of in the future. One of our P&Z comments was that this was an exemplary project when it came to sustainability. So these are facts of our case, and because of these facts, staff is fully in support of our project. Because of these facts, P&Z gave us a 7-2 recommendation to approve, and they're not alone. We have neighbors to our north, to our west, and to our south, mostly commercial, that are supportive of this project. You can go to the next slide. That are supportive of this project, mainly because right now there's a lot of trespassing. There's a lot of kind of activity down there that's not good. There was a shooting there about a month ago. I think they're anxious for something to occur there so that can stop and have a more productive use of the property. We also have support from the Southwest Fair Housing Council, which is based here in Tucson, the Tucson Metro Chamber, who's actually here to speak today, and Tucson for Everyone, which is a local housing advocacy, sort of a YIMBY group that's very supportive of this. These facts are clear. Our project is going to build on an existing disturbed golf course, not in the native desert. It is going to place homes and people in an area that has roads that can handle our traffic, that has infrastructure and utilities that are already in place, that is going to be near existing businesses that will benefit from these new residents. We're going to place apartments right next to existing hotels. We're going to place homes, new homes next to existing homes. And I want to stress that what we're asking you to do is build more homes to place people in an area where there are already people, right? We're requesting to put new neighbors next to existing neighbors. And the folks that are going to live there are folks just like you all, just like me, just like everybody else in this room. This is the right project for this infill site. And it is going to play a small part, but it'll play a part in adding housing to our region that is so desperately needed. So with that, I want to mention that we're agreeable to the P&Z recommendation. We've provided you a letter yesterday with some additional conditions that we would, if you guys choose to approve this, that we would like in that motion to approve. We think they're good additions to this. And with that, we respectfully request that you approve this rezoning, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Chair or Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. It seems to me, based on what we're reviewing and given in light of we're short thousands and thousands of affordable housing units. I think this is pretty well designed. It seems like you might have another room for maybe building or two with 30 more apartments. I think it's right now, 210?
210 units, yeah.
I don't know. Was that considered at all?
What I think at this point, around 210 is probably, with our site layout, what the site will handle. We are constrained by the areas with the comp plan where we can put more the housing, so we have to sort of stay within that footprint and stay within the footprint of the site. I think we'd love to build more units, but 210 is really what we thought was doable.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other supervisor have questions for Mr. Juneman? Chair Grijalva, did you have any questions?
I do, thank you. You mentioned the Coalition for the Sonoran Desert Protection, and they sent in a letter on June 10th with some recommendations. Does this proposal incorporate those recommendations?
Mr. Vice Chair, Supervisor Grijalva, so I think the letter, the date was actually wrong. It should have been, they sent that in yesterday, but the simple answer to your question is yes. They sent in that letter. We also sent in a letter yesterday saying that we were proposing some additional conditions. One of those was mimicking what the coalition provided. So I think the answer to your question is yes. We also included some things like a construction management plan. There was at our P&Z meeting, we got a request to establish certain requirements for studios, like 10% studios, 30% one-bedroom units, and we're agreeable to that. I think the intent was for that to get into the P&Z recommendation, but it never did, so we wanted to make sure that we brought that forward. So all of those things, including what the coalition has requested, we are agreeable to.
Okay, and then one other question. The apartment development is placed in LIU-1.2 without a comprehensive plan amendment. I know that was reported to the P&Z staff early in the development process. Is that considered changes to the comprehensive plan? Should that have required an amendment?
Yeah, Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva. Actually, if you want to go back to the comp plan slide, I can clarify that. The answer to your question is no, we are not modifying the comprehensive plan. That has never been a request. We have always proposed with this application to go, yeah, right, you had it. You were right there. We have always proposed to develop based on the comprehensive plan. So, and we've worked with staff on this to make sure that that this was accurate. So we are putting our apartments in the area on this exhibit that is pink within our project. So all of our apartment buildings are going to be built within that pink commercial activity center area, which in Pima Prospers is an area, it's kind of the highest intensity area in Pima Prospers. It says commercial businesses, high density residential are appropriate, and that's where we're putting our apartment buildings, in that area only, and that's why we don't have to do a comp plan amendment.
Chair Grijalva, just because I wanted you also to hear from staff, and I know that question came to our office via email. I wanted to ask Mr. DeBonis or anybody he may designate to also respond to your question.
Vice Chair Scott.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Scott, members of the board. So as Mr. Junman indicated, the apartments themselves are located in the CAC area. So there are some support elements, parking, and the pool structure that is in the LIU area, and that's permissible under the comprehensive plan designation.
Thank you, Mr. DeBonis. Chair Grijalva, did you have any other questions for Mr. Junman?
We're talking about development in a wash, and on a regular basis at our board meeting, we're purchasing properties that are in flood control areas. And so I'm concerned, aside from I've read all the plans, I've talked to people as well. I just continue to be concerned if you look literally where you're developing in an area that is a wash. And so I'm thinking of the long-term consequences of some of this development and what it will affect. And I know that Supervisor Scott has had extensive conversations with community members, and our office has as well. So I continue to be concerned about that.
Chair Grijalva, would you like staff to respond to that concern?
If they would like to, sure.
County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. I believe Mr. Shep from the Flood Control District is here for that.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, the properties that we've been purchasing up on the Finger Rock and other areas are properties that were developed in the 60s before we had floodplain management regulations and are in high hazard area once those maps were developed. This particular development will meet or exceed our floodplain management requirements. We've been working with the developer to make sure that these will be, the flood risk will be mitigated at the time of development.
Chair Grijalva, any other questions for either staff or Mr. Junman?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Junman.
Vice Chair Scott, could I just add one thing to what Mr. Shep added? We've worked with Flood Control District since last year, had them review things. We've gone back and forth. One of the things that they asked us to do was to use flood data from what's called the post-Bighorn Fire flood data. After the Bighorn Fire, that burned a lot of vegetation. It changed the way that water comes down Pima Canyon. And so what they wanted us to do was use data that reflects the post-fire, which means it's at a higher standard. So we were happy to do that. We've incorporated that. What that means is that there's a portion of our project we're going to build out of the floodplain, but we're not going to build it at a 100-year level. We're going to build it beyond the 100-year level. So it's going to be, I think, safer than what is necessarily required. So, and flood control district is the county has an excellent flood control district. They hold development to high standards, and they're very good at what they do, and their main concern is to not have future flood problems. So if they're saying that this is a good project, I think that's a good vote of confidence. So,
thank you, sir. Any questions from supervisors that came up after I last called on you? All right. At this point, given the fact that it is 10:54, and I don't want to cut anybody off, We're going to move to our time certain item that was set for 11 o'clock with Sheriff Nanos and his staff. And then we're going to come back to this hearing to hear from our constituents who are here to address this item. If there are people who are leaving right now, we'll give them the chance to do that before we turn it over to County Administrator Lesher and the Sheriff. All right, this is item number 16, Sheriff's Department over budget for fiscal year 22-23. I'm going to first recognize the County Administrator, since this is under her section of the agenda, and then the Sheriff. County Administrator
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. Again, under Board Policy D, 22.2, we are required to bring to the board if there is an overage in the budget from one of the electeds in the departments. We did so at the last meeting. The board initially approved about $1.8 million needed to cover the additional personnel costs, and at that time asked if the sheriff or others could come back at this meeting to talk about that delta, the remaining funds that are necessary to make him even for the year. So we have brought, it's the same information we presented before, a little information about what are the drivers behind any increased costs in the last fiscal year.
Questions for the County Administrator from board members? Chair Grijalva, did you have a question?
Thank you. I thought we were going to have a presentation.
I just was seeing if anybody had any questions for the County Administrator before I turned it over to the Sheriff.
Oh no, not yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did have one question, Ms. Lesher, and it's related to this item, but it is one, and I think it's prompted by this item, but it's one that's not exclusive to the Sheriff's Department. Your team with finance has been kind enough to give us monthly financial forecasts, and I referenced that when we first discussed this item at our last meeting. But I was thinking this morning, I wonder if we could, because you referred to mounting pressures in your memo to the board based on the issues within the Sheriff's Department budget. I wonder if there could be some discussion with the chair and also with your finance team as to whether or not we could have a standing agenda item where you make recommendations to the board if the board needs to take action regarding items that come up in the monthly financial forecasts, so that we're not dealing with, again, to use your term, these mounting pressures.
Vice Chair Scott, we would be happy to do that if that's the pleasure of the board. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. If you could, I'm not prepared at this point to make a motion to that effect, but I would really appreciate getting a report from your finance team and you on what that would entail, so that we could then take up that item at a future date. Thank you. Sheriff Nanos, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. Thank you for having me. First of all, I do apologize for not being here a couple of weeks ago. I was out of town on vacation, but certainly no disrespect to this board. I understand that the board has a tough job, and so and I just want to say, I sent you a letter last night. I think you got it through your emails. I hope you did. And it really explains some of these things. When we talk about mounting pressures, first, Ms. Lesher and I meet quite often on our budget issues throughout the year. And whenever challenges come up that I feel like I need assistance or help, her and her team have been super, and I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But the mounting pressures with what we talk about inflation, that's just part of the issue. For me, it's more an issue where you've done things, you've taken action that I supported. I supporting my team, getting them pay raises, taking on state funds to get them, to be able to get them money so that we can retain these employees. But, you know, that in itself, when you give 1,400 members in the department pay raises or salary adjustments, but you don't fund them, that hits my budget in a very hard way. I want those employees to get those raises. So as the letter points out, that's just $1 million, I think a little over $1 million right there in a loan. We also, though, ran into something that I really want to speak to this board about today, because it's happening again. It perpetuates itself, and I really need your help with this. Last year, there was a recommendation of taking $1.4 million from the budget, from my approved budget, after it's approved, and putting it to contingencies for whatever reasons. My understanding is actually it was to be there for just this kind of crisis. But this board took other actions within their right to take that 1.4 and apply it to, I think it was affordable housing. Again, a great need in the community. But it is a little disingenuous when you tell the community that the sheriff has a budget of, say, $150 million, $160 million, but you've removed 1.4. I'm speaking to this year, though, because you're setting it up again. This year, you've already approved my budget at about $159, $160 million, but again, you've taken $2.1 million before I could even start the budget year. That was done by this board. I am already in the hole, $2.1 million today, just starting out my budget. And that was for vacancy savings, and I understand that. But the real issue there is that's the only area I have of any kind of discretionary funding to adjust our budget as the year moves forward. Other things come up, maybe additional raises. We have a CBIZ study. Those types of issues, I've got to have the flexibility to pay bills. I have a jail. We came to this board a year before January with our supplemental package and gave a pretty accurate prediction that we're going to be about 13% under our budget for just supplies and services, things like our food costs at the jail, got to feed our inmates. Ms. Lesher's team projected the same thing. That supplemental package was denied. For whatever reason, it is your choice, and I understand that. We'll work around it. But again, we're still looking at, again, extreme increases in those areas. And so we again came to this board this fiscal year at a supplemental package asking for $2.3 million to cover those, what we project to be cost increases. This board turned that down. With the denial of $2.3 million adding to my budget and the denial and removing $2.1 million from my budget, I'm already in the hole, $4.4 million. It's just that simple. That is not being over budget. That is a clear definition of being underfunded. So I'm asking you to please reconsider at least putting that contingency fund, the vacancy savings, back into my budget and allow me that discretion to work with Ms. Lesher's team as we have in the past to meet those obligations that come up throughout the year. You're really putting me in a bind, and I don't know what else to do. I want to work with this board. I want to communicate. Again, I think it's disingenuous for a board member to sit here and say the sheriff is not transparent with his budget when every single month we send downtown our budget report, which is line by line by line. Maybe we need to do better in communicating that to you. Maybe we need to give you a narrative that I get from my staff who tells me these are the things and these are the issues. And providing you that narrative might give you a better understanding rather than, because I'm sure you're seeing numbers just line up and it's tough to read. So we can always help with that as well. But we give you that data every month. So to say there's no transparency, I wonder if that's a little bit of politics. One last point I want to make. To compare this administration to the past administration is a little bit going backwards. Sheriff Napier faced some challenges that no other sheriff has faced. There is no doubt about it. And he made decisions based on what he believed was the right thing to do at that time. And that's his right. He's the sheriff. But this sheriff too faces challenges that no other sheriff has faced. Sheriff Napier, I guarantee you, if he could have predicted the work shortage, the labor force shortage that exists in today's workplace, he would have never cut staff. But how could he know? I now deal with that. And we're actually kind of pleased. Today, Sunday, we put 59 more correction officers, hired them, got them into our facility. That doesn't sound like a lot when we're 150 some short, but it is a lot because we had academies of 7 when I first came here. So we're starting to see a corner turn. In fact, in 10 days from today, we believe we will hire another 64 to 68 correction officers. So that's quite a turnaround for that facility. Our deputies, we hope to see a graduation class again in about 10 days of 32, I think 31 deputies. A good number when you consider that when I first came here, we had classes of 6, 7, 8 graduating. More importantly, we also have a recruitment effort going for the fall for our deputies that we believe will probably harness anywhere from 40 to 50, 55 more deputies. With those numbers going up, my vacancy savings are also going to be replenished. So for you to hit me there, it hurts. And so I ask this board to allow Ms. Lesher to work with me and resolve this issue, but give me the budget that you recommended, approve that recommended budget, and let us work with Ms. Lesher on that.
Vice Chair Scott, I have a question for the sheriff. I'm glad to hear that you've got some recruits now. And are you, it's my understanding that both the deputies and the COs are being trained together?
Correct.
Are they Arizona Post certified?
The deputies are, yes.
What about?
So the
Why are you? I mean, this is the first time I've seen that you're combining the training.
Let me explain to you the thinking behind that. So we would recruit individuals for COs. Hard job. We all know that, and we couldn't get any applicants. It was very tough. But we noticed in our recruitment efforts, deputies, we were starting to see an increase from 20 to 30 to 40. And I still needed help in that jail. And rather than mandate overtime, which is still going on, we decided that why do we hire deputies and then wait 6 months to get them into an academy, because the process takes that long because Arizona Post requires a different background for those deputies. So in the meantime, we were losing deputies that we latched onto. Maybe I'm offering you a job today, but you don't start till January. Well, that made no sense because those young men and women need that job now. And so we realized we're losing people to other agencies because we couldn't get them employed right away. But we know, too, that our corrections officers, I was a corrections officer, half of my department's corrections officers, we know that they possess skills and talents that we want our deputies to have. So why not utilize that same training in that environment, the ability to communicate, de-escalate, all those things we hear about that the jail provides to those young COs. Why not put our deputies to work there alongside with them to do that? I know that at least for the 4 or 5 months time that it takes to do the background check and get them into the deputy academy. We looked at that and saw across this nation, my own city, El Paso, I was a city cop. My brother worked for the county sheriff's department. Everybody there, they have no COs. You're a deputy for 2 years, you're mandated to work the jail, and then you rotate out into the field. The same occurs in LA, same occurs in Riverside, same occurs back east. We know it works. I don't mandate or want to even go that way, but we do see value in giving our deputies some of that same initial training, on the job training that our COs get.
So Arizona Post is fine with what you're doing?
Yeah, we absolutely, we run this by AZ Post. In fact, they're excited to see how things are working for us in that regard.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Well, hold on, I think Supervisor Hines asked for recognition before, then Supervisor Christie.
May I add something so that we're not confused? Supervisor Bronson, AZ Post only applies to the deputy side of the house, the commissioned deputies. COs are not post certified. Okay, thank you.
Usually they weigh in.
Yeah, we've spoken with them, yes.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you so much. Just a few quick items, and thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
So based on what we're hearing, it sounds like, and congratulations on the new recruits, this should significantly reduce need for overtime going forward, I would hope.
That is our hope. We graph out our overtime and our staffing levels, and you could go back throughout the years and see where your staffing numbers are high, your overtime's down, just as you would expect. And then now we've got your staffing is low, your overtime is higher. That gap grows. We're starting to see a trend. I'm going to knock on wood because I don't want to jinx it. We're starting to see a trend of our overtime diminish, nowhere where we want it to be. But now it gives me, once we get the staffing, it gives me the ability to now direct staff that no, overtime isn't just a freebie that we're going to just have a big overtime. No, we need overtime because, not to pick on lifeguards, but if your pools don't have lifeguards, you can close the pool. I can't close the jail. I need bodies. Overtime really is a replacement for vacancy savings. I just don't have bodies, so I've got to pay with overtime.
Sure. And I was there with you in the jail, in fact, and I saw some evidence of this. But some of this I do think has to do, and it's important for everyone to understand that not necessarily you, and I'm not trying to play the blame game, but previous administrations, in some cases, deferred certain types of maintenance, for example, and they're just, that wasn't your call, but that's something that we all now have to deal with.
Yeah, like I say, I will never stand here and judge past administrations for their decisions. I believe they really made what they thought was a sound decision. Whether I agree with it or not doesn't really matter. It's their right to make that decision. And I think they made it based on what they thought was right at that time. I now have to deal with some of those decisions.
Sure.
I have to live with them.
And then last thing, or I guess kind of two things, based on the recent success at recruitment and just kind of listening to these incoming classes of folks, where are we still losing potential recruits to other government entities? And the second part is, what do you attribute the recent successful recruitment efforts to, if there's a specific thing that you can think of?
So a number of these things are, we monitor our attrition rates all the time and watch it pay period to pay period. I believe right now our deputy is 1.85, which is pretty good. That's less than one a week, which is pretty standard. If you went back 30 years, 40 years, that would be a good number. More importantly, our corrections officers are down in the threes. Hey, they're 3.5. I would like them to be in the twos, but if you looked historically at 20, 30 years back, it's never happened. In fact, when I first came here, they were at 6. And that's at 6, you're losing 3 a week. At 3, we're 3.5, we're losing 1.5, 2. We monitor that. What's holding them here, what's helping with retention and all those things? Well, naturally, this board's actions and Ms. Lesher working with us to get raises and get that you'll see here, I think we eliminated a training position because that was starting people at such a low level, they would never come in. So those kinds of efforts really help. But I think what's really the biggest help for our recruitment is we rely on a recruiting team here that we put together that consists of deputies and corrections officers and civilian employees from all walks of our area of employee, from dispatchers to transcribers to whatever. And they go out to all these events and they work so hard. And I've seen them. But what's really working, and it's their idea, I wish I would have thought of it, they recognize that when you apply for a job, particularly government, if you just take the application and say, we'll call you in a few months, you lose so many. We would get 150, 200 applicants and then have a test day 2 months later, and 5 would show up. They've taken on this job to heart to say they stay in touch. They probably pester the heck out of these individuals, but it's working. We hear from Chad Kazmar from TPD, Sarita, other chiefs around that. How are you doing this? How are you getting academies so large? And I kind of say it's our secret, we're not telling, but the reality is my team makes it a point to stay engaged with that applicant from day one to hire and beyond. It's just a different workforce, and these young kids, these young deputies and COs and civilian workers of mine have taken this to heart and really done a great job.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. I was on the board at the time, and I find it noteworthy that when we had the Stone Garden grants that were so controversial, one of the oppositions to accepting them was that it would create so much overtime that it was going to be draining our resources. It's kind of perplexing that Stone Garden overtime was bad, and then the overtime you're speaking of is good. I mean, it seems to me overtime is overtime, and I'm kind of in a quandary here why one overtime should be beneficial or taking a precedent over and over another. But having said that, I'd like to ask the county administrator, can you give us just a quick thumbnail history of the raises that the Sheriff's Department has received recently?
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, I'm going to turn to Finance Director Moulton, who is here and can provide that. I believe we'd sent it out in a memo, but I will look for it while Ms. Moulton is addressing it.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, we have given a number of raises over the last number of years for the Sheriff's Department. In 2023, this past year, we gave 7.5% for all eligible corrections officers. That was effective January 1st, 2023. In fiscal year, you also gave all employees raises, across the board raises on varying amounts in July of that year, 8.5%, 5%, 3%, depending on where your salary was. In fiscal year 2022, you gave a 5% general adjustment for all eligible employees, which was effective October the 10th, 2021. That was also the year you increased the 15-hour minimum wage, effective July 1st or July 4th. In fiscal year 2020, there was a 2% general adjustment for all eligible employees earning more than $45,000 and a 4% for employees earning less. But in addition to that, there were new minimum salaries for sheriff's deputies of $25.5 per hour, a new minimum adjustment for all deputy sheriffs, and a minimum adjustment for deputy trainees, and a new minimum adjustment for all eligible sheriffs. That was in July of 2020. In 2019, fiscal year 2019, there was a 2.5% general adjustment for all eligible employees effective July 8th, 2018. And that year also had some additional minimum adjustments for sheriff's deputies raising their pay. So it's all outlined in a memo that we sent, that County Administrator Lesher sent July the 3rd. But there were, over the past 7 years, there were salary adjustments for all employees and specifically for corrections or deputies in each one of those years but one.
My point of this exercise, Mr. Vice Chair and County Administrator Lesher, is I think this board has been very receptive to making sure that our deputies and our sheriff's employees are compensated in an effort to recruit, maintain, and retain our officers, I don't think that it's proper to say that we left you in a $2.1 million hole because we took away salaries, when in fact, we've been giving salaries for all of these years, as Ms. Moulton has pointed out. Another question, Vice Chair Scott, to the county administrator. This new compensation plan that we have upcoming that's already budgeted for $14 million, will that include any employees of the Sheriff's Department?
County Administrator Lecter.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, it does include those as part of the recommendation.
So as far as compensation, we are doing our best as a board to maintain adequate and competitive salaries and pay plans, and I'm all in favor of that. I want to support our corrections officers and our deputies. They need to be paid, and even as much as we have paid over the last 4 or 5 years, as Ms. Moulton points out, I don't think it's enough.
I agree.
When I look at, and I know you've kind of brushed it aside, you don't like to talk about previous administrations, but I think it's a pretty good point. When you first left, after your first term or your first tenure, you left a hole for the incoming replacement that took over your position. It was a substantial hole in the budget. And at that time, Sheriff Napier and Mr. Huckleberry got together, and Mr. Huckleberry said, make it work out, figure out a way. And my general question to the county administrator, Vice Chair Scott, is how did Sheriff Napier do this? And what techniques did he incorporate that could easily have been perhaps incorporated to prevent the situation that we're facing today? And once that process is looked at, and there are maybe comparisons that could be used or tools from the previous administration as to how that sheriff worked its way out of a budget deficit into a positive budget, how long before we have a resolution to...
May I respond to some of this,
Just
Mr.
because
Scott?
he directed the question to the county administrator, I'm going to call on her first, Sheriff, but then I am going to turn to you.
Please, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. And Supervisor Christie, you asked some questions that provide some historical data. We'll see what we can do to pull that together and provide that to the board.
Thank you, ma'am. Sheriff Nanis.
Sure. First of all, on Stone Garden overtime and today's overtime versus that overtime, I'd like to tell you, there is no good overtime. Forcing people to work late, making them come into work and not knowing that they can't get off at their scheduled hour and they got to stay another shift is not good. The difference is Stone Garden wasn't a necessity. Today's overtime is a necessity. How do I staff that jail when the decisions made from the previous administration decided to go against my meeting with him to cut staffing from 1,686 EINs when he came on board to today, to when I started, 1,285. That's reducing staffing 30+%. How do you think that's going to impact anybody coming in? Especially when you have the workforce shortages that are out there that you know of. You are a businessman, you know that. However, we talk about the $15 minimum wage. It was I who went to Mr. Huckleberry my first day here and told him, I have staff members here who have worked in this county for over 20 years making $11.35. And yet across the street at Taco Bell, they had a sign for $15. Mr. Huckleberry agreed with me. That shouldn't occur. And we immediately raised those salaries. The right thing to do, what we preach all the time, is get away from the politics and just do the right thing every time. That's hard. It's not that hard. When we talk about things like CBIZ and your ability to help staff, and not just the Sheriff's Department, countywide, you have done a remarkable job. I know the raises you gave. You gave adjustments of 4 or 5% when we first came in here because of cost of living. You did it again 6 months later in November of 22, and again, cost of living. And then this year, you gave 7.5%. The difference is you didn't fund those. I had to absorb them into my budget, and then at the end of the year, I was short. Actually, the first year, I was in the black. But let me say this to you too, because you mentioned Sheriff Napier, how did he do this? Well, one, he cut staff. Those are his decisions. But the other thing is this board, if you go back through the 4 years of the previous administration, they went from 143 million to 159 million, almost 160. 17 millions over the 4-year term, 16. I came in day one, July 1, 2021, my budget was reduced $17 million to 142. Today's budget still does not reach the level that this board approved for Sheriff Napier. I again tell you, this sheriff is underfunded. We are not over our budget.
Supervisor Christie, do you have any other questions?
Sheriff pointed out I was a businessman, and I, as a businessman, I do have issues when someone comes in to ask for more money when they're over budget. Now, we're not talking a couple $100,000 or $500,000. We're talking about over $3 million, a significant amount of money. My concern is I'd like to see something finite as to how it's going to be addressed so that we are not having this discussion again.
I agree.
And how we can work together to make sure our corrections officers and our street deputies are adequately and competitively and properly reimbursed for their efforts.
We're on the exact same page, Supervisor
We've also
Christie.
pointed out at the last meeting with Ms. Moulton that the amount of money that was being asked for at the last meeting, if it was not addressed and approved, it would have no effect on anybody's paycheck. Everybody would still get paid. So I think
It only affected my budget.
it only affected your budget, and the deputies were getting paid, the corrections officers are getting paid. So my main issue that I have with all of this is it's a substantial amount of money over budget. I think there were some red flags that came up that were not maybe notified or taken notice of. And I'm also concerned that 6 months from now, 8 months from now, we're going to have another discussion like this.
Supervisor Christie.
And I don't have any indication about how long it's going to take for this situation to reverse itself.
Supervisor Christie, you cannot judge transparency based on what you read or choose not to read. This board received monthly reports from the sheriff telling you where we were at. To approve things and not fund them, I don't know what you call that. Is that underfunded? It's like, Supervisor Christie, go buy that car, but I'm not funding it. It really is just a matter of common sense. You're trying to compare this administration's decisions with the previous administration and say we should learn from them and make our decisions based on how he operated. Some of his decisions got us to where we are today. And not by his fault, because he can't see the future.
Let me interject
But I can't
for a moment,
work
if I
backwards.
could, Sheriff. Pardon me. Let me interject for a moment. First of all, the time certain item that we had for 11:30, county administration, which had scheduled that time certain item, has requested that we move it to 11:45. We will do that.
Okay.
I also wanted to point out that County Administrator Lesher said in response to Supervisor Christie's question that she would get him some information related to the items that you and Supervisor Christie are discussing. I wanted to call Chair Grijalva to see if she had any questions for the sheriff, because she had indicated that she might after his presentation.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Scott. One of my concerns is the fact that, we have so many vacancies, and it seems like we're anecdotally losing experienced deputies to other agencies. You mentioned, some of our neighbors around us. Are we doing exit interviews? Are we documenting, why our experienced deputies are leaving Pima County, if that's the case, numbers to go with that, so we can really start to address what some of the the morale issues are, or if it's a benefits issue. I was talking, we've spoken several times about the different benefits packages or signing bonuses that other other municipalities, other law enforcement agencies offer, and perhaps it's something that we need to be looking at in ours. I just think that I think that it's important for us to look at some of those things, because it's a frustrating process for me personally, in the fact that our sheriff's budget is the largest budget that in all of Pima County. That it's we continue to approve changes to increase contracts for food. The largest number of employees, when we're looking at the compensation package that is coming, is going to be in the sheriff's department and in legal. So between the two of them, the lion's share portion of our increases and compression is going to go into that, which I don't disagree with. I mean, I think that we need to pay our people, commiserate with what other people are making until we can keep experience. But my concern is some of the other things that, are clearly, obviously, under your purview, that have to do with morale and, the kinds of things that are encouraging people to leave. And if that's something that our board needs to address with, benefits and compensation, I think that, we have a majority of the board that's willing to do that work. But I'm just worried about some of the other pieces that, we don't have any purview over, other than approving, increases, or in this case, approving the overage in the budget.
Sure.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Supervisor Scott. Madam Chair, we've been doing exit interviews since the day I got there. We continue to do that. Our HR team works with your downtown HR team on all of these issues. Every exit interview that has anything to do with dealing with morale, is there reasons for leaving or pay, I get on my desk and review them, and we'll contact that employee directly. To make it clear, this agency, again, we can show you data for 20, 30 years back if you like, that we have always lost deputies and corrections officers to other agencies. But it is not a number that you would concern yourself with when you can't hire but 6 or 7 at a time. Typically, like this last year, I will get you the exact numbers, but I'm going to bet that it's less than a handful. We lose people for a number of reasons. That's the deputy side. Corrections side, we lose a lot of them because, one, it's a tough job, but it's always been historical that those young men and women hire on at 18, 19, and I've said this to this board before, and I've said it to the community. Nobody out there, no young child says, hey, when I grow up, I want to be a corrections officer. They want to be a policeman. They want to be a law enforcement officer. And we want them to be that. We want to help them grow there and get there. So we lose. Every academy I produced, this was no different than the one we have today. Probably it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. I may have a class of 32 deputies graduating here in a week. Probably more than half of them are COs. So it is elevating them, giving them that opportunity to get out of what they might perceive as a dead-end job and move on, which is exactly why CBIZ is here, to help us establish a place where we can give all of our teams an opportunity to elevate and promote and grow within the organization. Right now, today, as it stands, you have 2 opportunities for promotion: test for sergeant, test for lieutenant. That should change. And through Ms. Lesher and CBIZ and the reports, we're excited. My team is excited with what we're hearing, and we hope that we can get there.
Mr. Supervisor Christie, give me just 1 second. I just want to see if Chair Grijalva had any other questions. Chair Grijalva?
No, thank you, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to be totally fair on this whole issue, and I want to hear all sides. And the correlation you were drawing to me selling a car, I don't mind it as long as it was a Chrysler vehicle. So at this particular point, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to move that we continue this discussion to the second meeting in August. That will allow the time for Sheriff Nanos to assess what he's heard today and perhaps gather more information. Yesterday, I think we received your letter sometime right at 5 o'clock. It wasn't really adequate for digestion.
I appreciate that.
Of that. Perhaps County Administrator Lesher could gather the information we were talking about earlier. Ms. Moulton, through the chair, if we extend this or continue this discussion to the second meeting in August, is anybody not going to get a paycheck?
Just before she answers that, I'm going to second your motion for discussion purposes. Thank you, Supervisor.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no one will go without a paycheck. However, we are starting to stack up some vendors who have provided services to the county where we don't have adequate budget to pay them. No one is late as of yet, but...
Hell, I didn't pay anything till they asked the second or third time, so...
Well, we try not to do that. We try to pay within the 30 days or whatever the terms are of the contract, so...
I understand that situation, and I just want to be fair to the department, I want to be fair to the sheriff, but most importantly, I want to be fair to the deputies and the corrections officers. And I would move that we continue this discussion, which will allow ample time to accrue more information that we could digest over that time to the second meeting in August.
And
May I ask for a date?
called on-
Do you have a date on that second meeting? Do you know it? Just, if not,
It's August 21st.
Thank you.
And I know right before I called on Chair Grijalva, Ms. Lesher had something that she wanted to say, and perhaps that would be aligned with the motion that we're discussing right now.
Vice Chair Scott and members of the board, I think my request would be if we can provide these dollars to remember that this is closing out the last fiscal year. A variety of concerns and issues have been raised about what we might do to go into the new fiscal year and how we might manage those dollars. As we've said, we provided a monthly report indicating each month what was occurring in the Sheriff's Department budget. We've asked it's been asked that come back on a board agenda for the future, and that we watch closely with this. The recollection, again, one of the differences is with the elected officials, we bring this to you. There may be other adjustments, but I think we need to not only get people paid, but close out the last fiscal year. The concerns being, I think, for all of the department, for all of the county, and for the individuals in the county, what can we do to make sure that we remain in budget and appropriate in the new fiscal year? So that would be my request.
Okay, so my understanding then, Ms. Lesher, that you're requesting that today the board follow up with the recommendation that you made in your July 5th memo. Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead,
I
Supervisor.
have to announce at this point, if we have to make a decision today, I'm going to have to vote no, and I don't know if I want to do that at this particular point.
Vice Chair, and it's got to be fixed. We can't see this for this next fiscal year. We've got to make sure our law enforcement, the individuals working for us in law enforcement are properly salaried and paid. But again, as we're looking at vendors, how did we get to those overages? I don't know. I'm just at a loss of how we got here when the previous administration left us with actually put money back in the general fund. So how did we get from point A to point B?
Vice Chair
County
Scott.
Administrator.
Thank you. And I think Supervisor Bronson, what is clear to me that simply providing the board with a memo indicating each department that is over budget or under budget each month did not potentially provide enough granularity on that. We were wanting to make sure that everyone saw where we were department by department every month. We will make the modification to ensure we have that granularity. If you recall at the last last board meeting, you funded a good, about 1.8 of the 3.3, I believe.
Right.
So again, what we're looking at is if we could go ahead and get the additional funding appropriated to close out the last fiscal year, and then make sure that we are working with you on a monthly basis to ensure that we are staying with every department, including the sheriff, is within budget as we move through the new fiscal year.
Thank you. And I realize we're living in interesting times now, and we are dealing with COVID, and some of the supplies went up because of the supply chain shortage. So I understand that. But, you know, some of this is fixable, and I'm not seeing any of the fixes. So I'm just concerned moving forward.
County Administrator Lesher, you were saying that the recommendation that you had in your July 5th memo is with regard to the last fiscal year, asking us to, it says, I recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve an allocation of budget authority from general fund contingency to the Sheriff's Department general fund of up to $1.2 million for these projected non-personnel cost overages. That's saying that's to close out the previous fiscal year.
That is correct.
Okay. So what I would like to do is make a substitute motion that we approve that recommendation and that we revisit this issue at the second meeting in August with regard to the overall concerns that have been expressed by board members about overages in this budget and the way of better dealing immediately with the monthly financial forecasts.
Thank you.
So that would be my substitute.
I'll second.
So, that is seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Supervisor Christie?
Yeah. What's going to be other than the vendors, I'm sure we can scrape enough money together to pay the vendors, but what's going to be the downside of not funding anything until we discuss this on the second meeting in August?
County Administrator Lesher.
And Supervisor Scott and, Vice Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, again, to get the last of the payments made and to close out, so we can begin to close out that fiscal year. I think that all of the concerns that have been raised by the Sheriff's Department in the ways that the budgets are allocated and concerns of the board should appropriately and continually be addressed in the new fiscal year and as we watch the monitoring of the new budget that you've just approved.
Vice Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Point of clarification, if you would. The 1.8 that we approved was for salaries, was it not?
I'm sorry, are you Chair? Vice Chair Scott and Supervisor Bronson, yes.
So this next, the next 1.8 or whatever it is.
The tranche of funds, yes.
Is just for vendors.
Vendors
and supplies.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this substitute motion. And yeah. You know what? Thank you. I was just getting ready to do that, and now you've requested it. What I am requesting is that we approve the county administrator's recommendation in her July 5th memo that we approve an allocation of budget authority from general fund contingency to the Sheriff's Department general fund of up to $1.2 million for the projected non-personnel cost overages that are that are cited in her memorandum, and that at the second meeting in August, we revisit the overall concerns about not just the sheriff's budget, but how to more immediately address issues that are brought to us in the monthly financial forecasts. Let's do a roll call vote. Ms. Manriquez.
Supervisor Bronson.
I appreciate, Vice Chair, your motion, but as I said, I think we need to be more thoughtful on the we're paying the salaries, which is important, but on the supplies and vendor issue, I think that can wait. I don't think there's any urgency to closing out the fiscal year at this point. But again, I think that was a very thoughtful motion, but I'm voting no.
Supervisor Christie.
I wish that it would not pass because I would like to have the sheriff have more in-depth opportunity to explain the situation. I don't think it's going to be a life or death issue if we withhold funding for another month or two, so I will be voting no. I vote no on this.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2. And we will be working closely with county administration and the sheriff's department to make sure that all of the issues that were raised by all board members are addressed at that second August meeting. Let's move now, and Sheriff Nanos, thank you and your team for being here today. Let's move now to the update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety, because my understanding is that not only do we have county staff to address this, but there are also representatives from the city of Tucson who are working in conjunction with county staff. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Scott, Deputy County Administrator Holmes will take the lead on this report. Thank you.
Vice Chair Scott, members of the Board of Supervisors. As you have recalled in the last series of memos, we have been discussing series of issues framed around three critical areas that we have discussed in the past. We have been focused primarily as a county on the criminal justice element, specifically as we've been working towards opening up what we're calling the transition center. That has been most of our focus because of our intersectionality with the courts and specifically some of the work that we've been doing in the justice service space. However, equally important has been framed two other systems that are important for us to address as we address the criminal justice system, specifically the housing area, and then our health department's role specifically when it comes to just our general health care around this behavioral health I know was raised earlier. Today's presentation, as you saw in the memo, was more specific to our shelter capacity and what we're working in collaboration with our city folks in the area of shelters and what's available to them. One of the things that you've seen in previous memos been echoed by our Administrator Lesher has been the idea of that any shelter space as we're moving forward has to have some degree of accountability associated with it. And so as we're looking at that, we want to make sure people that are receiving housing are also receiving the services they need to be able to move from one housing situation to a more permanent situation of housing. More specifically, as we looked at that, we were looking at what are the data metrics that we're going to be looking at to measure that type of success. My colleague, who I think very highly of here, joining me from our Housing First Program Director from the City of Tucson, Ms. Brandy Champion. I will turn it over to her, but I just want to highlight one of the things that's really important in the work that Brandy's doing there in the city is that they're looking at their Housing First initiative, not just as a low barrier housing only. They're looking at specifically at making sure that the people receiving the support necessary. So no low barrier does not equate to no barrier. So I do believe Ms. Champion has done a great job of holding people accountable in those spaces. You've seen some data there that speaks to the city-run shelters compared to your traditional shelters, where you see an increase of about a 50% transition rate for folks. Of course, we can do better in that compared to traditional shelters, which are looking more in the 10 to 30%. It's relevant for our next discussion, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Champion so she can speak a little bit about our partnership in this work and more specifically what the city is doing in their shelter spaces.
Vice Chair Scott and Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm going to give you a little update about what Housing First has been up to in its first 19 months. Outreach at the City of Tucson started with 2 people initially, and that has since grown to about 6 staff in our outreach capacity in various positions. That team has actually served about 1,017 people since October of 21 and has housed 163 of those folks, which is incredible because usually outreach is just meant to provide an assessment to people, and that's as far as it goes. But our outreach team has actually taken it upon themselves to get them into shelter, work with them until they're housed. We also have 2 coordinated entry navigators on our team. They serve as a housing and services assessment access point for the community. And those 2 staff have served 651 people and housed 197 since October of 21. Outreach, of course, is designed to assess the person's needs, like I said, in an encampment or out in the community, our unsheltered folks, assess them for housing and services. We also, in Housing First, oversee a community outreach and navigation coalition in collaboration with Tucson Pima Collaboration to End Homelessness and our Continuum of Care. That meeting meets every second Tuesday of the month, and it's held at the El Pueblo Community Safety Hub, in which several different agencies participate: Primavera, Our Family Services, Old Pueblo Community Services, the Veterans Administration, Community Bridges, Goodwill, and of course your own Pima County outreach comes out to that. This is where navigation and outreach staff and leadership can come together to provide program updates, resources, community collaborations, and upcoming events in the community. And this is really critical, I think, to touch on. As Deputy Administrator Supervisor said, we have to collaborate. That's the only way that we're going to tackle this issue of our unsheltered population, is to collaborate across our government agencies and with our nonprofit partners in the community. So across all of the City of Tucson non-congregate shelters, which include Wildcat, Oracle, No-Tell, and Desert Cove, between October 21 and May of 23, 678 people received shelter services, and of those, 275 went into permanent housing. That's also incredible because even at our own Wildcat city-run shelter, 54% of those people that were served went into housing. And yes, we can do better on that number, but it's a far cry from 11% that we see with traditional shelters. So we are really improving our services by collaboration and making these things work. Soon, residents at the No-Tell will transition either into permanent housing or another shelter opportunity, as we'll be closing the No-Tell and our Oracle location to begin development on a permanent housing project, low-income permanent housing project called Milagro on Oracle. Amazon Hotel, which is around the corner on Miracle Mile, it's opened and we're filling that currently, and we'll be absorbing the people that are coming out of No-Tell into that hotel. We only have that temporarily, as Amazon will be rehabbed in early 2024 into permanent supportive housing, and a outside agency will be running that permanent housing. So I'd just like to touch on a little bit of the things that people in our shelters engage in. So between October 21 and May 23, we've housed a total of 635 households into permanent housing, and we haven't done it alone. We've collaborated with agencies such as El Rio, OPCS, CBI, Community Medical Services, La Frontera, Cornerstone, and Sonder Care. And people are provided things like medical and mental health care and referral, MAT services for opioid addiction, access to mental health and detox services, warrant resolution. We actually had Judge Blue came and did a community court on site at Wildcat, and that's now growing into a larger thing for community court. Document collection, housing application assistance, referral to community safety, health, and wellness for care coordination, referral to our own Heart and Crowd to Home teams who help people stabilize in their housing and provide wraparound services and case management services in their housing, navigation through apartment search processes and applications, food security services, community reintegration, and life skills. So, as Mr. Holmes stated, Housing First is not just housing. Housing First is not housing only. We have to provide the wraparound services that go with the human and their needs and meet them where they're at. Housing is a way to get a person off of the street immediately and then provide the wraparound services that they need. Without those, all we're doing is putting people in apartments and forgetting about them. People need stabilization in order to maintain their housing. We strongly, we work with the police department, we work with our court systems, we work with DCS, we work with probation, parole, all of the gamut, because it takes a village. We hold people accountable at the shelter level, because when they get in their apartment, they can be evicted easily. So we do as much harm reduction while they're in that shelter service to teach them how to live in their unit as a good tenant and a good neighbor. So coordination with other shelters in the community, such as OPCS, Primavera Men's Shelter, Gospel Rescue Mission, and Salvation Army, is absolutely necessary for emergent and successful sheltering of people in the community. We've been successful at working with people that suffer from mental health and drug addiction because of these collaborations. We have also recently engaged in a mobile shower program. We've served 94 individuals through that mobile shower program, and that helps us to do meaningful engagement in the community. We did have to give Salvation Army's mobile shower back recently because of the wildfires that they have to fight, but we have our own in possession now and hope to ramp that up next week, going to places like Goodwill Metro, St. Francis, Casa Maria's, Primavera Drop-In Center, Caridad Kitchens, and potentially Stand Up for Kids to serve our unsheltered community and start the process of getting them into shelter, housing, treatment, aligning their justice services the way that they need them aligned so that they can begin the process of getting housed. And will conclude my update. I appreciate it.
Sorry, Ms. Champion, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today with Mr. Holmes. Any questions for either Mr. Holmes or Ms. Champion from board members? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, and I appreciate that presentation. That's I think we're going to move the needle here, which is really great. Something that I think a lot of folks in the community have encountered, as I have, is folks that are facing homelessness, perhaps at a convenience store or somewhere else in the community, at an intersection. Some choose to make a small donation, which is fine. I like to buy, food or drink, for folks. But I think it would be really great if I could also provide a little card or some small bit of information to help these folks connect with these programs better, and that could be something we could all do in the community to help make sure that they understand that they have some resources, and maybe they wouldn't be able to get into a shelter that very day, although I understand that is possible sometimes. What if anything, this probably isn't an original idea, but I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that and how we could maybe implement something like that.
So we do have need help guides, and that provides so many resources for people, and it's pocket-sized, and it folds out to a legal-sized form that has many different services and resources on it, as well as TC3. So we can get those to you, absolutely.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie. Sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you.
I'm confused a little bit about the term I hear quite often, permanent housing. Are you giving somebody a house permanently? I don't understand how that term permanent housing differentiates from shelters or other type of facilities. What does permanent housing mean?
So permanent housing.
How do you qualify for it?
Okay. Yeah. So permanent housing is either a voucher that's issued through our Section 8 division or a permanent supportive housing program in our community. Many of our nonprofit partners have permanent supportive housing programs that provide the subsidy for the apartment and the case management that goes with that person so that that person could get stabilized, get employment, eventually do a cost share on their rent, and eventually stabilize into paying their own rent. We have seen this many times. I actually come to the city from a nonprofit agency for a long time before here, and we've seen the Housing First model with the permanent supportive housing be really successful, and with some of our most mentally ill clients, where they're receiving a Social Security. There's a case manager working with that person throughout their stay. Maybe they're there a year, maybe 2 years with that rental subsidy. Eventually, they get the self-determination to become employed part-time, maybe with the help of their SMI provider, their mental health provider. Eventually getting off of the Social Security, getting a full-time job and maintaining that full-time job, and then getting off of the subsidy program and paying their own rent in full.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions from supervisors for Ms. Champion or Mr. Holmes? Chair Grijalva, did you have any questions?
No, I just wanted to thank Ms. Champion for her presentation. I think obvious that you're very knowledgeable, and it's so important for us here at the county to understand how both the county and the city are working together to address this issue, and the all hands on deck kind of the urgency of it. I can hear it very clearly in both you and Mr. Holmes' presentation, so I appreciate you both. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. And Ms. Champion, I know that some of the items that you touched on in your very detailed report for us were covered in the memo that we got from Ms. Lesher, but if there were any items that were additional to the item that was in that memorandum, if you could provide them to Mr. Holmes so he could send them to the board. Thank you. And I just want to say really quickly to our friends who are here for the Quail Canyon matter, remember I told you at the beginning of the meeting, which was 3 hours ago, that we had 3 time certain items. The third time certain item we're going to go to right now, but it is not as lengthy. We're going to take a quick break after that, and then we will come back to the Quail Canyon matter. I appreciate your patience and your understanding, and also that of my colleagues. All right, so we're now going to go then to item number 34, Old Pueblo Community Services, Amendment number 1 to provide for Pima County Housing First Program, extend contract term to June 30th, 24, and amend contractual language. I will move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. My understanding, Ms. Lesher, is that we have a quick presentation from Ms. Vesley.
Yeah.
County Administrator Lesher.
Vice Chair Scott, yes. Ms. Vesley is here, as well as Mr. Lewicki from Old Pueblo Community Services, to follow up on the Housing First conversations. Thank you.
All right.
Vice Chair Scott, I would like to just have the tee it up first for this. So just in case the board has any questions, this initiative in particular was started many years back with a $3 million investment. It's now about $520,000, which is being asked from the board to approve. A lot of the services have been supported now by grants over time and through the work of OPCH through some Medicaid reimbursement as well. So we feel really good about kind of how it's become more self-sustainable. I just want to be real clear, even though it's entitled Housing First, it really is more of a justice-involved program. It is not for street living homeless. It is referrals that are based on folks who are working in the justice system, specifically providing referrals to the beds that are available through this program. In other words, many of them, about 25% come from probation. Another group comes from referrals from the courts themselves, referrals from our public defenders or other entities specifically in the court. So it's reserved space for those types of individuals that are coming out of either incarceration, which also house families. So I want to make sure that it's clear that it's not it's not a street living homeless initiative. It's specific for folks within the criminal justice system specifically. Tom Lewicki, who's our OPCH director, is here to answer more specific questions if you need it. But I just want to make sure I had that information specifically for the board as you're making this decision.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And although I know this involves unsheltered justice-involved individuals, if there are any successes or lessons that we can derive from this program that would help us in terms of our efforts with the larger unsheltered population, I know that you and your colleagues will share those with the board.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
I have a question as to why, on this particular item, this is coming from the general fund and not from any grants?
County Administrator Lesher.
Vice Chair Scott, Mr. Holmes, if we can respond to that, thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, it has been funded out of the general fund. It started a $3 million investment from the general fund, and over time has been supported through grants. And so we're down to about a $1.5 million investment with 520 coming out of general funds, the rest coming out of grants. We will continue to look at grant opportunities for this, but as of now, that's the general fund ask.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Please.
The general fund, it started coming out of the general fund initially. Is that all of the money that has been withdrawn from the general fund, has it all been spent?
So Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so this is a yearly investment that's been spent yearly on that. So it is a ask to re-up that dollar amount for them to run that shelter at full capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. And County Administrator Lesher, did you?
Vice Chair Scott, I was just looking at Mr. Lewicki to see if he wanted to say
okay.
anything, but
All right.
I don't think so. Thank you.
No? So we have moved and seconded the item. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
No?
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
All right. Thank everybody for coming in for these time-certain items. As I said, we're going to take a quick break, maybe about 10 minutes, so you can all stretch your legs, and then we'll come back and we'll start to hear from our very patient constituents who want to talk to us about Quail Canyon. Thank you. Resume our seats. We're going to get started back up. And I need to make this announcement because of the fact that we need to ensure that we have full attendance of the board while we're discussing this item, and because we continue to get speaker cards for this item. I am going, in fact, we're at well over 40, closing in on 50. If you count people who have called in remotely. So I am going to have to reduce speaker time from 3 to 2 minutes. All right. So we're going to get started. And the first person I'm calling on is Barbara Seelig.
Hello, I'm getting a little stage fright here, but
I know you got to set the tone, Barbara.
bring it closer. Am I good now? Okay. I came here for specifically to address a problem at the April 26th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. One of the commissioners there said, if the neighbors feel that the road is unsafe, perhaps they should pay to fix it. We pay taxes, and we expect the Planning and Zoning Commission not to approve a project that puts many more cars on an already dangerous road. Rudis Road is a mini roller coaster. We have 15 30-mile-per-hour signs and one 20-mile-per-hour sign. We had another wreck last month. Wrecks are common. I know you've had letters from a lot of people telling you that. And another thing, I'm kind of disappointed in Dr. Hines. Maybe that's why he's not here, and that he's already said he's 100% for the project and even more, so it really doesn't matter what you people say, and I just don't think that's right. The next thing I wanted to say is that I live on Pima Wash. Pima Wash goes right through my property. I know when the water's running because I open my front door and I can hear it roar. I look over the side and I see raging water going by. Okay? That water was enough to push a car off the road and to break up the road. Okay, a couple of things, and I hope Ms. Grahava is listening to this, because the developer said we're talking about the stormwater. He said we can mitigate the problem. That'll mitigate some of the problems. That didn't say we can eliminate the problems. And then he said we can make it safer. He didn't say we could make it safe.
Thank you, Ms. Seelig. Our next speaker is Russell Long. And I'm going to do what I do during call to the public and call speakers so that you can come up and get ready. The next two speakers after Mr. Long are Bill Broyles and Joan Scott.
Steve. Thank you for having me. My name is Russell Long. I'm past president of the Tucson Association of Realtors, Realtor Emeritus of the National Association of Realtors, and I was the longtime chair of the Tumamoc Hill Advisory Council. I'm not here today representing any of those organizations, rather as a longtime resident of the Catalina foothills who loves the desert. My great-grandfather came to Tucson in 1899 or 1900, we aren't sure which, and by the early 1900s was the manager of the Desert Laboratory on Tumamoc Hill. He worked with the scientists measuring the diameter of saguaros before and after rain and helped develop the plots on Tumamoc Hill that are still being studied today. So 4 generations of my family have loved and cared for the desert, disliked seeing the hills bulldozed, the cacti destroyed. For many reasons, I am in favor of this infill rezoning. What a better way for development than on a former golf course. Hills and cacti don't have to be destroyed. Miles and miles of trenches don't have to be dug in the desert to lay water, electric, gas, telephone, and power lines to new residential outposts far out in the desert, as they are already close at hand. Neighbors' views won't be blocked. We are sorely in need of more housing in the Catalina foothills, as we have a housing shortage, and especially a shortage of moderately priced homes. I am reminded of two rezonings that happened in the city of Tucson in the 1980s. One by developer John Hornberg, who developed a beautiful subdivision on 4th Street called La Querencia. He was going to build an expanded version of that. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Long. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the history lesson, though.
Bill Broyles.
Good afternoon. It's been quite a morning. I'm Bill Broyles, a Pima County resident since 1951. And since 1990, I've lived in Oracle Foothills next to this proposed development. And I protest the rezoning. Russell is one of the Tucson's fine people, but he and I disagree on this one. So I would say that considering the proposed density of buildings, people, cars, concrete, gravel, shingles, that it's doubtful if you'll ever be able to find any living quail in Quail Canyon. And if after today hearing all the foreseeable unresolved problems that Rory didn't mention, if you still approve the plan, then at least require the developer to route all traffic directly onto Oracle, not onto Rudisill, honor and protect the existing floodplain, Pima Wash and Canyon from Catalinas to the Rito, require water harvesting for zero water debt, and allow only CR1 homes east of Pima Wash. The larger question here today is this: does Pima County really, truly value washes, riparian areas, wildlife, water security, safe streets, and existing neighborhoods? Your votes will answer this question today. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Broyles. The three speakers after Ms. Scott, no relation, are Marge Pellegrino, Rich Hogg, and Lisa Rascon.
I'm Joan Scott. The map says that Quail Canyon development will be built in Pima Wash. But make no mistake, this is Pima Canyon. The development is in Pima Canyon, which flows from the Catalina Mountains to the Rito River. Even the developer calls it a canyon, Quail Canyon. This riparian area is a critical area because it's a corridor for wildlife. So what happens when we build in a riparian area? First, we take the resilience out of the floodplain by restricting the flow of water and preventing the water from curving and pooling, which would allow time for the water to sink into the ground. Then we create large areas where the water can't percolate, including roads, roofs, patios, parking lots, walkways. Then we concentrate people. What? 300 units is going to mean 600, 750 people? People are coming and going. Their pets, their cars, the noise and the light. This development turns a critical wildlife corridor into a terror zone for wildlife. Some years our desert canyons can get a lot of rainwater. Other years we get little. Once in a while we get a gusher. We have seen how often the 100-year and 200-year floods happen nowadays. A lot more often than every 100 years. Natural riparian areas will recover from floods. 300 homes won't. Supervisors, please deny the proposal to rezone this piece of Pima Canyon. This canyon is the wrong place for a high-density development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Good afternoon. I'd like to speak to climate. Author Jeff Goodell asks that we be clear-eyed about the scope and the scale of what we're facing. Dana Meadows, environmental scientist, encourages us to think in systems and to share our vision, even if it's pie in the sky and you know it's not going to happen. But here's mine. I'm going to share it anyway because I can. The value of Pima Wash lies in its potential as a youth-driven riparian restoration project, a wild land accessible by public transportation to youth. Youth, too many of which have little experience with the healing power of nature. Pima Wash could give youth agency and experience working and nurturing nature's resilience. We need leaders who employ creativity, innovation, imagination, and foresight to navigate the path to the future that's arriving. I agree, and I don't believe changing the rules for this project addresses a future that's pounding on our door. And so I'm leaving you with Mary Oliver on traveling to beautiful places. Every day I'm still looking for God, and I'm still finding him everywhere. In the dust, in the flower beds, certainly in the oceans, in the islands that lay in the distance, continents of ice, countries of sand, each with its own set of creatures and God by whatever name. How perfect to be aboard a ship with maybe 100 years still in my pocket. But it's late for all of us. And the truth is, we're in the only ship there is. Is this ship we are all on, burning the world as we go? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pellegrino.
My name's Rich Haug. I live in the Oracle Foothills neighborhood, right next to the development. I'm going to speak to you about Rudisill and hopefully safety issues at Oracle as well. I would first tell you, Rudisill was built in the 1930s. Its design is not safely supported by the developers proposed density. It's not a road capacity issue. I can't make that more clear, but it's rather a traffic safety risk issue with Rudisill and its existing design. Rudisill has from 50 to 100% higher crash rate per mile driven than the county's 3 comparable collector roads that we are being compared to. There are a number of intermediate intersections with Rudisill that have line of sight, blind spots, dips, curves that all add risk. Currently, the TIA indicates that the morning traffic is going to be at a number that is truly too low. And less than 90% of the people are going to turn towards Oracle. A 60-40 split is more appropriate. There has been a death on Rudisill in the last 5 years. Rudisill traffic will significantly increase the congestion at Rudisill and Oracle. There have been 26 accidents at that intersection in the last 5 years, and it will cause backups all the way to Access B at times. There's no consideration for pedestrian or cyclist safety in any documents out there right now. Traffic on Rudisill entering first should require a traffic signal, but no actions have been recommended. We cannot accept the development that exasperates these traffic safety risks. And Oracle, just plain too many U-turns.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg.
That was a good end.
After Ms. Rascone, the next 3 speakers are Herman Rascone, Lee Marvin, and Ed Bartkowski. Ms. Rascone.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lisa Rascone, and I live within 300 feet of the proposed development. I'm here to share my personal experience with living on Williams Drive. Turning into and onto a Williams Drive is a task which involves full attention. There are blind spots from the drivers coming up from Oracle and from First Avenue. I personally was involved in an accident at no fault of my own. I was turning left onto Williams when someone behind me came over the hill. He swerved to avoid me, but instead hit me. Having a Dairy Queen in walking distance of our home was very exciting for a young family. Unfortunately, we walked to Dairy Queen once, only to discover how dangerous it is to walk alongside of Rudisill, where there are no sidewalks or shoulders. We called for a ride back and never walked to Dairy Queen again. We have 2 state champion cyclists living on Williams. They fear for their lives while they venture out on Rudisill. If these seasoned cyclists are concerned about their safety while riding on Rudisill Road, can you imagine what it's like for the everyday cyclist? We understand the road safety is not the developer's responsibility. We understand the county doesn't have the funds to improve the pedestrian and cyclist safety of the road. We understand that we do not qualify for a grant until more accidents and deaths occur. What we don't understand is why a bad situation has to become worse. We are not afraid of change. We are not afraid of development. We're advocating for a change. We would like the developer's proposal to be changed to a plan that is appropriate for this area. We would like to see the density of decrease so that all residents live in a safer community. We would like to see an improvement in the safety infrastructure on Rudisill Road. The new residents will be part of our community, our neighborhood. They will be our friends, our children's friends, and our family members. We want to make sure the residents are safe and live in a walkable, bikeable area as Pima Prospers outlines. Yes, Rudisill is a fun road to drive. What isn't fun is to turn on and off Rudisill to side roads and driveways. What isn't fun is to walk on this road. What isn't fun or safe is cycling on this road. What isn't fun is having an accident or a death on this road. The best part of living in Pima County is that we take care of each other. We're trying to protect our families and friends from the dangers we already know exist on this road and will be amplified with a higher density. This proposed development will not benefit existing residents in any way or otherwise add value to the neighborhood. It would only make an unsafe situation more dangerous. The proposed development would be a huge disruption and affect all surrounding neighborhoods. Please vote no on this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rascon.
Good afternoon, Board Supervisors. My name is Herman Rascon, and I live within 300 feet of the proposed developments. I've lived in Tucson I've lived in Tucson all my life, and I've worked in public safety for most of my career. I'm here to share my concerns about how emergency response systems cannot adequately serve the proposed developments. Both proposed communities have one access road. One development access road connects to a high-traffic highway, while another development access road connects to a road that is underdeveloped and is for the needs of the community. The first proposed community of over 100 homes will only have one access road that connects to Oracle, a high-density state route. This access road will include a bridge and a wash that's had wildfires in the past. One accident can easily block this bridge. This would be detrimental for the potential residents of the development and would be no way for the residents to evacuate during an emergency. The second, more concerning, is a 7-story, 200 apartment unit. This location only has one access road. The developer has gone ahead and said that they could negotiate another access through the highway, but we haven't heard from county staff on this situation. In order to, and even if that was approved, in order to get a ladder apparatus, a ladder truck into those areas with the turns, with the curves, which is the only effective way of fighting a fire of a 3-story building, it's not possible. With one access road, with quite a few hundred people leaving out of Rudisill, that will become a block. There will be no way of going ahead and getting EMS or fire vehicles into those areas. Both locations are an issue. The high-density apartments is going to be a severe issue going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rascon.
Hi, my name is Lee Marvin. I live within 300 feet. The developer indicates the houses will be within current median price levels. These do not include the HOA fees required to maintain the bridge and any infrastructure. Our analysis of rents in the area indicates the developer's proposed rental rates may be unrealistic. At the outset, slightly lower pricing may attract renters. However, without rent controls, rents can raise as funds are required for the south parcel development. Affordable housing is defined by HUD as that which requires less than 30% of an occupant's gross monthly income. Rents across 33 existing complexes indicate most Pima County residents are priced out of existing apartments to meet their needs. Of the 33 apartment complexes surveyed, a total of 381 units are currently available. We think this number is low given the tools we were able to use. Nearly all the complexes surveyed are constructed on flat, non-flooding ground, have necessary infrastructure, and were developed without harming riparian environments. Add to this mix the Foothills Mall redevelopment with 350 units coming online in 2025 and 1,000 units by 2028. The mall's multifaceted housing plan along the existing roads and physical infrastructure will provide direct competition to proposed development fraught with unexpected engineering, construction costs, public safety and traffic infrastructure issues, and flood mitigation risks. Initially, the developer said the housing in this development will be affordable. At the same time, they said construction will be years long due to the amounts of work needed to raise the parcels out of the floodplain and construct a bridge to the south. These infrastructure alterations are an essential part of the project and expensive. The proposed development is not going to provide housing within monetary reach of median income Pima County residents. We ask that the rezoning request be denied. We also wonder if the reengineering of Pima Wash will be ill-equipped to handle such an event, the flood events that we've discussed, and potentially result in loss or damage to homes and nearby infrastructure for which the county is poorly equipped to respond. We again ask that the rezoning be.
Thank you, Ms. Mark. The three speakers after Mr. Bartkowski will be Dee Maloney, Leslie Page, and Laura Bartkowski.
My name is Ed Bartkowski, and I reside on North Williams Drive. With tomorrow's anticipated triple heat, we will have lived through the longest consecutive number of triple-degree heat days, and the streak has not predicted to end soon. In the past years, we'd call this temperature streak a weather pattern. With this prolonged heat, devastating rain-driven floods in New York City and Chicago, record winter snowfalls in California, and swarms of tornadoes throughout many parts of the U.S. where they normally don't have tornadoes. Well, these are not weather patterns that are predictable. The magnitude and frequency of these extreme weather events have escalated over the past 3 decades, becoming mainstream events, adversely and negatively impacting property and human life. A scientific article published in the most prestigious American journal called Nature reported that the extreme rainfall the rainfall will dramatically increase at higher elevations in the western U.S., especially over mountain peaks of 9,000 feet or higher. Just north of where you are sitting today is the Santa Catalina mountain range with its Mount Lemmon rising over 9,000 feet, a physical candidate for the potential extreme rainfall event. Following the laws of physics, gravity will send this rain down the canyons and washes like Pima Canyon Wash, flooding everything in its path. Another foundation, First Street Foundation, has published a report saying that the frequency and the magnitude of these mega events are not being updated frequently enough with county floodplain management ordinances. And therefore, they are out of date by the time they're made public to the people that would be buying homes and houses. Pima County requires that this development be raised by a few inches to a little more than a foot, in addition to a foot of a freeboard above the 100-year flood elevation.
Thank you, Mr. Bartkowski.
My name is Dee Mahoney. I am the president of the Casablanca Villas HOA on Oracle. It's 6100 North Oracle. We represent 24 homes, townhomes, with a back entry. Our Oracle entry is very dangerous because we're going slightly uphill to get out. Our back entry, unfortunately, goes onto an unnamed county road, which is and that goes down to Rudisill. Very difficult to do without overheads. But we are subject to a terrible cutoff. The people coming north on First, making a left onto Rudisill, instead of going to Oracle to turn north, at that stoplight that's so often cited, they turn onto the unnamed county road and come through our complex, which is a privately owned complex. We are posted with no trespassing signs, but we have people that come through as a cutoff. This will only get worse because the developer has moved their exit entry directly across from the unnamed county road. Now, they say they will make accommodation for us in the future. perhaps putting in a $10,000 gate, which we can't afford on our back entry, mechanized gate. We can't afford it. But we have no assurances that that would happen. It's very disturbing for 24-unit middle-income homes, 6 of which are rental units. We just don't know how we can get the money to make that back gate, which is our safe entry. Oracle Road, uphill entries, exits are very, very dangerous. That's what those homes from the developer are going to have, an uphill entry onto Oracle. We do use Oracle Road, all of our residents. We're within 600 feet, by the way, of the new development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, or I guess good afternoon. My name is Laura Bartkowski, and I live within 300 feet of the proposed development. In fact, I grew up in Midtown. Tucson is our home. I am one of several neighbors who helped obtain signatures from people protesting the rezoning. We collected over 1,000 signatures around the county at various meetings, schools, and venues. When you do that and you talk to people face to face, you end up feeling like you must represent them. So imagine standing behind me, 1,000 Pima County residents who will be watching your decision. So here's what we learned from the people we spoke with. Cut down a little bit to cut a minute off. So many residents of Pima County have great hearts for preserving natural areas such as the Pima Wash. The people who signed, many share their own emotional and very personal stories about local projects ranging from Oro Valley to the Tucson area. They were angry about a variety of developments. I didn't keep track of the names of them, but they were different neighborhoods, and they felt they weren't properly planned or vetted and have suffered the aftermath. Multiple stories that were told had common threads, issues similar to this project, only now they're living with the reality of those deficiencies. Our petitions were signed by a cross-section of our county population demographics. People who live in apartment complexes, homeowners, families with young children, and college students who were very vocal advocates for natural space. A lot of these folks were not represented in this process, but while we were collecting their signatures, their voices were heard by us loud and clear. And basically, they inspired us to fight with more passion. I have no doubt we could have collected 2,000 signatures if the summer heat hadn't discouraged us from standing around and talking to people. At the end of the day, when all the studies are done and the voices are heard, you members of the county will have a decision to make on who we are and what we stand for and what type of Pima County we will live in, even to the type of landscape that surrounds us. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barker. After Ms. Page, the next 3 speakers are Mary Page, Richard Nichols, and Jason Stewart.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I live on Williams Drive, and I'm asking you to vote no. Our neighbors are elderly and retired. Some live alone. Others are young, working, raising families. Some live on fixed incomes. Some are just getting by and others are comfortable. We speak different languages, have different traditions, and vote for different political parties. We pay taxes and we contribute to the local economy, and we are your constituents. Your decision will impact multiple neighborhoods. We've been told that our worries are unfounded. We shouldn't be concerned, but over 1,000 signatures and hundreds of letters from individuals and neighborhood organizations attest to significant community concerns. We have provided considerable evidence. We have not submitted form letters, which are easy to sign and submit in a moment. Instead, our letters have described in detail our lived experiences, driving these roads, and experiencing the floods. We are concerned not just for ourselves, but for the people who may be eventually living in the wash. We have had many meetings with the developer, and to date, there have been no meaningful compromises or accommodations regarding the proposed density, and this does not increase trust, and it does increase opposition. You're being asked to weigh political pressure to fix the affordable housing shortage versus the concerns of neighborhoods that will bear the burden of this development. We, of course, support additional housing, and we would welcome appropriate development of the site, but we believe the proposed density will create public public safety issues. We are not anti-development or afraid of change. We have shared with you possible alternatives that we believe are a better fit, fulfill the intent of Pima Prospers, and that are sustainable and provide additional housing. Following your decision, the developer, his representatives, investors, and allies who will benefit financially are going to move on to other lucrative projects. But the current and future residents in these neighborhoods, your constituents, we have to live with the consequences of your decision. Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Barry Page.
Hi, my name is Barry Page. In 2012, in another state, our county engineer decided to replace a 75-year-old wooden culvert under the county road adjacent to our property with a 6-foot diameter culvert he thought would be adequate. The 100-year flood occurred and rapidly washed out this feeble attempt to defy Mother Nature. This is only 4 inches of rain in a half hour. The runoff from the north 850 acres rapidly tore through our pasture and through this inadequate culvert. When soil is dry and compact, the rain cannot sink in and the water runs off at a much greater velocity, much the same as the much greater acreage north of Pima Wash does. Then, the state engineer said they would design a 3-culvert system with 6-foot diameters each to withstand the 100-year flood. They could not afford to build it for a 500-year flood. Our pasture and fence were torn up badly. It took me years to clean up the debris of the flood. So who's responsible? Apparently Mother Nature, although the all-knowing county engineer was later fired. So their final culvert was the best they could come up with. Since history will repeat itself, the all-knowing engineers trying to build in a floodplain is a foolish idea at best and a deadly idea at worst. They think that their mitigation will be okay. The project for those who will be foolish enough to purchase a house and live there will most likely be doomed with similar or worse fate. If you choose to support this, who will be responsible for the loss of property and possibly the lives when the similar flood does occur? This being said, who is responsible? If you choose to support this development, or even as is or with restrictions, there will be angry new homeowners and angry new renters with attorneys looking for someone to blame. Therefore, vote wisely, as will I and many others in 2024.
Mr. Nichols. And then Mr. Stewart, sorry. And then we're going to go to a couple of online speakers, Jim McMahon and Frank Staub. Go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you. My name is Richard Nichols. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I do have to note that Supervisor Hines isn't here, and I know he listened to the presentation from the developer's representative. Apparently, he's not listening to any of the opposition from us. In any event, I do want to echo the opposition that all of the previous speakers have mentioned. And I do want to point out that I fear that if this zoning request is approved, no matter how unreasonable it is because of the floodplain, the riparian area, the animals, the traffic conditions on Rudis Hill Road, I fear for what other zoning requests could be granted as well. I think this would send a clear signal to the developers that it's open season in Pima County, no matter where they want to develop, what the density proposals are. Thank you.
Oh, no, you still have a minute, sir.
Oh,
that's just your warning.
Well, I don't want to take too much time because everybody before me has said these things better than I can say them. I'm confident that if you lived in the area that we live in, and you would suffer the consequences that we're going to suffer from this development, and thinking about the animals as well, that you would vote no on this. I know you have to take into consideration all of Pima County, but please take into consideration the wants and wishes of your constituents as well, and vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, my name's Jason Stewart. I own the Catalina Foothills Lodge just south of this proposed development. It's been there for a long time. It's up on top of the hill. I'm going to repeat a lot of the stuff that the owner's representative and some of the other people have said, but I'm in support of this as a neighbor. I'm in the apartment business. Those are all apartments up there. They're building apartments. And I believe it to be a benefit. And as an anecdotal comment, I have one studio for rent today, right now, with over 150 responses. There's people waiting in line in my office right now to rent that one studio. So, again, I don't have data. I just know that every time I put a unit up for rent, 50, 60, 70 people apply and show up in desperation. The last three people that moved actually bought homes. They bought homes. They had to rent from me for 2 years just to find a home. So that's that. And the rest is, I'll be grateful to have any development down there because it's been a complete mess down there. I spent years hauling garbage out of there, measured by the ton. I mean, front-end loaders and dumpsters, not a rake and a trash can. So please, if you will, approve this development.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Okay, as I said, I'm going to go to two folks who have been waiting online, Jim McMahon and Frank Staub. But after we are done with them, we're going to go with our next three speakers in person, Carl Dolk, Cheryl Toth, and John Mijak, and I probably just butchered your last name. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. John Mijak will be after Ms. Toth, but let's go now to Jim McMahon. Are you still online, Jim?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Go ahead, please. You have 2 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Jim McMahon. I live 3/4 of a mile from the proposed development. As an architect and lifelong Tucsonan, I believe this is the kind of thoughtful development that the county should applaud and approve. As proposed, it will be a great complement to the neighborhood, with new neighbors for local businesses, much-needed tax revenue, and less strain on overall infrastructure. I've worked on several higher density projects, and the benefits associated with this type of density cannot be overlooked. Higher density means lower prices for residents, greater energy and water efficiency, and minimizes urban sprawl into our surrounding desert. The Quail Canyon course is an ideal infill location. We need to utilize vacant parcels of land, such as this one, throughout Tucson before bulldozing into the desert. Putting multifamily units near existing hotels and single-family homes near existing residential means that this project will fit seamlessly into the current layout of the neighborhood. The developer has also admirably allocated 33+ acres of open space throughout the project, proving that we can add to the much-needed housing stock while ensuring access to green spaces. This development team has completed and respected the approval process in all phases, taking input from neighbors on traffic concerns, consulting with experts from hydrology to sustainability, and has already reduced density by 40% at the behest of the neighboring residents. On a more personal note, I believe this is such an ideal location and configuration for this type of subdivision that homeowners lucky enough to live here will develop a very close bond, which will inevitably lead to an even stronger sense of community identity, resulting in families that should certainly flourish. This project, as the Zoning and Planning Commission stated, is the new model for future development. It is my hope, as an area resident, that the Board of Supervisors will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Mr. Staub, Frank Staub, are you still online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes starting now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that many of the claims that the supporters of this project are making are extremely misleading. First of all, that the land is already developed. Well, it's barely developed. A golf course that's been abandoned is not much of a development. The big old growth trees that were there before the golf course are still there. If you go upstream, just a little bit upstream, it's virtually the same. Where there's been no development, it's virtually the same except for some native bushes and fallen branches. So I realize that you're calling this infill. Infill is often a good conservation strategy, but not all infill is good conservation. Building in a riparian woodland is not good conservation. It's not the same as building in desert. A riparian woodland is more valuable to desert wildlife than any other habitat. Viewshed. The developer says that it's not going to damage the viewshed. Well, maybe if you have tunnel vision, it won't. But the main part of the residents' viewshed is what they see right in front of them, down in Quail Canyon. 100-year flood level. He said that it'll surpass the requirements for 100-year flood level. We don't know what the 100-year flood level is. We're living in an age of climate change. Every climate scientist said we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And speaking of climate change, ecologists tell us we need to preserve as much wild habitat as we can. Granted, this isn't wild habitat, but the old growth mesquites and palo verdes are still there. And if more native plants were allowed to come in there in a natural way, and not with a lot of concrete and steel, it would hold even more carbon. Think about your legacy. Think about public opinion. I post a lot of pictures of this.
Thank you, Mr. Staub. Your time expired. Thank you, Mr. Staub. Mr. Dole.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Scott and members of the board. My name is Carl Dolk. My wife and I live at 150 Rudisill Road on the south side of the street. Make no mistake, Rudisill is a dangerous road. There is a steep incline to the west of our driveway, which reduces our line of sight. To the east is Genematis, where there is a dangerous S-curve in the road. People have died on this curve. Just 5 weeks ago, an impaired driver landed on the rocks outside our gate. Ironically, he took out 2 of the signs warning of the curves ahead. When we leave our driveway, we have to accelerate rapidly as there is little time to gauge the speed of an eastbound vehicle. But we still have a much easier time than the residents on Williams who have to exit onto Rudisill. The developer proposed $300,000 for traffic mitigation. Additional signage has been suggested, but obviously signs have been ineffective in the past. Rudisill was built in the mid-1900s when urban sprawl was not a concern. I respectfully disagree with staff's comment that said additional vehicles on the road will not make it more dangerous, that the road has adequate capacity even with additional units. Humans make mistakes, and unsafe practices such as distracted driving, speeding, and tailgating are more likely to increase as the number of drivers increase. Staff is correct that the developer's contribution will not fix the road, nor should the developer be responsible for fixing a road that existed since the mid-1900s. It is the responsibility of the Board of Supervisors pursuant to Pima County's comprehensive plan, the number one goal of the transportation element.
Thank you, Mr. Dolk.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Toff?
She is not here.
Okay. Mr. Myjack.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott, and thank you, board members. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is John Myjack, and I am a realtor. However, I'm not a selling or listing realtor. So to be clear, my support for this project, I don't have anything to gain from it directly or personally, but I am supporting it, and there are a couple of reasons why. First of all, my family moved here in, if you can imagine, 1963. So in the intervening 60 years, I've watched this community develop from some ways really good, some ways not so good. And that's been a lesson to me as a human being, but also as a realtor. But I'm also a proponent for sustainable living. And in that capacity, I've served on the boards of the Watershed Management Group and also the Tucson Botanical Society. And I've also been a board member for the Tucson Association of Realtors. But I'm not speaking for any of those boards. I'm speaking for myself. I also created a school, and one of the first courses that I taught in that school was about sustainable living. In that course, I became acquainted with many of the people in our Pima County the Pima County flood zone district. And in the last 10 years, I have worked with that group to help realtors understand how development should happen and what should be sustainable. And in that process, I've learned about this particular development and what has been done through that department, and they've done a remarkable job with it. And I know that what they are doing is going to help our sustainability and also create a community which is more multicultural and serves more people. We need more homes, and if we don't build them sustainably in areas that we're reclaiming, they're going to be built outside of our community. I've seen what happens when that goes on. Boulder, Colorado, for example, created a green belt around the city, and now no one can live there except the rich.
Thank you, Mr. Majek. I was thrown off a bit by Ms. Toff not being here, but our next speaker is Dr. David Beckel, and the three speakers after him are Fred Fiastro, Tom Pugh, and Carol DeAngeli.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. David Beckel, and I have lived in the Oracle Foothills neighborhood for the past 5 decades. During that time, I also practiced pulmonary medicine in our community, and so I have a vested interest and I'm a long-term stakeholder in the neighborhood and in my community. I have to admit that the slick presentation I heard today was quite smooth and very unconvincing to me. Having dealt with the realities of operators like Mr. Junman, I have seen the devastation that these projects have left in their wake. And I, for one, am opposed to the development of this property and to the high-density projections that accrue to that development. You've heard about traffic safety issues on Runeshill. I won't reiterate that. You've heard about the negative impact on the vital and necessary riparian wildlife corridor that exists. And now you're hearing from me. I vote, and I expect a no vote by you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beckel. Mr. Fiastro, followed by Mr. Pugh and Ms. DeAngeli.
Good morning or good afternoon now. Thank you. You're as hypoglycemic as I am. I'm exhausted. I thank you for doing your work. I am Fred Fiastro. I'm with the Catalina Foothills Association, and we're a neighborhood association chartered in 1956 to look after the quality of life in an area that's generally bound by First Avenue, Hacienda del Sol, River Road, and Skyline. Over the years, the CFA mandate to act on behalf of residents in the CFA estates has evolved into taking an interest in communities beyond our boundaries. And we believe that the Quail Canyon Rezoning Specific Plan represents a potential long-term threat to our residents because it serves as a kind of a test case for the way that this sort of infill project evolves in the future. Therefore, we're aligned with our neighbors to the west and in opposing this in its current form. We know that there's a need for housing, but the process in moving through a lot of these things, it requires a lot of give and take. We understand that despite instructions from planning and zoning to accommodate area neighbors, there has been little meaningful accommodation of adjacent neighbors' principal concerns, mainly density. We in our area have had a long history of partnership with Pima County government to honor a process with multiple development agreements involving multiple commercial developments And in most of these cases, we get to a yes. We very rarely have ever gotten to a case like this where there's this much opposition after the staff work has been done. So we really ask Supervisor Scott and the other supervisors to ask these applicants to agree to more meaningful compromises in their plan and get to a yes here.
Thank you, Mr. Fiasco.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff in the back of the room. My name is Tom Pugh. I've lived on Camino Escuela for 50 years. I was here exactly 17 years ago over the same issue on Campbell Wash. And the beloved Ann Day was sitting in your place. We opposed the Campbell Wash development, which had been approved by all of the county staff. This is 17 years ago, because it was ruled eventually that there should be no building in washes. We employed our group, Mr. Zeller, who was the engineer who wrote the Pima County hydrology manual that is still being used. He was temporarily not working for the county. He worked for us, and he came up with irrefutable evidence that the Campbell Wash was inappropriate for any development, as did emeritus geology professor who wrote the original zoning regulations for washes. He was asked by Ann Day, why did Pima County not address housing in the washes? And he said, at the time we were doing those regulations, we couldn't imagine anybody would build in the wash. This is a totally inappropriate place to build. There's a 5,000-foot fall into that wash, down to the location there on Quail Hollow. And a couple of things the developers failed to mention, they're going to fill in 10 acres with fill. The cutting edge, spear of the edge hydrology today is to have recharge. This is throughout the state of Arizona, especially the state of Arizona because of our drought. This is a hideous mistake. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pugh.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Board.
Ms. DeAngeli, before we start your time, we're going to go, after you're done, to our final online speaker, Sam Carter. And then the speakers after Mr. Carter will be Ted Curtis, John Paul Viberni, and Barbara, I'm being challenged today, Schwegler, I believe. Right. Thank you, Ms. DeAngeli. Please.
Yes, thank you for your time today. So those of us opposed to this project have been portrayed as anti-infill and anti-development. Those are both not true. There are currently 2 infill developments happening inside my neighborhood, which is Oracle Foothills, and one that was recently completed. We're opposed to this project in this location. Secondly, I just want to mention water. You know, we've heard very little about water today, and as all of us are terribly aware, it's a really, really critical point in our use of water. The developer is quoting a figure, and I noticed it on one of their slides today, and in a lot of the letters of support for this project, that they will use less than 40% of what the golf course used. That cannot be true. This was a very short golf course, par 3, as you all know, desert course. It was almost not irrigated. The figures they're using come from the USGA and are about regulation-sized golf courses that are fully irrigated. So I think it's disingenuous of them to use these figures. So those are my 2 points. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. We're going to go now to Mr. Carter. If you are online, Sam Carter.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon. My name is Sam Carter, and I live in Pima County, and I support approval for the Quilt Canyon project. Tucson desperately needs housing, but we must also be cognizant of our water use as the West continues to see drought and water depletion. This project will include homes and apartments with increased density and smaller yards, which are more energy efficient and water efficient. While single-family homes on 1 acre lots were the norm in the 1960s and 70s, modern development must include higher densities and be more energy and water efficient to be sustainable. When the golf course was operated, it used on average at least 90,000 gallons of water a day. At full build-out, the project will use approximately half the water at the golf course, including both single-family homes and apartment units. Therefore, the project represents a significant improvement in water efficiency for this land and its future use. The project's commitment to our environment is admirable, with further commitment to use water-sense fixtures, zero-scape landscaping, passive water harvesting, and green building practices. Changing the use from recreational to much-needed residential is the logical next step. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ted Curtis, followed by John Paul Baverne and Barbara Schwegler.
Good afternoon. My name's Ted Curtis, 7447 North Fortuna, and I'm the president of Hidden Hollow Construction for 40 years plus, and just a few things I wanted to talk about. I've known the principals of this project for many years. I've remodeled their house they grew up in just a few miles away. I've seen projects they've done in the past and seen the care they put into everything they do, and the care they put in this project to try to adapt to needs of the community. I know you hear a lot about that today, so I just want to talk about something else. We build several offices within a 2-mile radius of this project. We finished one approximately a year ago. They have 40 middle-income employees directly across the street at 5669 North Oracle. It's called WebMo. They're having a problem recruiting employees because they can't find housing in the vicinity. Their employees would like to carpool, bike, or walk to work. They've sent 3 letters in support of this, and they just wanted me to mention that they'd really like to see some housing close. They love this project. It's right across the street. And on the other end, we've had a lot of crime problems in the same vicinity, all the way from River to 6700 across the street, where homeless people breaking in, causing issues. The security services we use have the same common answer. They go back to the golf course. So I hope you guys will take a look at all the aspects of this, and especially from the local businesses, and put your feet into their shoes of the benefits they're going to see on this. One other thing that I haven't heard about is ADOT has spent tens of millions of dollars to improve that road, bike lanes, pull out, bus stops. It seems like a lot of the infrastructure needed is already in place.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Good afternoon. My name's John Paul Viborni. I live in District 1 of Pima. And I'm for the project, and I think that the gentleman before me touched on one of the things, and that is the state of Arizona just refurbished Oracle Highway 77, and it now has a bike lane, it now has a sidewalk, and it has a nice bus turnout, which is right adjacent to the apartment complex. So these people that are going to be in affordable housing will be able to use their bikes. They're going to be able to walk to work. They're going to be able to get the bus conveniently. And I think that this is a perfect infill project, and that the development did a good job in reducing what once was 300 homes down to almost 200. And so we have, given up some, and I think we should get approval. And I appreciate all your effort and time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viborni. How bad did I mess up your name?
My name is Barbara Schussler. But I apologize for my handwriting as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to all of you today, and to Vice Chair Scott, who is our representative supervisor. I'm not going to reiterate the hazards of Rudisill, which I hope you all consider very seriously, as I deal with it on a daily basis and know that how it is already, it's hazardous, and this will create even more congestion. I think you're aware that the Pima Wash is a floodplain that's been spoken to, and the hazards of that, of an overdevelopment, are very concerning to me. I oppose the rezoning. I agree to the original zoning of CR1, which would approximately be about 53 houses or whatever, because it's about 53 acres. But my main concern, and it hasn't been addressed too much today, is the wildlife corridor. I live in the Oracle neighborhood and have lived there for 23 years, and I've co-created with many, many wildlife. Birds, bobcats, coyotes, woodpeckers, and I want to be their advocate because I really feel that we are out of balance with our overdevelopment in this kind of situation, and that we really need to preserve our nature. Our sanity relies on having a good balance, and our planet is out of balance, and I hope you consider that we really need to preserve that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is John Coinman, and John is going to be followed by Dean Marvin, Ken Scoville, and Miranda Lopez. Mr. Coinman. No more Mr. Coinman? All right, we're going to go then to Dean Marvin, followed by Ken Scoville and Miranda Lopez.
Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity. I'm going to extend what some speakers ahead of me have said. There's been a lot of flooding worldwide in the news this summer. We're definitely having to deal with a new climate environment. FEMA has said in writing that their current flood maps are out of date, and any developments going forward prior to the readiness of their update should consider 300 or 500-year numbers, not 100-year numbers. The second thing I'd like to address is the developer was required to handle the 100-year floodplain. The problem is that their design for water control captures the first half inch of rainfall, and everything after that is directed onto the private property, including mine and the Bartkowskis, which is upstream, and we're already getting erosion at the base of the hillside that's very steep where we live, and when you dump a 4 or 6 inch rainfall collected from the entire wash now, because the development is raised above it, it's going to cause all kinds of havoc with our hillsides and potentially collapse them, and we will be personally liable for that. And I think the county should go back and look at what FEMA is saying and make some arrangements that prevent us from taking the hit when the 500-year rainfalls happen. I ask that you vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Scott, Chair Grijalva, and the rest of the supervisors. I'm here today and talking about a different aspect within this whole development. I've been involved in historic preservation issues in Tucson since 1985. It's been involved in some ways too long on this. But I'm here today to just sort of reinforce the fact that Pima County Cultural Resources has recommended that the clubhouse, the restaurant, the first tee box, and the 18th hole green and some other putting greens be preserved as an adaptive reuse. So for the neighbors, the new people that would be living there would be able to benefit from those things. They could be part of a clubhouse, recreation areas, lots of different things. You could do some water harvesting and bring back those putting greens. So that would be a very unique amenity. Now, I know it's in the area where the apartments are planned, but I think there's space to move this around. Again, Cultural Resources thought about upwards of maybe 2.5 to 3 acres. It has some very excellent stonework on it that is a nice representative of when that went in. And that was, from our research, that was the first really use of what was normally, let me backtrack for a minute. Most of the recreation areas in Pima County have flood aspects to them, and they become parks and everything, so people can vacate during a flood issue. This was really the first private development, private golf course to actually take a floodplain and do this. So there's some real historical significance. Just like this transition now that we're going through, we seem to want to build in washes. When that was zoned CR1, they could have bought lots in their own CR1, nobody wanted it. So it's the nature of the history and how the Tucson community evolves. But I just want to make sure that you know that Cultural Resources is advocated for the preservation and adaptive reuse of those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scoville. Miranda Lopez is next, and Miranda will be followed by Caitlin McGrath, Tara Molsky, and Amanda Gattenby.
Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Lopez. I live off of River and First in District 1. I am speaking in support of the Quail Canyon project at Oracle and Rudisill. I myself have faced many difficulties with finding affordable housing. I had to move in May because if I stayed at my old apartment complex, they were going to raise the monthly rent by $300, something well outside the budget of a young person living paycheck to paycheck. The Quail Canyon project would convert an unused golf course into over 200 apartments and 100 residences, and use less than half of the water that the golf course used. Many of the concerns expressed by nearby residents include damage to the riparian habitat and increased traffic. However, the Regional Flood Control District has submitted a memo stating that building in this area would have a minimal impact on wildlife, and the Pima County Department of Transportation has submitted a memo that traffic volume will not increase during or after this project is completed. Furthermore, as stated in the earlier presentation, this development will not be in the wash, but near the wash, just like my old apartment complex further east. Arizona law is giving all the power in this situation to only 16 neighbors, a definite minority. I am here to speak for the hundreds of people who would benefit from this development plan, who are struggling during this affordable housing crisis. I believe this project will help address our region-wide housing shortage and especially our need for infill development near existing jobs, schools, and infrastructure. Please vote yes. Yes in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Ms. McGrath, Caitlin McGrath.
Hello, my name is Caitlin McGrath.
Sorry.
That's all right. I'm a third-generation Tucsonan, and I'm here today in support of the Quail Canyon project for many of the reasons you've already heard. I could tell you which green practice I like and how desperately we need the housing, but others have and will continue to do so. I would like to bring one critical point to your attention and to my fellow Tucsonans. This meeting is not representative of the population, and most importantly, not of the people who would live within the development. Participation in democratic processes like this one are impossible to attend for the majority of the workforce. Even individual supervisor meetings are out of reach for workers, those with families, or those denied the luxury of time. They certainly can't be here now in the middle of the workday. This serves only to amplify the voices of people who are already advantaged. Organized neighborhoods of whiter, older, and wealthier residents push development away to where it would presumably be less bothersome to them. Instead of empowering communities that suffered most under urban renewal, our local review processes favor these more affluent residents, allowing them to block developments in their own neighborhoods, while the few that are greenlit tend to be in less affluent ones. Deference to a vocal minority is a big reason the U.S. is suffering from a deficit in nearly 3.8 million homes. We are falling behind because a small section of our population commands the majority of the attention. Housing is needed in every zip code of the county, and the foothills is no exception. Housing like this would ensure that the teachers and service industry professionals who work in the foothills every day can actually afford to live there. We will never move forward if every attempt is stripped down to the bare bones or developers are bled dry over long and arduous community approvals. We need ambitious projects like this one. We need developments that prioritize sustainability. We need developments built within existing communities, and Quail Canyon is such a development. Thank you.
Ms. McGrath. Ms. Molsky? Tara Molsky? Okay, we're going to go then to Amanda Gattenby. And after Amanda, we'll have Stephanie Spencer, Will Pugh, and Carolyn Campbell.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Scott and supervisors of the board. My name is Amanda Gattenby. I live in District 1 in an unincorporated area of the county. I'm a licensed general contractor specializing in ADUs here in Tucson, and I'm also a housing advocate. Having worked primarily in the affordable housing industry for 20 years, I have been involved in the deployment of over 1,400 units of permanent supportive housing and affordable housing for our most vulnerable populations. Even though Quail Canyon is not a low-income housing tax credit, capital A, affordable subsidized project, this project does serve a desperate need in this community and fits into the housing continuum. One of the Planning and Zoning Commissioners requested that this project include a certain percentage of small unit types, studios and one-bedrooms. I was thrilled to see this, and I am happy the developer easily gave it. Small unit types support housing for our workforce. Our community doesn't run without our workforce. While this is all market rate housing, the inclusion of small unit types and smaller, closer homes on smaller lots means there's an opportunity for a subtle variation in income and housing attainability. People who cannot afford a 2,000 square foot home on a 1-acre lot can now possibly buy in this area. People who work in this area may have a chance to snag a unit closer than half an hour away from their job. Keeping in mind that according to the Housing and Supply Committee of the Arizona Legislature, our state is 275,000 single-family homes short to meet the demand. Keeping in mind that occupancy rates are at a 40-year high of 90%, and for every one rental, there are 150 applicants we heard today. If not an adaptive reuse, responsibly developed, sustainable housing project here, then what? Is there a higher and better use for this property? Please, I humbly ask you to look at the facts, the reports and memoranda from staff, the approval and comments from Planning and Zoning Commission, and the reality of the housing crisis.
Thank you, Ms. Gatton. Ms. Spencer, Stephanie Spencer.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Stephanie Spencer. I'm with the Tucson Metro Chamber. As you know, the Chamber represents 1,500 businesses that employ over 160,000 employees in both Tucson and Pima County. I am here to convey the Chamber's support for this rezoning. The Tucson Metro Chamber supports this rezoning as it aligns with several of the Chamber's key priorities, including land use, workforce development, and economic development. From a land use perspective, this project will be responsible use of excellent infill site. All development will occur on the former golf course in an area that has existing infrastructure. The roads are below capacity, near businesses, stores, and schools. The project is adjacent to Oracle Road, and it will therefore allow new residents to live a reasonable distance from their work, school, shopping, and recreation. This will create greater density closer to employment centers without creating the need for new roads. The Chamber feels that infill projects are necessary for the overall economic development of both Tucson and Pima County. The current housing shortage is becoming a barrier to both employees and employers. The Chamber supports rezonings like this, which will provide more housing and make all housing more accessible. I also want to emphasize that Pima Prospers does encourage this type of infill as it promotes compact forms of development in areas where infrastructure is already in place. The Chamber supports this rezoning because it is responsible infill and will support the area's businesses and will add much-needed housing to the region. Thus, the project offers an excellent opportunity to support a thriving community and economy for both current and future residents. We respectfully ask that you approve this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer. Will Pugh? Will? He's not here. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Carolyn Campbell? And following Carolyn will be Shannon Murphy, Ivan Russell, and Bryant Nodine.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Campbell, and I'm representing the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. We've been meeting with the property owners for 12 months to discuss the Quail Canyon specific plan proposal. Our attention has been, as always, on the portions of the property that lie within the Mavine Marie Behan Conservation Land System, or CLS. In this case, that is the Pima Wash, which is an important riparian area. As such, we've been working toward a development that was compatible with the CLS guidelines, but also worked to minimize edge effects, the lights, noise, smells, et cetera, that impact wildlife movement through the riparian corridor. The proposed building envelope complies with the CLS guidelines for the important riparian area through both avoidance and restoration. Additionally, the owners, have agreed to new language that will, if this specific plan is approved, provide incentives to provide more open space adjacent to the Pima Wash to minimize and mitigate those edge effects. This is in addition to the special conditions about regarding revegetation standards and sustainability measures that were outlined earlier. Conditions that add additional requirements dealing with outdoor lighting, signage to prevent human access to the Pima Wash from development, et cetera. With the additional special conditions, as Mr. Juneman outlined, and the conditions that included in the staff report, as well as the changes to the final specific plan that would be adopted if this is approved, the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection can support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Shannon Murphy, and again, followed by Ivan Russell and Bryant Nodine.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Scott and members of the board. My name is Shannon Murphy, and I reside in Pima County. I am here today to ask that you approve this rezoning. Over the past few years, our region's housing inventory has plummeted, making our housing market extremely competitive and causing prices to soar. Pima County desperately needs more housing, particularly infill projects like Quail Canyon. As infill, this project will place over 300 new housing units near existing roads, public transit, utilities, and commercial businesses. It will also develop entirely on land that was previously graded by the golf course, so it will not destroy any native desert. The benefits of infill are clear. New infill residents will be using existing roads, shop at existing nearby businesses, and have shorter commutes to work and school. As lifelong resident of Tucson, I have always been a proponent of responsible development. I believe that the Quail Canyon team has engaged numerous stakeholders and given careful consideration to issues like environmental impact, neighboring residents, and overall community needs. I understand that some neighbors are opposed, which is common for infill development. But each new project must be evaluated based on what it will do to improve the greater community. This project has been thoughtfully designed and will provide much-needed housing. I believe the benefits far outweigh the concerns raised. Approving well-planned and thoughtfully designed infill projects like Quail Canyon should be a priority because doing this will mean a step towards resolving our housing crisis. I support its approval and hope that you will too. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
My name is Ivan Russell. Thank you, group, for what you do for our community. And Shannon and me on the same team. You know, there's no project, there's no way you can build without offending somebody or something. And when I look at this project and the way it's engineered, the way it's designed, the sensitivity to the environment, the wildlife, the wash, it just makes a lot of sense to me. I'm totally on board with it. I think it's something we need to do. And as I mentioned, there are some drawbacks. There will be more traffic on Rudisill. I live just a short distance down from Rudisill and First. I travel that road frequently, and it's a price you pay for our society. So I'm urging you to vote yes on this. It's one of the best well-designed projects that I've seen. Thank you very much.
Mr. Russell. Mr. Nodine is next, and following Mr. Nodine are our final three speakers, Michael McGrath, Ben Elias, and Greg Mall.
Supervisors, my name's Bryant Nodine. I live at 5811 North Williams Drive. We moved to Tucson about 41 years ago, and about 24 years ago, my wife and I purchased this land and built on it. We built a small house. We disturbed less than 20% of our lot because we cared about the environment. We designed the house around the saguaros and around the trees. We only had to destroy 2 Palo Verde trees out of quite a few more than that. And so I'm speaking about the riparian area today, not from the point of view of somebody who's using it as a proxy or an angle to get you to vote against this. I'm using it because it's important to us and it's important to many of our neighbors. So I want to first start with what the riparian areas are that are in this area. And this is Pima Wash. This is the open space at Pima Wash. And you can see there's quite a few riparian areas in the northwest area, and all of them are small and fragmented. Pima Wash is the biggest one between Cañada del Oro and Sabino Creek. And it has 480 acres of open space. Unfortunately, all of that is at risk because it's all private. And speaking of at risk, this is the kind of risk that is posed to that property. Here we have a rendering that was provided by the developer, and it shows how close 3-story apartments are to the wash, with the bank protection, with an access road and parking, lights, and so on, right up against that riparian area. So it's not being preserved. And then finally, I want to talk about the comprehensive plan. The question on the comprehensive plan is...
Sorry, Mr. Nodine, but your time expired.
Okay. There is development for the apartments in low-density designations, and that is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Nodine.
Needs an interpretation, a formal one, not just a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Nodine.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael McGrath. I've lived in Pima County for 45 years, practiced law in our community, and in the course of my law practice, I've become aware of many investors and builders who have examined Quail Canyon as an appropriate spot for residential development. They have ultimately, after doing due diligence, been discouraged by the topographical and engineering problems that this property presents. The current developer, Urbaneer Investment Partners, has spent 2 years working with the best in the community, the hydrologists, the engineers, the architects, the traffic consultants, to put this property to use. Their use will preserve open space. It will address required setbacks, has addressed traffic concerns, flood control, and access, ingress, and egress. This thoughtful development of the property requires a sufficient number of units to make the project pencil, to attract the investment dollars, and to qualify for the bank financing that actually results in living units being constructed. Despite this plan being approved by Planning and Zoning, your staff, as well as traffic, environmental, and flood control officials, you've heard the opposition. From my position, there is a prejudice against multifamily development in the northwest corridor of the Catalina foothills. It is not appropriate for neighbors to redline apartments in the foothills when our community is in dire need of an expansion of the housing stock. Thank you.
Mr. McGrath. Ben Elias.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisors, my name is Ben Elias. I'm a seventh generation Tucsonan. I'm a civil servant like my father and uncle before me. I took time off of work to speak to you today, and I wanted to let you know that I'm a supporter of Tucson for Everyone. I'm going to voice a letter that was written by the co-leads there, Kyle Snowden and Miranda Schubert. Tucson for Everyone is excited to support the proposed Quail Canyon project at Oracle and Rudisill. We believe this project will help address our region-wide housing shortage and especially our need for infill development near existing jobs, schools, and infrastructure. There are currently 2,392 supporters of Tucson for Everyone in Pima County. 144 of them sent letters to you. We know that the housing needs of Tucson citizens are not being met by existing housing. Rents are at historic highs, while rental vacancies are at historic lows, both of which are signs that there isn't enough housing to go around. Additionally, homelessness is a persistent issue, including encampments on the site of this proposed project. We're worried to see that the individuals working full-time are struggling to afford basic housing. To address this problem, we advocate for abundant housing in our city and county and believe that Quail Canyon Homes and the 300 units of the project make a significant contribution to our housing supply. You've already heard from residents opposing the project that have concerns for the traffic safety and capacity of the roads around the project. In fact, our group frequently advocates for similar transportation improvements. From our perspective, we see issues in our transportation system as existing alongside housing supply problems. In fact, we support projects like Quail Canyon so strongly because we see denser infill development as one of the most significant long-term solutions to our region's transportation and housing problems. Thank you, supervisors and staff.
Thank you. Greg Mall. Somebody had to be last, Greg.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Scott and board members. My name is Greg Mole. I'm a neighbor to the east of the project, residing in the Catalina Foothills neighborhood, as well as being a licensed civil engineer, familiar with real estate development here in Tucson. This project is ideally positioned as an infill development with minimal impacts, providing much needed residential housing in an area severely lacking, and with known shortages. I moved my family here to Tucson 20 years ago after my service in the Army, and since I've seen my sister and most recently my parents move here and struggle to find a place to live. Projects like this are ideal to help provide a place for residents to live, potentially close to where they work, and also do business. The many positive impacts of this project far outweigh the negatives. Sound engineering data back up the design before you and defeat the speculative and emotional objections that have been presented. Along with my family, my neighbors, and my community, I urge you to support this rezoning and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mole. Sorry for mispronouncing your last name. I'm going to go now to comments and questions from board members, if there are any. Supervisor Christie.
Just give me the perspective. Where does State Route 77, which is a state route, on the southern end of it, become City of Tucson? Or, I'm sorry, Pima County.
Yeah. Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, so I think you're asking it, where is the city limits compared to this project?
Where does 77 begin?
Well, I think 77 is a state highway for its entirety. So actually, when we've done we did a traffic study for this project, and we've had two jurisdictions or two state entities review it. So ADOT has reviewed it, and the county Department of Transportation has reviewed it, and ADOT's reviewed it for Oracle, and Department of Transportation has reviewed it for Rudisill, and the roads that come off of Oracle.
And that, Mr. Vice Chair, that has been improved by ADOT recently.
The traffic study has been reviewed by ADOT. We've had two reviews, and they've accepted our traffic study. Yeah, and they've accepted the. I think there's been some mention that our traffic study says that about 10% of our traffic is going to use Rudisill. We think the majority is going to use Oracle, but those numbers have been vetted by ADOT and by Department of Transportation, the county, and they agree with that. They say it's reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I know Supervisor Hines is going to be returning to the dais. Supervisor Bronson, did you have a?
No, I don't.
Okay. Chair Grijalva, did you have questions or comments?
I do. I know that the request is rezoning, and currently this area is CR1, but do we have or do we need any formal interpretation of the decision to allow high density in an LIU area?
I'm going
to. Is that the decision that we can make with our discretion at this point?
Is it okay to call on Mr. DeBonis, if you could respond to Chair Grijalva's question?
Vice Chair Scott and Chair Grijalva, members of the board, I do not believe that an interpretation is needed. So the apartments are located in the Community Activity Center designation of the comprehensive plan. The only thing that extends into the LIU area is parking and the swimming pool, and those uses are appropriate and allowable within the LIU, the low-intensity urban area designation.
Can I see Mr. Nodine's slides? Can those come up to the that area just so I can look at them? The angle of the camera was so far away I couldn't see anything.
He didn't have slides. He had handheld placards.
Right, that's what I mean.
But we can absolutely work with staff to make sure that you can see them, Chair Grijalva. Where would be the best place?
Right there near the microphone. Yeah, if he just lays them flat on the table, side up, then staff there's a camera over there that I can look at.
Can I have someone from staff assist Mr. Nodine with the best placement of that?
Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see that okay, Chair Grijalva?
I can, thank you.
And then did you
And so
have...
he can describe because he had three different ones. If you can just put Mr. Nodine describe what this is.
That's fine. Mr. Nodine, since you're getting a question from a supervisor, please feel free to respond.
Okay, so I'm going to put this so it's facing upside right. This is north now. This is, these are the apartments. This is the CAC, which is the Community Activity Center. This is low intensity.
Mr. Nodine, can you talk closer to the mic, please?
Oh, this is low intensity urban, which is basically 1.2 units per acre. What we have is we have all of the buildings are placed within the CAC, but the support for those buildings is placed within the LIU. So what that does is that means that basically it's like putting a shopping center in a commercial area and then saying, we'll put the parking outside into some residential zoning. That would never be allowed. So we have a swimming pool here, we have a pool house, some ramadas, and we have parking and access roads in that LIU. And my request was that just a statement that it's okay is not acceptable without justification. And there should be a formal interpretation, and I would request also that the board asks for legal review of that formal interpretation. And that's all I was trying to get to when I ran out of time.
Thank you. Can you show me the other presentation boards that you have, or the pictures? I thought you put up 2 or 3 different ones. And thank you all for your patience. I just couldn't see it.
Okay, this one I had to go through fairly quickly, but basically
It shows the development, which is similar to the hotel development, directly adjacent to the open space area. And it shows the bank protection, and it shows the 3-story buildings, and some of those are within 50 feet of the bank protection. So basically, imagine yourself in this wash area, in this open space, yourself or a critter, and they're looking up at 40 feet of building, and cars passing by, and parking lots and lights and so on.
Okay, and this is a rendering of the development?
This is a rendering provided at the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the other thing I would say is the intensity of development here and the intensity of development here is exactly the same. There's no transition in intensity of development from the commercial to the riparian area, and there should be. That's a basic tenet of planning. And I want to point out that I've written general plans, I've written code, I've been a planning and zoning director, so I know of which I speak.
Chair Grijalva, Mr. Junman wanted to also respond to your question.
Yeah.
Did you have any others, Mr. Nodine, or just the two?
The only other one was the washes, which I did have a chance to go through.
Okay, great. Well, no, but I didn't see that picture.
Oh.
I could hear it, but I couldn't see it.
Okay.
That's my issue. I can't see what you're showing.
That's the problem. Okay. So what we have here is this is a GIS aerial of the washes in the north central area. This is Oracle Road here. And what you can see, and this is the open space, the green area, all of the open space that are part of Pima Wash. And it shows, and it's a fact that Pima Wash is the largest wash between the Cañada del Oro and Sabino Creek. And there are about 480 acres of open space. All of it, except for the public right-of-ways, is in private ownership. That puts all of it at risk. And in this case, the risk is the proposed development that is taking up 30 acres or so of open space.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right. Vice Chair Scott and Chair Grijalva and members of the board. So there's a few things that I want to address on the wash, because it's been a main concern throughout this project, and we understand it, but there's sort of some facts here that I think are being ignored. First of all, we are preserving 50% of our space as natural open space. So not disturbed, not built in. The wash is not getting built in at all. Mr. Nodine is right about Pima Wash being a major wildlife corridor. We are preserving, on our property, it's 250 to 300 feet wide throughout our property. It's a significant wildlife corridor, and it's a significant width that allows for wildlife to travel through that. As you see, it's 250, 300 feet through our property, but then it narrows down before it gets to the Rito. So what we're doing on our property is sufficient to preserve that wildlife corridor. You heard from Ms. Campbell from the coalition about her support. Is that on there still, or is this? Can we show this? Yeah, it's on there. Okay.
I can't see it though.
Yeah, I think it's up.
Do you see it now, Chair Grijalva?
Yeah. So much of our work with the coalition, it really started off as how can we protect this wildlife corridor? And we have elements in our specific plan, which is a regulatory document. If it's adopted, it'll be the law for this property, that elements that protect this wildlife corridor. What we don't, this is a conceptual rendering, so it doesn't show all of this, but one of the things we negotiated was along this access point here. We'll have a 3-foot tall screen wall to make sure that car lights don't bother the animals in the wash. We negotiated with them to use a gabion bank protection, which is... So, did I say that? Yeah, with the coalition. Sorry, not with the critters. Have a gabion bank protection there that's vertical instead of sort of sloped, which keeps the animals in the wash. We negotiated lighting elements like using motion sensors so lights aren't on all the time, and that causes less light pollution into the wildlife corridor and actually benefits the neighbors as well. We negotiated not have parking areas facing the wash to reduce the impacts on the wildlife corridors. Restricting access for our residents into the wash was something that we provide signage to restrict them. We've also added some elements like for the CCNRs, have education for the residents about the importance of preserving that wash and how to respect that wash. So there's a lot that we have done to address that wildlife corridor. That hasn't come up, and I wanted to make sure that was was clear. And because of that, we have the coalition's support on this rezoning. So happy to answer any more questions as well.
Chair Grijalva, did you have any other questions?
I do. I'm having marginal success with my camera at this point, so I'm going to try to leave it on as much as possible. So thank you for that added information. You mentioned that how much is not being developed at this point? You said 25 acres of the parcel that's what, 50?
So our site is 53 acres, and half of that is preserved as natural open space. We have another 10% that's what's called functional open space, which is common areas and other things like that. So 60% of the site is open space, but 50%, a little over 50%, or right at 50% is natural, meaning it won't be developed at all.
How much of that space that you're preserving is developable? So like you could develop on it if you weren't preserving it.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, that's a great question. So when we do based on this rezoning, none of that natural open space will be developable. This rezoning will lock that in as being protected. Then when we do our plats and our development documents, those will define those areas as natural open space. So there is zero chance in the future, unless we went back through a process like that. Well, here's the fact: the wash will never be developed. You cannot develop in the wash, and I don't have the figure. No.
I guess that was
let's not interrupt each other.
That's well, I'm not going to respond to that. We are not developing in the wash. There's a canyon that we're in. We're developing in the canyon, but we are not developing in that defined wash area. And that's a legal definition.
I really need the audience to show the same level of respect that you have shown for all speakers since we began this hearing. Please, Doctor, please. He's responding to us. Doctor, he's responding to his supervisor's questions. Thank you.
I don't remember where I was. Yeah, sorry. I think I was done.
Chair Grijalva, did you get the response to your question?
Yeah, I just wanted, there's some areas that you just cannot develop on. And so while I appreciate that there's going to be, acres that are going to be left undeveloped, in this property, there's some that you just cannot develop on. So what I was asking is of the, 26 or whatever acres that are not going to be developed, of that, what of that property could you develop on if we weren't going through this process right now? Not the part that's going to be protected as a result of this vote. I'm just wondering of that, so there's like slopes and, floodway, those areas. I'm wondering how much of that remaining that you're not going to develop on is something that you could put property on, should we not should you decide that we weren't going to be doing this sort of where you're protecting that area. Does that make sense?
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Grijalva, I think I'm understanding your question. I think the concept is if there's areas that we can't build on, like the wash and the slopes, they shouldn't count towards our open space or count towards our credit for that. And frankly, that is just not how open space is calculated. We get credit for our preserved open space, whether it's in the wash or on a hillside or otherwise. And I would encourage you, this is something that's not just in the county. I'd encourage you to ask your staff to confirm that, but that's not just the way it's done in the county. That's the way it's done in all jurisdictions. You do get credit for preserving open space, even though that open space may not be developable on because it's in the wash.
No, I understand that. I think what I'm asking is, of that property that is remaining, that you're not going to develop on, how much of that is property that you could have developed on? I think it's about 4 or 5 acres is what I'm trying to get at. It's not like the set aside that you're setting aside. Much of it is not some property that you would be able to develop on anyway.
Yeah, that's accurate, and that's the way that that the county calculates it, and that's the way that really all jurisdictions calculate it. So
okay,
it's not uncommon.
Thank you.
And I think staff would back us up on that if you wanted to ask them. But that's don't take my word for it. I think your staff is the experts on this. They're the experts on what area can be developed, what area applies in the Pima Prospers. We worked with them on that to confirm that the CAC area is where we could put our buildings and that we could have parking outside of that. They are the experts in that plan, and they've been consistent with that and all along. So. Mr. Nodine said he was a planning director. He was a planning director at Oro Valley, and he works as the planning director at the TUSD. He knows he could have asked for that determination a long time ago. He's brought this up as an issue for months. So bringing it up right at the last minute at the hearing, I sort of question that. He could have gotten that answer officially from staff 6 months ago, 9 months ago.
Chair Grijalva, did you have any other questions or comments?
No, when we get closer to the vote, I'll have a comment.
Okay. Supervisor Hines, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I am ready to vote.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a matter that is in District 1, and we have been talking about it with all of you and with our staff and with the developer, you'll indulge me if I have a statement to share with you. The fundamental question each of us needs to answer with regard to a proposal like the one before us is this: is the development appropriate for the site where it will be located? In this instance, I have concluded that it is. Given the amount of interest this proposal has engendered in our community, it is important to share the reasons for my decision. This plan represents appropriate infill development. It will also increase our housing stock. Although it is not affordable housing, it is marketplace housing. Our Regional Affordable Housing Commission will soon be conducting an inventory of existing affordable workforce and marketplace housing that will demonstrate the dire need the county has for all housing. Proximity to Oracle Road, a major north-south corridor, is another reason for my decision and another argument for why this project is appropriate infill development. Residents of the new homes and apartments will have access to mass transit if needed. They will be close to retail stores, grocery stores, restaurants, employment, and a variety of services. The developer and their representatives have worked with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection, and you heard Ms. Campbell say the coalition supports the project, to ensure protection of the environment and wildlife. They have made a significant number of commitments, including gabion bank protection, revegetation of 6.5 acres of riparian habitat disturbed by the previous golf course, increased passive rainwater harvesting, installation of low-level path lights, requiring water sense fixtures, xeriscaping with solely desert materials, prohibiting both water features and non-functional turf, and installing a masonry wall on the east side to protect a wildlife corridor. And those are just some of the concessions and commitments. There will also be roadway improvements paid for by the developer that come out of a required traffic study. They include all the following: turn lane extension on southbound Oracle Road, a turn lane extension on westbound Rudisill Road, a turn lane extension to handle Oracle Road U-turns, a right turn lane from the project onto Oracle, intersection improvements at Canmar and Oracle, and roller coaster in Oracle, intersection improvements at First and Rudisill. Given the site for this project, there are significant concerns about the protection of riparian habitat within Pima Wash and the risks of flooding. I hope that anyone who shares these concerns takes the time to read the June 15 memorandum from Eric Shep, the director of the Regional Flood Control District, attached to this agenda item. Mr. Shep's points include the following. These are all quotes from the memorandum. Much of the development is proposed outside of the floodplain. In fact, only approximately 9.5 acres of the proposed 26 acres of the development encroaches into the floodplain. In the area where the proposed development encroaches, the average depth of flow during the 100-year flood is between a half foot to 1 foot deep, while the average overall depth of flow in the main wash channel is 3 to 5 feet deep. In addition, the proposed development leaves the entire federally designated floodway intact. Continuing from the report, encroachments into the federally designated special flood hazard area outside of the floodway are allowed if certain standards are met. The proposed development will meet and exceed those standards. Continuing from the memorandum, to protect the site itself from flooding, the Flood Control District has required that the development exceed the typical elevation requirement. The Flood Control District has required Quail Canyon elevate their development sites using the post-Bighorn Fire flood hazard information. The proposed development does not disturb any intact riparian habitat except for the bridge from the development to Oracle Road. The remaining development footprint proposes to disturb approximately 4 acres of mapped regulated habitat that was formerly the golf course. Although not typically required for the disturbance of already highly disturbed habitat, the Flood Control District has required that the development mitigate the riparian disturbance as if it was intact riparian habitat. That means that even though there are relatively few trees on the golf course, the developer will be required to plant 112 trees and 135 shrubs per acre of disturbance of 0 riparian class A and 68 trees and 105 shrubs per acre of disturbance of 0 riparian class C. Continuing from the memorandum, the overall open space area consisting of the natural intact riparian area and uplands as well as the restored mitigation area have the potential to provide equal or better ecosystem services than the golf course and offer considerably greater width for wildlife movement than portions of the Pima Wash downstream of this site. And finally, from the report, from the Flood Control District's perspective, the development, as proposed, meets and exceeds federal, state, and local flood mitigation standards for this type of development and can be constructed such that it is at minimal risk of flood damage and that it does not cause an adverse impact to others. There will several factors to weigh before reaching the decision to support this project, but Mr. Shep's memo answered all the questions I had about flooding and protection of riparian habitat as soon as I read it. When the board received Mr. Shep's memo last month, we also received a memo from Catherine Skinner, the director of our Department of Transportation. It sought to address concerns about the impact on Rudisill Road from this development. Although the road is below capacity and is able to handle the increased traffic this development will produce, the longtime neighbors have attested to safety problems on the roadway that have persisted for decades. Let me assure those neighbors and let me assure staff and anyone interested in the safety of Rudisill Road that I will relentlessly advocate for the short, medium, and long-term improvements outlined in Ms. Skinner's memo, regardless of the outcome of today's vote. As my colleagues know, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered this project at 2 separate meetings before voting to recommend approval of the proposal by a 7-2 vote, with 1 member being absent. Between the first and second meeting, the commissioners directed the developer to meet with the neighbors to try to resolve issues related to density of the project, traffic on Rudisill, flooding, and riparian habitat protection. When they voted to recommend approval, these were some of the comments made by commissioners. Quote, "This project fits the needs of all the county requirements, including Pima Prospers. This is an infill project. This project is taking the recommendations of the coalition. I think it's a win." Another commissioner, "I understand the infill concept. This whole project meets all of those goals in terms of infill and additional housing." A third commissioner, "It ticks every box that we are looking for. Density really is the way we are going to sustainably build our way out of this housing crisis." And from another commissioner, "This is a really good compromise of a project to fit into that space but not dominate the space. Large vacant spaces really have become magnets for a lot of other issues. I think this is a nice way to also eliminate some of those issues that the neighborhood is going to face if nothing goes into this space." This project has received a lot of public input, both for and against it. My staff and I have had multiple meetings with the neighbors, as has the developer and their representatives. That dialogue will continue if the board votes to approve this project. There are conditions that will proactively address concerns that will come up during site preparation and construction. I am grateful to the opponents of this project from the neighborhood for all of their thoughtful and sincere input. You demonstrated during a fraught and bitter time in our political history how public discourse can be respectful, intelligent, and dignified. My commitment is to continue to engage with you moving forward with regard to all of your concerns and ideas, not just with this project, but also with Rudisill Road. Thank you also to our staffs in Development Services, the Regional Flood Control District, and Transportation for their dedicated service and outreach to our constituents. And I want to also thank Mr. DeBonis, who oversees all 3 of those departments and who joined Mr. Shep and Ms. Skinner at a meeting that we had with neighbors at the Oro Valley Library. With that, I want to thank my colleagues for letting me have the floor for so long. I felt it was necessary to say all I did because of how much interest and input this project has prompted in the community, especially in District 1. It is a good project with many potential benefits, and it is in the right place. I hope that all my colleagues will join me in approving it. Are there other board members who have comments that they wish to make?
Supervisor Scott.
Chair Grijalva.
Yeah, I do want to chime in, and I want to thank everyone for their opportunity that our offices had to meet and discuss this project. I know, Supervisor Scott, you've had numerous public opportunities, meetings to discuss this issue, and I've had concerns about this project since it first appeared at a P&Z agenda. Quail Canyon is the wrong place for a high-density housing project. I think that the speakers that have come and spoken on the issue have addressed major concerns regarding emergency access, riparian habitat, natural habitat, the impact of the canyon, and the wildlife corridor. I have continued to have concerns about what this project, how the community input is going to happen. And I'm glad that you're going to be looking and the staff is going to be monitoring to ensure that neighbors in this project that are surrounding this project have the opportunity to continue to have dialogue, because my concern is once the project is approved, it's approved, and then we just keep moving forward. And so I wanted to express my concerns and indicate why I'll be voting no on this project.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Supervisor Bronson.
No, I was just going to echo your comments and agree that this is the right place and the right time and the right project. I understand the neighbors' concerns, but I think they've been addressed. And moving forward, I think they will continue, staff and the developer will continue to work with the neighbors. So thank you for sharing all that information.
Thank you, Supervisor Bronson. If there are no other comments from the board, I'm going to move to close the public hearing and move that we adopt the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation from April 26, 2023, including all regular and special conditions, including that the site be limited to 210 apartments and 100 single-family residences with a $300,000 voluntary contribution for Rudisill Road improvements, and adopt the additional conditions proposed by the applicant as stated in their July 10, 2023 letter, including the unit mix for apartments, and that is essentially 40% that are going to be either studio or one bedroom, a construction management plan, commitments to maximize the use of the easement connecting to Oracle Road, commitment to vote for an improvement district, and agree to incorporate the condition proposed by the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection that encourages the preservation of additional open space.
Second.
Thank you. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Bronson?
Yes.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
No.
Item passes 4-1 because there was a supermajority requirement. I thank everybody for their patience and waiting so long for the board to take action on this matter. Thank you. I know that Supervisor.
Yeah, I've got item 15.
Yeah. Yes, I was just going to do that.
Yeah, 15 and then
I was just going to do that.
23 and 24. There might be some issues there.
Okay. All right. Got it. Yes. All right. We're going to, if folks are leaving, if you could make your way out, because we still have a significant number of items to get to on the agenda, and one of our supervisors has a personal engagement. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to go to item number 15. And Supervisor Bronson, you asked to be recognized to address this item.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's the personnel policy update alignment with merit system rules. And staff is recommending amending personnel policy 8-108A by deleting candidacy for elective office as a reason for which an employee might be placed on unpaid leave. And then number 2, amend personnel policy 8.108D by deleting section D, candidacy for elective office. We had discussed this at an earlier board meeting, and it came back on the agenda updated, and I'm going to move the recommendation of staff for items 1 and 2 of item number 15, the personnel.
Second.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I wanted to share with my colleagues Well, first, before I say that, do any other supervisors have comments besides Supervisor Bronson? I wanted to share with my colleagues, and I think we all saw this, that we got a request from several of the row officers to table this item until a subsequent meeting. So what I wanted to do with respect is make a substitute motion proposing to table the item until the first meeting in August and direct the county administrator to solicit written input from all row officers who desire to submit it. Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. So we're back to the original motion, which is from Supervisor Bronson, to move ahead with staff's recommendations. Let's go to, if there are no additional comments, let's go to a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Bronson.
Yes.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott.
No.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes.
Item passes 3-2 with Supervisor Christie and myself opposed. We're now going to go, and I'm sorry that we're hopscotching around like this, but I know that Supervisor Bronson has to leave soon. We're now going to go to items 23 and 24. Supervisor Bronson.
Yes, I'd like to continue this. We had a number of speakers who brought up some points regarding these revisions to merit system rules. So I would like clarification from staff on why we are doing this, because there's been some opposition. And so I'm not comfortable supporting it at this point.
Are you saying that with both 23 and 24, Supervisor?
Both of them, yep.
You're proposing to continue them until?
The first meeting in August.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And
Supervisor Scott?
Yes, Chair Grijalva.
Yeah, in regards to this, I'm glad that Supervisor Bronson suggested pushing it because I was going to do the same. But I'd also like to ask staff and HR if they can meet with employee groups to discuss what the changes would be, because I did hear from several people that are involved in some of our employee groups, especially in the Sheriff's Department, that were very concerned with what these changes might mean to their ability to be able to protest any, dismissals or discipline that they don't think is warranted, especially since the county does not have an employee relations office. I feel like this system is the one system that employees feel like they have as a backup. So I just wanted to see if they can also give a briefing to the employee group so they understand what the changes would mean.
And then just to piggyback on what Chair Grijalva just said, I agree. Want to make sure that all the unions are brought into the equation, as well as department heads. I have some real concerns about this revision. So, thank you for that, Chair Grijalva.
So there's a motion to continue both of these items until the first meeting in August, and I think staff heard what the additional information that the supervisors are requesting. I think we can go with a voice vote on this. All in favor of continuing these items to the first meeting in August? Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes 5-0. And I believe we're going to go back to the beginning of the agenda, believe it or not. So we're at item number 7, Department of Interior U.S. Geological Survey. I'll move the item.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Item passes unanimously. Item number 8. A contract between Gerald A. O'Brien, Patricia Ann O'Brien, trustees of the O'Brien Living Trust, to provide for acquisition agreement This is through the flood-prone land acquisition program. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Let's go with a voice vote on this. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that it passes, I believe, 4-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. Now we're going to go to the board sitting as the Library District Board, revisions to Board of Supervisors policy. Item number 9, staff and the Library Advisory Board recommends approval of the proposed revisions to Board of Supervisors policy D3213. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 4-0. We're now moving to item number 10. Staff and the Library Advisory Board recommends approval of the proposed revisions to Board of Supervisors policy D32.1. I'll move the item.
Vice Chair Scott, if I may.
Please, Mr. Brown.
So we've been in touch with the Library District. There was a reference in the newly revised language that we'd like some more time with the Library District with. They're amenable to taking more time. We'd like to recommend bringing this back next meeting.
At the July 25th meeting?
Yes.
Right. I will move that we continue this item to the July 25th meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Now we're on to item 11, U.S. Department of Grant Acceptance, U.S. Department of Commerce to provide for the Pima County Regional Middle Mile Fiber Optic Ring. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Chair Grijalva. Want to point out, because I was privileged to take part in the press conference in which we announced the awarding of this grant in the absence of our chair, that 10% of the households in our county have no broadband access and no internet. 1/3 of the population of the county lives in areas that are going to be served by this project. It really reduces the proportion of haves and have-nots, and our local jurisdictions and other partners are sharing in the in-kind match, which I believe helps to promote regional collaboration. County Administrator Lesher, any other comments about this matter?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I have some concerns with the funding of this.
Please.
It states in the background that the funding source is cash, in-kind, and library operations fund. I don't recall ever dealing with a funding source for county activity stated as cash. We're going to be dealing with $6 million a year, and we have cash that we're funding this with. And furthermore, what does in-kind mean?
County Administrator Lesher.
Vice Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, first I go back to the motion, the memo, I believe this came to the board.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's on. The board did pass the resolution in 2022 that allowed us to go after this, indicating what the sources of the funding would be. Cash is the general fund. Michelle Simon is here, the Deputy Director of the Library Department, and can provide a little more granularity on the in-kind component.
Ms. Simon.
Madam,
Supervisor Christie, it's okay. It's a long day.
Mr. Vice Chair, it does, just to note before you begin, it says just above the background material, match funding from general fund, and it's marked no. Thank you.
Thank you. Not in entirety. Go ahead.
Supervisor Scott, County Administrator Lesser, Supervisor Christie, thank you so much. The cash is really just a designation that it's money. And so there is, regardless of the type of funding, so when the federal grant, it says that you can provide cash or in kind to meet the match requirement. So that money comes from other municipalities as well as the general fund and the library operations fund.
Mr. Vice Chair, usually in kind.
Is your mic on, Supervisor?
Thank you. Usually in kind means maybe a service is rendered or.
Yes, sir. I apologize. What I was explaining there was just the cash portion.
Okay.
The in-kind portion is definitely what you're talking about, a service. So providing permitting in as part of that, instead of us having to pay for certain permits for rights of way, those municipalities have agreed to allow us to do that without having to pay cash to do so. And personnel costs, supply costs, those kinds of things are considered in-kind matches for this grant.
And Mr. Vice Chair, the cash though, the cash part from the Pima County standpoint, that's coming out of the general fund?
Supervisor Scott, Administrator Lesser, Supervisor Christie, the answer is yes and no. Okay, there is money coming from the library operations budget as well as the general fund.
And how much is coming from the general fund?
I would have to defer to County Administrator Lesher for that one.
And
Please.
Vice Chair Scott and Supervisor Christie, I don't have with me what that breakout is. We're happy to provide it to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Supervisor Scott,
Chair Grijalva.
I'd like to move the item.
Did we already? We already did, ma'am.
You know what? It's been a long meeting.
That
and
it
I
has.
forgot.
That it has.
Oh, come on, it's only hours.
Yeah, it was moved and seconded earlier. So let's, I think we can do a voice vote on this. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. For the record, and this was why we took up some of those other items, Supervisor Bronson has left the meeting. We already took care of the approval of the consent calendar. We're now on to item 13. Discussion, direction, action, directing the county administrator to send a letter on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to the Arizona Department of Water Resources Director, requesting the agency expedite plans to conduct a model of groundwater conditions in the Tucson active management area and commence work as soon as possible. This was an item added to our agenda by Supervisor Hines.
That's right. And Vice Chair Scott, I would move the item.
I will second it for discussion purpose. Well, I'm sorry, it's seconded by Supervisor Grijalva.
Thank you. And we know the Colorado River is in a crisis at this point. We are living in a desert. In June, ADWR released its findings regarding the Phoenix AMA, which did show that Phoenix will experience a 4.86 million acre feet? Anyway, of unmet demand, going forward over the next 100 years. So I think it's important that we figure out what the situation is here in the Tucson Basin and that we do so as soon as possible. So this is simply a letter to the governor and the relevant agency to ask them to, expedite this and move it forward so we can get that information as soon as possible. That's all.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I think this appears to be kind of a solution looking for a problem. Everything that I've been led to believe is that the water resources is under control as far as the Tucson active management area, and I don't particularly want to have the Arizona Department of Water Resources expediting any plans to conduct a model of groundwater conditions. I think we have the capacity to figure that out on our own at this particular point, and I don't see the necessity or the need to request this of the water resources.
I had a question for County Administrator Lesher or anybody that she might want to designate to answer on her behalf. Has staff had any contact with state government about their intent to do any kind of similar study of our active management area, similar to the one that we know was done up in Maricopa County?
Vice Chair Scott, not to my knowledge, and I'm looking at Mr. DeBonis for verification, we have not received any notice or been contacted or had any communication with ADWR on this topic.
And then I wanted to ask Supervisor Hines, in putting this item on the agenda, did you or your staff have any contact with anybody either in the Arizona Department of Water Resources or other entities within state government that indicated that they were going to do something similar to what they had done with the other active management area?
I know we haven't spoken with them. I just wanted to, again, instead of just me as an individual member, get the board's support in requesting that this move forward expeditiously. So I figured it'd make more sense for all of us to say it if the majority agrees.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Please, Supervisor Christie.
The background on this agenda item seems to be City of Tucson centric, naturally, and I just want to point out and remind everybody that we are suing the City of Tucson for differential water rates right now, and it doesn't appear that this is appropriate or necessary to do any kind of modeling from a Tucson active management area. So I will be voting against this.
I'll add to your point that when we passed the resolution opposing the higher water rates that Tucson Water imposed on residents within the unincorporated county, that we also called on them to revise their longstanding water service area policies because of the impact that we feel that those policies have on groundwater. But just to be clear, Supervisor Hines, what you're doing is you're wanting the board to ask the Department of Water Resources to do something similar to what they did in Maricopa County.
Yes, that is correct.
So I'll go ahead and vote for it, but just because I think it's good to have that information. But I would certainly hope that if they come to any kind of conclusion similar to the ones they did with the active management area in Maricopa County, that they share that information with the public in the same prudent and nuanced way that they shared that information with that report, to the point where they even had the governor pointing out that this was not going to cause development, either residential or industrial, in Maricopa County to grind to a halt. So I don't mind having information, so I'll vote for the item for that reason. Let's do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Christie.
No.
Supervisor Hines.
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott.
Yes.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes.
Item passes 3-1. We're now on, we've already done item 14. And then we also dealt with item 15 and 16. So we're now on to development services. If it's not of objection to anybody on the board, I would move items 17, 18, and 19.
Second.
It's moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Items 17, 18, and 19 pass 4-0. We're now on to grants management and innovation. Again, if there's no objection from any of my colleagues, I would move approval of items 20, 21, and 22. That would be resolution number 2023-28, resolution number 2023-29, and resolution number 2023-30.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion?
Supervisor Scott?
Yes, Chair Grijalva.
I just want to highlight 21 as an alumni. I'm very happy that some of these resources are going to go to Pueblo High School to renovate their cafeteria. That's all.
I'm sure all your fellow alums admire your warrior pride.
I It's everywhere. Yep.
Excellent. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Items 20, 21, and 22 pass 4-0. We continued items 23 and 24. We're now on to item 25, pre-treatment settlement agreement. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. Now on to contracts and awards. If there's no objection, I would move that we approve items 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those 5 items pass 4-0. We're now on to development services. Item number 31, Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of the University of Arizona to provide an intergovernmental agreement for comprehensive land use planning and related project services. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Grijalva. Supervisor Christie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I'm looking over this as Arizona Board of Regents on behalf of the U of A to provide an intergovernmental agreement for comprehensive land use planning and related project services. And this is going to be coming out of the Developmental Services Enterprise Fund, which is what is composed of what we charge, or the DSD charges on a self-funding basis to perform its services. I have a problem that this is all academia-centric, and there's no input or activity or involvement of the private sector on this. I think if we're going to be talking about land use, comprehensive land use and planning, that the private sector should be involved. They are not in this particular item, so I will be voting against it.
Thank you. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. Others are here to speak to it. I want to be clear that under this IGA, we'd be working with the University of Arizona to collect data to assist with part of the program, but this is one small element, background related to a very lengthy process that will continue as we go through amending the comprehensive plan. And we have both Tom is here from Development Service, Carmine DeBonis, if there's want a little more information about what goes into developing the plan and how much of the private sector is involved.
Either of you gentlemen have comments for the board?
Vice Chair Scott, Ms. Lesher accurately characterized it's one piece of an overall effort. The board did approve the comprehensive plan public participation plan, which includes extensive outreach to the public and businesses in the private sector.
Thank you,
Mr. Vice Chair, just to be clear.
Go ahead, Supervisor Christie.
This wasn't the stiletto issue, was it?
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, no, that was the economic development plan. So this is Pima Prospers, the county's comprehensive long-range planning document.
Pima Prospers it.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Any other comments or questions from board members? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie in opposition. We're now on to economic development, and I'm very grateful to our friends from JobPath for your infinite patience. JobPath Incorporated to provide for workforce development services and job training assistance. I'll move the item. Second. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Any questions or comments from board members? If not, I have several. And you're welcome. It's Ms. Normoyle, right? Yes. And then Ms. Hill.
Group development.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to preface all my questions by saying that the track record of success for JobPath over what I believe is a quarter century is just monumental. And I'm absolutely going to be supporting this item, and I'm proud that Pima County is and has been since its inception a supporter of JobPath. I did have some questions about funding, and you'll also forgive me as a former educator that I also have some questions about your outreach to high schools.
Absolutely.
If I'm looking at your annual report, page 4, it's right under the fiscal year funding by source graphs. And it says, right at the beginning of that paragraph, despite these successes, funding continues to be a challenge as most funding for workforce development only covers the cost of training, not wraparound services. I can see why that would be a significant problem for JobPath because of the wraparound services you provide to your clients. That's one of the reasons you have such a great track record, because they don't have to worry about those things while they're making their way through school. So my question is, it says most funding for workforce development only covers the cost of training, not wraparound services. The next sentence says the team is learning about funding processes and continues to investigate various funding sources to find those that are a fit. Do you have any updates since this report was published that you can share with the board about that?
Absolutely.
Trying to find those additional partners?
Yes, absolutely. So we're working extensively with industry partners. I listed a couple that we are partnering with more significantly as we go forward, predominantly in like the healthcare and aviation areas. So that's a source of funding that we're looking at. We've also been working with the Office of Economic Opportunity at the state level to look at other funding sources, a variety of partners in Tucson. And then federal funding is a significant component, looking at Department of Labor and Department of Ed. Those are the two that we kind of fit with the best, but that's really, we're trying to sort of nuance that area. So a lot of it is working with other like employers. It's going to be a big push for this fiscal year, identifying more employers specifically in our workforce development area for things like soft skills training to really help refine that area both for content and for funding are the biggest. Do you have anything to add?
No, I would just say our continued search for grant collaborators, collaborations on grant proposals are essential. And so we're really looking to partner with Pima Community College and the community colleges around because they have the training side of it and we have the wraparound services side of it. So I think that we work better together, and we just really encourage our local educators to partner with us on those grant opportunities.
Well, and it's something I wanted to suggest, and it was really brought to mind when I was looking at the graphs above this paragraph, is that it looks like the contributions over the years from the city of Tucson have gone down. And I wanted to encourage you to continue to reach out to the city to increase their support, since I'm sure a lot of city residents are JobPath enrollees. And I would also encourage you to reach out to the other local jurisdictions because they certainly are going to benefit from this
absolutely.
program.
And we do partner with the city. Right now, we're actually working on another proposal with them for city ARPA funding. So we do work with them. It's definitely something that we've discussed internally. It needs to be a higher priority on both sides. So we will be meeting with them frequently.
And again, the other local jurisdictions, I think, the towns and the city of South Tucson, perhaps even the Pasquayaqui tribe and the Tohono O'odham Nation. I interact with all these folks through the PAG Regional Council, and I think if you looked at all the jurisdictions that are represented on the Regional Council, I think all of them have a stake in JobPath. So I'd encourage you to contact all of them. Just don't contact General Maxwell, because he doesn't represent any jurisdiction.
No, thank you. That's a great idea.
And then with regard to your outreach to high schools, I'm looking at page 5, and it says, recognizing that addressing the needs of our current adult population that did not pursue post-secondary education after high school is as equally crucial as preventing those situations from happening in the first place. JobPath is working to engage students right out of high school. And then you go on to point out that you have a recruitment team active at Andrada in the Vale District, Santa Rita in TUSD, Amphi High School in Amphitheater, Marana High School in the Marana District, and you've held recruitment events at Marana and Mountain View High Schools. I just want to encourage you to have a much more robust and widespread outreach to all of our K-12 districts.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we're just starting in this area. We're looking to expand. We have a small recruitment team, so that is one of our more limiting factors, but absolutely, we are looking to expand and increase across. The more time we spend in high schools, the more it's abundantly transparent that students don't know what the next step is. So, and not just the students, their parents as well. So we're really looking at high schools and then other educational K-12 partners as an area where we can meet community members and work with them, either parents, older siblings, the children themselves, where high school was sort of a testing of how we would do this and creating a model and a process. But I think this year we're ready to expand beyond just high schools.
And I'm going to assume, just because you've held recruitment events at 2 of the 3 high schools in the Marana District, that you've reached out to their director of guidance and counseling. And I just want to say, and Supervisor Grijalva might second this as a longtime school board member, that your directors of guidance and counseling are going to be extraordinary touch points for that more robust effort.
And they know their population so well. They've been invaluable.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And then County Administrator Lesher, if the board could just get some more regular updates on the 2 issues that I asked about. I know that Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi in Economic Development works with JobPath, but if we could get more regular updates on those issues dealing with fundraising and enrollment, that would be most helpful. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thanks so much.
All right. So we moved and seconded the item. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-0, and I thank my colleagues for indulging my questions. We're now on to item number 33, Partners in Health, Amendment number 1 to provide for prevention of COVID-19 infection among high-risk populations. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded by Chair Grijalva. Any discussion?
Vice Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this is a contract extension.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry, Supervisor. This is a contract extension to provide for prevention of COVID-19 infection. COVID-19 is over. If there's money that is needed to be spent before the contract expires, I would suggest we send it back to the government, and I'll be voting no against this.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie.
Supervisor Scott?
Go ahead, Chair Grijalva.
COVID isn't over. I'm literally home with COVID. So, as are
Didn't you get
9 of the other
vaccinated?
people that went in our group.
Supervisor, didn't you
So
get
just
vaccinated?
to let you know.
You didn't get vaccinated?
I wasn't up to date, actually. So that's
Wasn't
probably
presented
my
as
fault.
advertised,
I also
huh?
traveled. I'm sorry, am I getting a question or? Okay. Yeah, I also traveled to DC and didn't take precautions at all. I didn't wear a mask in the airport, none of that. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that I'm in this situation, but, for people to keep saying that COVID is over is completely inaccurate.
I'm just
I
quoting
wish
your
that
president,
was
that's all.
County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott. Just an indication, again, this is a no-cost amendment, and as we've stated before, the initial funding came from funds that relate to, and that's why it calls out the COVID-19. As you'll see in the purpose delineated, it's to address communicable diseases. It's a variety of health disparities that occur for a variety of disease, including and not limited to COVID, and also has expanded a couple of the requirements related to data collection and some infrastructure. So while that is always the name of it, and that is a piece of what goes into it. Thank you.
Thank you, County Administrator Lusher. Any other comments or questions from board members? All in favor of the item? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you. Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We already did item number 34. There's no objection. I'm going to move approval of items 35, 36, and 37.
I would say through 59.
Well, we can't accommodate that, Supervisor Hines. I'm sorry.
I do have a question on 38.
I didn't move 38, sir. I just moved 35 through 37.
I'll second that.
All right, so moved and seconded items 35 through 37. Chair Grijalva, something you wanted to say about one of those items?
No, I was going to suggest lower numbers, but I'm okay with this one. I'm going to suggest 40.
All right, so moved and seconded to pass items 35 and 36 and 37. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Those items pass 4-0. We're now on to item number 38. Purchase order, Pueblo Mechanical and Controls. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. And Supervisor, you had a question about this item.
I'm just was looking at the background. We did a little research on this building. This is our Public Works building. And of all the buildings and all the property the county owns downtown, why don't we own our own Public Works building? I look at the parcel information, and it's owned by U.S. Bank National Association. And apparently we have some kind of a lease agreement, but yet this particular item is a one-time award in the amount of $3 million to, it looks like, to replace the HVAC. If we're not owning the property and we're leasing it, why don't we have a net lease and the owners pay for the HVAC instead of the county when we don't even own the building?
Vice Chair Scott, again, the item before you today to replace an aged system, Mr. DeBonis may have the history of this, but obviously we have been in the Public Works building and sharing with the city for decades. What's the history?
So,
Mr. DeBonis.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, the county does own the building. I believe the way it's reflected is because it is part of our asset pool for certificates of participation. So we'll have to verify that with our finance department and get back to you. But the county owns a portion of that building. The city purchased a few years back their portion that they occupy of the building. The HVAC system is in need of upgrading due to age of that mechanical equipment. So that's what I know at this particular point.
It may require a little, Mr. Vice Chair, a little bit more in-depth analysis, because under the parcel number, it states property owner information, U.S. Bank National Association, and parenthetically, it has a lease agreement to Pima County. And my question is, why don't we own our own Public Works building? And if we don't own it, why don't we make the U.S. Bank National Association pay for the HVAC?
County Administrator Lush.
As mentioned, we're happy to come back with a response. Thank you, Vice Chair.
But I will vote for a new HVAC system.
Thank you.
Those employees.
Item is moved and seconded, and staff heard the request for additional information from Supervisor Christie, which I'm sure will be shared with the entire board. All in favor of the item? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-0. We're now on to item 39. I'm going to move item 3940. I'm skipping over 41 because I know Supervisor Christie has a question about it. 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. I'm skipping 56 because Supervisor Christie has a question about it. 57 and 58.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
Did I put down on my list there that I wanted to discuss 53 And
You didn't, I did not have that one, sir, but I can remove that from my motion.
that would be great.
You got it.
And 56 you already had?
Yes, sir.
And 41 you already have?
Yes.
Other than that?
Second.
All right. Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I,
Thank you. So now we're back to item 41, 22nd Century Technologies Incorporated in A&M Personnel Services to provide for temporary employment services and amend contractual language. I'll move the item.
Second?
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie. And Supervisor Christie, you had a question about this item.
Yes, this is a amended contractual item coming from the general fund. And what it basically deals with, this is the first time it's actually been brought to the Board of Supervisors because the history of the procurement has been under the threshold going back to, it appears to September of 2022. And it's been the procurement director's ability to increase the amount over the term of the contract, which the original amount was $35,000. Then it jumped to $215,000. And now this amendment amount is $400,000 for a total revised amount of $650,000 over the course of this entire process. And if you look under the procurement method, it says, this increase is needed to increase available funds primarily for the continued use by OEM, which is Office of Emergency Management, to support SWB, which is Southwest Border Operations, and some funds for the continued use by the various departments as needed. And then the metrics state expedient placement of professionals in vacant positions and quality of work provided as determined by circumstantially appropriate appraisals. I'm going to need an explanation of that, but this really, what we're looking at this time is temporary employment to assist the asylum-seeking process that we're in. And we were told that the county was providing the help with its employees, but now totaling $650,000 has been going to outside temporary employees to help with the operation of the Southwest Border Coalition.
County Administrator.
Sure, and Vice Chair Scott, I believe what we've indicated historically is that we have not been using county resources.
Or money from the general fund.
And that is not, we have used money again that were reimbursed from any of the grants. The reason that you're seeing this as general fund is that we do use it for a variety of services. Any department at any time can request, or through the director and through a very clearly delineated process in board policies and such, requesting temporary employees. We have also been using it to assist with the border and the Southwest border if there has been a need for emergency services.
So going back, Mr. Vice Chair, to the procurement method, this increase is needed to increase available funds primarily for the continued use of OEM to support Southwest border operations. I think this has not been fully disclosed or explained to us, and especially I think it's been conveyed to us that we were not going to use general fund money for asylum seekers, and here we are with roughly $650,000.
If I may again, Supervisor, thank you, Vice Chair Scott. Supervisor Christie, why don't we get back with you with a full breakout of that? Because as we've indicated, it has been used for a variety of county departments as well as Office of Emergency Management. Happy to provide the report and a delineation of the distribution of those funds.
All right, if you would be so kind, Ms. Lesher, to give me the segregation of those funds and the breakdown from the general fund versus what we're contracting and what capacity those employees are utilized for. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. The item was moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're now on to item number 53, acceptance, U.S. Department of Treasury, Amendment number 3 to provide for emergency rental assistance 2 and amend grant language. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. And Supervisor Christie, you had a question about this.
Yes, this is for rental assistance as a result of the COVID pandemic. It was announced that on May 11th, the pandemic was over. So if there's any extra money that's not being spent, it should be sent back. And at this particular time, we should work towards getting people to pay their own rent rather than relying on these grants. So I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Just a question either for Ms. Lesher or Dr. Garcia. I know these emergency rental assistance funds have been in some instances coming to the county, and in other instances were originally intended for the state through the Department of Economic Security, and then the county got the funds because we have been so expeditious, so efficient in getting these funds out to tenants and landlords. Is that another example of that, the source of that funding?
Vice Chair, sorry. Vice Chair Scott, Administrator Lesher, indeed you are correct. Approximately $8.5 million of federal ERAP funding has been redirected to us from either the state or, in this case, most recent case, from the county of Yavapai because of our efficiency and our ability to get these dollars into the hands of families and landlords who need them.
And just to follow up, Dr. Garcia, the funds are certainly for people who may have been impacted by loss of employment or other conditions during the pandemic, but it sounds like in some instances their need persists.
Vice Chair Scott, the guidance from the feds is relatively broad, so that it speaks to the economic and long-lasting impacts of the pandemic. So these are not folks who are necessarily immediately impacted by it, but who are suffering from the economic impacts, longer-term economic impacts in terms of employment, change of work status, and other displacements.
And in some instances, the money is going to tenants, but in many instances, it's going to landlords, correct?
Vice Chair Scott, in 100% of the cases, the dollars are going directly to the property owner, manager.
Thank you. Even though sometimes the tenants have to apply.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. All right. Any other comments or questions from board members? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're now on to item number 56, Arizona Family Health Partnership, doing business as Affirm Sexual and Reproductive Health for All. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie, and you had a question about this item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. It was called Arizona Family Health Partnership. Now it's been DBA'd as Affirm Sexual and Reproductive Health for All to provide for family planning and reproductive health services. And if you go back to the background on it, it speaks of Affirm, which is Arizona's Title X agency. And it says here, though Title X funding, through Title X funding, individuals have access to voluntary sexual and reproductive health services, including emergency contraception. Dr. Garcia, Mr. Vice Chair, Dr. Garcia, could you tell me what emergency contraception is?
Dr. Garcia.
Vice Chair Scott, Supervisor Christie, emergency contraception is contraception that is deployed within about 24 to 76 hours after intercourse in order to prevent a pregnancy.
And you would not, Mr. Vice Chair, you would not define that as abortion?
Medically, that is not an abortion. There is no implantation.
Is it any other way than medically described?
Sir,
would it be abortion? in any other way?
That is not abortion in any way.
Thank you. And then it goes on to talk about adolescent services expectation, family participation. It says, Title X projects may not require consent of parents or guardians for the provision of service to minors, nor can any Title X project staff notify a parent or guardian before or after a minor has requested or received Title X family planning services. It's basically just taking the parents out of the whole spectrum here, and I will be voting against this.
My item was moved. Dr. Garcia, did you have another comment?
No.
Okay. Item was moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're now on to item number 59. Arizona Department of Health Services to provide for immigrant emergency care and testing. I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Christie, and this was another item where you had a question.
Yes, it's basically taking money for providing immigrant emergency care, asylum seeking, and testing in the tune of $1 million over a 5-year term, $200,000 a year. We need to stop being reliant on the federal government for all of these asylum seeking migration issues. It's just a nonstop flow, so I will be voting against this.
Although, just to clarify, Supervisor Christie, it looks like these funds are coming from the Arizona Department of Health Services, not the feds.
That's just as bad as.
Item was moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
Opposed.
And Supervisor Hines, what was your vote on that? Okay, item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We are now on to hearings, items 60, 61, and 62. And unless there is anybody here to speak on these items, I'm going to move to close the public hearing and oppose the liquor license and support the liquor license, fireworks permit, and agent change acquisition of control restructure cited.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Items 60, 61, and 62 pass unanimously. We did item number 63. Boy, did we do item 63. And now we're on to item number 64. This is a hearing, rezoning time extension. I have a note that Mr. Courtney, who represents the Suki Investment Group, is remote, but for questions only. Are there any questions from board members?
If there's nobody here speaking in opposition to these, I say we take 64 through 69 altogether and close the public hearing.
So Supervisor Hines is moving that we take hearings from 64 through 69 and close the public hearings and approve those items. I will second that.
Supervisor
I'm sorry, and
Scott?
I have to read the resolution numbers so you can tell this is my first meeting. And where are those, Ms. Manriquez? Oh, these, okay. So for item number 67, it's ordinance number 2023-12. For item number 68, it's resolution number 2023-31. Those are the only two, correct? I'm sorry, and 69, if we approve this, we pass and adopt resolution number 2023-32 and ordinance number 2023-13.
So it's 64 through 69.
Yes. And I read everything I was supposed to read.
Did you close public hearing?
I did. Supervisor Hines. Oh,
Sorry. You seconded it.
oh, I
Supervisor
seconded it.
Scott?
Yeah, thank you. Wow, this is a long day. Yes, Chair Grijalva, I really want you to come back.
I did just want to make a comment on 65. I'm going to go ahead and support it. But when the item comes back, once, the development process is going through, they have to address the traffic situation there when this project comes back to the board.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I know that that item impacts your district, so I appreciate it. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
No. Okay. I'm sorry. None opposed. Items pass 4-0. Getting a little punchy. Item number 70, the county administrator requested this item be removed from the agenda. So we're now on to the addendum. Yeah, you thought we were done.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair, do you think it's possible, due to the fact that we've had some folks waiting on addendum item number 2, that we address item 2 and then
Yes,
go
sir.
to executive session?
I'm happy to do that. And actually, what I was going to do, Supervisor, was address everything on the addendum, then go into exec, then come back out to adjourn the meeting so nobody has to wait for us.
That would be great.
Is that a motion?
I have to vote on item 3.
Well, let's do these one at a time. Number 2, item number 2, county administrator petition calling for calling of an election to incorporate the town of Vale. Ms. Lesher.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Scott. What you have before you today is a recommendation that you do two things: approve or authorize the circulation of the petitions for signatures, and the other is to approve the creation of unincorporated county islands. And Ms. Fife is here to give you a little more information, but one thing I want to be very clear about: on page 2 of the documents, there is a piece that, taken out of context, could be misinterpreted, that included a line saying that unless the Board of Supervisors approves the exclusion of such territory, streets, or roads. That is only as it relates to the development of the unincorporated county islands. And the county islands we are requesting deal with some vacant trust land. I just want to be clear about that, and Ms. Fife will walk you through it. But what we have indicated quite regularly is that the board's authority in this area is rather limited. You can authorize the circulation of the petitions. The board is not in a position to make decisions about what the specific annexation would look like, or to take a individual's property in or out. That line about what the board's authority might be only relates to the unincorporated county islands, and that is why we have separated as the second item we're looking for approval is related to the creation of those unincorporated county islands. If I may, Ms. Fife has some additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Ms. Fife.
Thank you, Vice Chair Scott and members of the board. I actually don't know if I have much to add to Ms. Lesher's statement, but if the second slide has a map of the incorporation boundaries, and that may be helpful. It was difficult to tell from the materials where the 3 unincorporated islands are that would be created as a result of this. And so I wanted to make sure that you saw those. Otherwise, this is a very statutorily driven process, and the Board of Supervisors has received and the county has received the information necessary to proceed. And the statute requires that the board approve circulation of the petition at this point in time. And we're also asking for then the approval of the unincorporated islands.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Supervisor Chris.
Just to give it the full context of what County Administrator Lesher was referring to on the second page of her memorandum, underlined in the first paragraph on that page, it says, unless the Board of Supervisors approves the exclusion of such territory, streets, and roads, then the issue, I think, that is not clear, that you made clear, but I want to make sure everybody understands the differences. In the next paragraph, it states, to be clear, this process is strictly dictated in statute, and the board does not have the discretion to change the proposed boundaries submitted by the petitioners to meet these requests. That's basically what you're clarifying.
That's okay, Ms. Lesher.
Chair Scott, yeah. Vice Chair Scott, yes, Supervisor Christie, that really the only ability you have as a board to adjust the lines at all is to identify those unincorporated islands, those county islands, not regarding, if you will, it's only to authorize the circulation of the petitions.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that the Board of Supervisors take the staff recommendation and accept the following actions regarding the petition for the calling of an election to incorporate the community of Vale as the town of Vale. A, authorize circulation of the petition for signatures pursuant to ARS 9-101 C3 and D, and B, approve the creation of unincorporated county islands pursuant to ARS 9-101 G.
I'll second that. Discussion from board members? Hearing none, I think with this item, we want to do a roll call vote.
Supervisor Christie?
Yes.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Vice Chair Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0, and I thank the gentleman from Vale for waiting so long. But I'm sure we were entertaining. All right. And
you're welcome to stay.
And speaking of thank yous, we have with us the chair of our Election Integrity Commission, and I think this is your third or fourth year being the chair of the Election Integrity Commission. The fourth year, Mr. Bickle. Brian Bickle is here, and the Election Integrity Commission recommends acceptance of the 2022 annual report. I will move that recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Mr. Bickle.
A little. Not punch drunk, just motion drunk. Vice Chair Scott, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you about the activities of not only the Election Integrity Commission, but the Elections Department. Director Hargrove was here. She made it through 2 o'clock, I think, and had work that absolutely had to be done back at her department. So she said, do you feel comfortable covering the Elections Department as well as the EIC? And I said, absolutely. Pima County had 3 elections in 2022, the primary election, the general election, and the recount election for state superintendent of public instruction and the attorney general. In addition to that, probably the 2 big issues in 2022 were the change in the director of elections with the retirement of Brad Nelson and the hiring of Constance Hargrove. And I would like to say thank you to Administrator Lesher for allowing me the privilege to serve on that search committee. It was very informative. In many ways, very disappointing in one, in the lack of applicants that we had, which is reflective of the lack of applicants for elections directors everywhere across the country, because hearkening back to my military days, it's kind of a free fire zone out there, and everybody's a little bit concerned. So the other one was the transition from precinct vote centers to, or precinct voting locations to vote centers. For the first foray into that, doing it intentionally in a rather compressed timeline, so we had at least one opportunity to do it prior to the 2024 presidential preference election and the presidential general election. I think we did well. Our compadres up in Maricopa County, I think, conducted their 6th vote center election, and they still have a lot of problems. Not as many as we had. We've identified some issues which we are diligently working to correct, but I think the process worked very well. There were a number of pieces of legislation that were passed and signed into law by Governor Ducey before leaving office in 2022. Probably the most significant one from an elections perspective is the one that significantly reduces the number of provisional ballots that we issue on election day by allowing people to bring in their unvoted mail-in ballot and either vote it in the vote center, or if they turn it in, or if they come in without a ballot because they lost it, attesting to the fact and providing identification that they have not voted that ballot, they're allowed to vote a regular ballot. And if it comes up that their mail-in ballot got mailed back in, those are the people we turn over to the county attorney for further action. So it It was not in effect for the primary election. It was in effect for the general election, and we noticed a significant number of reduction in provisional ballots in the general election as opposed to the primary election. So I think it's done well. I think it's going to be challenging for the next several election cycles going forward. One of the things, or the reason that Director Hargrove isn't here, last week on Wednesday, Thursday, and most of Friday, we did software and firmware updates on our voting tabulation equipment, and the entire elections department is going through in-service training on the new electionware software. It's been significant updates, I think, particularly as far as security is concerned, and we've had some rather interesting issues. For those of you that don't know, the tabulation room in the elections building is live streamed 24/7, and somebody said, nothing moves in there. How do we know you haven't put a picture up in front of the camera? And that's all we're seeing. So we actually bought a digital clock that hangs from the cable tray, and you can watch the clock change time. So unless somebody's found a way to put a clock into a feed and put it in front of the camera, we think that was a pretty economical solution to the problem, that you really can monitor the activity in the tabulation room on a 24/7 basis. A great cure for insomnia if you ever run into that. I've looked at it a couple of times on off days, and nothing much changes in that room. For those of you that don't follow the Arizona Mirror, again, our partners in Maricopa County are participating in a pilot program looking at certification requirements for peripheral elections equipment, which is not currently certified, primarily e-poll books and ballot on demand printers. We'll be following that closely because it will impact us eventually. And looking at opportunities later this year, for the first time in about 15 years, the AAC is recommending changes to the voluntary voting system guidelines, or the VVSG. We are in VVSG 1.0. On November 16th, we will change to VVSG 2.0. And all that means is anybody that applies for certification of a voting system after that date applies under the new standards. It does nothing to the systems that have been certified under the old system. So it's been an exciting time. I look for it to be an exciting time for several more election cycles. And if you have any particular questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time, but I know we're all in a hurry to get out of here.
And I understand, Mr. Bickle, and again, thank you so much, not only for your service, but your patience today, that your colleagues voted unanimously to recommend that the board accept this report.
That's correct. And that is a tripartisan effort.
Say that again?
That is a tripartisan recommendation. We do have Democrats, Republicans, and our lone libertarian.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions, comments from board members? Supervisor Christie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I read the cover letter to Chair Grijalva and the board. It's a highly glossed over rendition of the events of the election season. Doesn't say anything about any of the issues that really mattered, that it was kind of brushed aside, pushed off to the side. For instance, the shutdown of the Bear Canyon Library Voting Center. You state here, the small issues that did come up in 2022 were effectively and smartly resolved by elections. Very optimistic and glossed over, as they say, but the shutting down of a voting center, particularly the Bear Canyon Library, caused a great deal of consternation, a great deal of inconvenience, had to send voters elsewhere. They didn't know. That's not a small issue. They ran out of materials there that precipitated the shutdown. Shutting down a large voting center like that, which probably has, I think, more participants than most, if not all, of the voting centers, that's not a small issue. And your report doesn't address that. And I think if you're going to give all the good, glowing, feel-good, touchy rainbows and roses report, you need to point these things out. You also don't bring up the fact that you were challenged and could not adequately address getting poll watchers at the nations, or bring up any kind of information on how we can improve that participation. So this wasn't all roses and candies. There were significant issues that could not be called could not be called small or smartly resolved. So I can't, in good conscience, approve the acceptance of this based on the fact that so much was left out.
Mr. Bickle?
The Bear Canyon issue, we have identified the primary cause of concern there, or the problems that were caused. We know we've remedied that issue. It had to do with the weight of the printers and the tables they were placed on, and it caused a great many of them to malfunction. Yes, we did run out of materials, ballots, because we couldn't print ballots on demand with a lack of a printer, and it was a logistical issue, and it's an issue that's, from my perspective, easily explained, but from somebody that doesn't spend a lot of time in elections is hard to do. The fact that we went from precinct centers to vote centers meant that any voter could vote in any one of the 129 locations we have. And in the general election, we have, give or take a couple hundred, approximately 2,000 different ballot iterations out there based on the candidate for every office, every water district, every fire district, every school board. Every time you change one of those people, it's a different ballot iteration. And one of the reasons we didn't see the kind of cost savings we were looking for going to a vote center is we basically printed up as many ballots as we normally would have printed up and divided them up among the 129 vote centers. So we had at least one of almost every one of those 2,000 ballots available at every vote center. And when we ran into the printer problem at Bear Canyon, we simply ran out of those pre-printed ballots, and it was a matter of getting them there from other vote centers in a timely fashion. So
I would add to that too, and I appreciate Supervisor Christie bringing up those items, but I think all of those items were addressed for the board in the after action reports that we got from Ms. Hargrove. And did I interrupt you, Mr. Bickle?
No, not at all. Not at all.
All right. Supervisor Christie, any other comments?
All that I can say in reiteration is that an incident like this, which is not even mentioned in this glowing cover letter, does not inspire confidence in a new system that was instituted. And I'm sure you can understand and appreciate that too. It just adds to the distrust and mistrust that the public has. As you say, they don't get involved in the sausage grinding of the election process, but all they want to do is go and vote. And when a system is shut down and a center is shut down and they run out of materials and they're told to go somewhere else, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. And that wasn't addressed in your cover letter. And as a matter of fact, it was kind of shoved under the carpet. And I don't think that's a proper or transparent way to address the entire system. So I'm through.
Supervisor Christie, thank you. I do want to reiterate that, I'm sorry, Chair Grijalva, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to make note that thank you for the presentation and the fact that you waited hours and hours to give us that information, and I appreciate it. But in the grand scheme of implementing an entirely new system, I think, and I've said it before, that the elections department did an amazing job of implementation. And as did the county recorder's office in being able to roll this out. There are always issues. I used to be a poll worker. There's always issues with, you don't have someone from the other party that shows up, or you're understaffed, and sometimes those polling places have to open later in order to accommodate that. All of that stuff happens in a normal cycle. And so to make it seem as if there was something nefarious, something that, people are trying to be underhanded and hide things is just completely inaccurate. And I just wanted to say thank you. I'm looking forward to these centers that are going to make voting so much more accessible for our entire community. And I appreciate your work and your oversight in looking over those items. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. It was moved and seconded to accept, I'm sorry, Mr. Bickle, please.
Could I address the other issue that Super Christie
Yes,
brought up?
certainly. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Supervisor Christie. Regarding watchers on the nation, I would tell everybody, poll watchers are voluntary and they're a function of the political parties. And it's up to the political parties, if they want to have poll watchers at the vote centers, for them to recruit the people to be there. As a Democrat, I will tell you that we probably do a less than stellar job of that. The Republicans are much more successful at getting people to watch. But when you're talking about coming up with poll watchers on the nation, we try very hard. And I know Recorder Casares Kelly tries very hard to get people that live on the nation to function as poll watchers on the nation. So it's not something that is glossed over in any way, shape, or form, but that is a responsibility of the political parties.
Thank you, Mr. Bickle. It was moved and seconded to accept the recommendation of the EIC that we accept this report. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 3-1 with Supervisor Christie opposed. We're going to go to item number 5, which is an appointment to the Board of Adjustment in District 2. Supervisor Hines.
I move the item.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Oh, here we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item passes 4-0. Now, we have an executive session. I didn't want to make anybody else wait for it. And then we're going to have to come back out here to deal with addendum item number 3, and then also to officially adjourn the meeting. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Supervisor Christie. I seconded it. We're going into exec. executive session item was informational only. Having said that, we're now going to go to item number 3, conflict of interest waiver. I will move that we approve said waiver.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item passes 4-0. And I think this might be a record for this board. We are adjourned at 3:41.
Thank you.